2993 A Shallow Friendship. 1. Mu Sheng glanced at the big bag of spirit stones and directly used his spiritual power to grab some of them from the air and piled them on the ground. Then he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you can keep the spirit stones you need to purchase the remaining 5 fire cloud pills. After you've prepared the fire cloud pills, you can just give them to us." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sect leader Mu. Do you trust us that much? Mu Xing laughed and said, "I think I'm quite good at judging people." Fellow Taoist. Xia is a man of great ambitions, so why would he betray us for mere spirit stones? Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate and kept the 5,000 spiritual stones. He said, "I'll prepare the 5 fire cloud pills as soon as possible. I won't delay your son's treatment. In that case, I'll have to thank fellow Taoist Xia in advance." Mu Xing said happily. Then, he said to Mu Jianfei, "Fei why don't you quickly thank fellow Taoist Xia?" Mu Jianfei quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Xia Senior." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Jianfei, it looks like you're a few years older than me. I don't dare to call you senior. We can just call each other brothers." Mu Xing waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia is the junior brother of sect leader Luo. According to seniority, it's reasonable for Fei to call you senior. What's wrong with that?" Sect leader Mu, "It's better for us to discuss our own matters." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Jianfei, what do you think?" Mu Jianfei naturally didn't like to be 1 generation lower than him. So, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but look at Mu Xing. He saw Mu Xing nod his head slightly, so he reluctantly said, Then we'll do as Brother Xia says. I really have to thank Brother Xia this time. Regardless of whether my injuries can recover successfully or not, I will definitely remember Brother Xia's kindness in my heart. Brother Jianfei, you're too polite. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's just a fair trade. Your father has paid enough spiritual stones, and it's in advance. Business is one thing, but you can't forget the favor. Mu Xing waved his hand and said, "If you could only buy the fire cloud pill with spirit stones, Fei's injury wouldn't have been delayed until now. Fellow Taoist Xia, the whole vast wave sect is grateful for your help." Xia Ruofei could see that Mu Xing was really forthright and his words came from the bottom of his heart, so he smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xia, what I'm going to say next might be a little profound, but I'm on good terms with fellow Taoist Xia, so I'd like to say it, Mu Xing continued. I'm all ears. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mu Xing nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, your sect has made a big splash in this auction, especially fellow Taoist Xia. It's your first time in the world of cultivation, but you're already dazzling. This was a good thing, but it could also bring a lot of trouble. You must know that many of the people attending today's auction have never followed the rules, and it wouldn't be wrong to call them evil. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others, so fellow Taoist Xia should be prepared." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your reminder, sect leader Mu. I will be on high alert. I will be careful at all times." Mu Xing nodded with relief and said, "If there's a need, Taoist Xia and sect leader Luo can lead with our surging wave sect after the auction. This way, we can look out for each other." Mu Xing's words touched Xia Ruofei. Anyone with eyes could see that Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had become the focus of attention. Not only did they carry a large number of spiritual stones, but they also had a pair of valuable storage rings. Therefore, after the two of them left the auction, their journey would not be peaceful. Mu Xing had taken the initiative to help Xia Ruofei bear the burden regardless of the danger. For someone who had just met him, Mu Xing's action was undoubtedly very magnanimous. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei's reply, Mu Xing immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, please don't misunderstand. This Mu is doing this for Feier's sake. After all, we still need fellow Taoist Xia to provide us with fire cloud pills. The one who doesn't want anything to happen to you too is definitely me, haha." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Thank you, sect leader Mu. If there's a need, I'll take the initiative to contact you." "All right," Mu Xing said. "We won't disturb you any longer." Then, Mu Xing took out a name card and a jade pendant from his storage ring and handed them to Xia Ruofei. He said, "After fellow Taoist Xia has prepared the fire cloud pills, you can contact the person on the name card at any time. Use the jade pendant as a token and he will send the news back to our vast wave sect as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei looked at the name card and the jade pendant and kept it. "No problem. If everything goes well, I should be able to get it ready in 3 to 5 days. Farewell." Mu Xing cupped his hands at Xia Ruofei, then left the private room with Mu Jianfei and Mu Hua. The number 20 private room was quiet again, leaving only Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. After Xia Ruofei set up the various shielding barriers again, he said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, Mu Xing looks like a good person. What's his reputation in the world of cultivation?" "It's considered a more positive one," Luo Qingfeng said. "He's forthright and righteous. He rarely has any negative news. Also, he's usually blunt to people he doesn't like, so there's also a small group of people who hate him. In that case, he shouldn't have any other purpose in inviting us to travel together," Xia Ruofei said. "Master," Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "after all, we're not friends yet. My understanding of Mu Xing is only superficial. For safety reasons, we should." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I know that. I don't really intend to travel with them." Mu Xing's cultivation level was a little higher than Luo Qingfeng's. But he was not of much use against those late-stage golden core cultivators. Moreover, he had brought Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei with him, so they would definitely be a burden. Whether they could be of any help was another matter, and they might even become a burden instead. The most important thing was that if it was just Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, Xia Ruofei could deal with any emergency that they could not resist. In the worst-case scenario, he could hide in the spirit map space with Luo Qingfeng. This way, they could avoid the search of strong enemies. Anyway, Luo Qingfeng's sea of consciousness had already been imprinted with a soul seal, so he could never betray Xia Ruofei. Previously, he did not tell Luo Qingfeng about the spirit map space, because he thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it was really an emergency, there was no need to avoid Luo Qingfeng. In fact, Xia Ruofei's first soul slave, Lu Qingfeng, knew about the spirit map space. If he were to travel with Mu Xing and the others, he would naturally have many concerns and would not be able to use the spirit map space anytime and anywhere. Let's not think too much about it. We'll take it one step at a time, Xia Ruofei said. After saying that, Xia Ruofei picked up the pair of rings that Mu Xing had left behind and started to play with them. This pair of storage rings was indeed very exquisite. The phoenix patterns carved on it were lifelike, and the shape was small and exquisite. It was very beautiful, and one could tell at a glance that it was the type for girls. Although these were made by ancient cultivators even in modern times, according to the aesthetic standards of the secular world, these rings were still quite beautiful. They were not inferior to the standard of jewelry designers. Of course, from a cultivator's point of view, they might value functionality more. Hence, after fiddling with it for a while, Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to enter the storage ring. The ownership of this pair of storage rings had been cancelled before the auction. At the moment, it could be directly explored with mental power, but once the blood ownership was established, only the master's mental power could penetrate it. Basically, all storage rings were designed this way. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power went in and felt a space that wasn't very big. It was about 10 meters in length, width, and height, exactly the same as the introduction before the auction. It was Xia Ruofei's first time experiencing the space in the storage ring. His first thought was that there was a huge difference between this kind of storage space and a spirit map space. The most obvious thing was that the space in the storage ring was dead. There was no life force at all, and there was no air at all. If a living thing was forcibly put into the storage space, it would naturally die instantly. However, the spirit map space was completely different. Even if he used his spiritual power to sense it from the outside world, he could feel the exuberant vitality. The space within the ring was naturally empty. Xia Ruofei scanned the two rings with his spiritual energy and suddenly felt something special. 2994, spatial nested _1. You can see what's special about it? Xia Ruofei asked, curiously using telepathy. Bai Qingqing was shocked and jumped up from where she was standing. Hey! Can you not be so scary? When did you secretly hide at the side to peep? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, you're not human either. How can you say it's scary? Besides, this entire space is mine. I'm just patrolling the area, what's wrong with that? You're cursing a human. A fox? Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes like a human and said, I strongly protest. Cut the crap. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, what were you mumbling to yourself just now? You can also tell that this storage ring is special? It's just a simple spatial nesting, Bai Qingqing pouted. Anyone can see it, right? Xia Ruofei was very embarrassed. Fortunately, he was in the outside world and could only use his mind to explore the space, so Bai Qingqing could not see his expression. Xia Ruofei said, spatial nested? Can you explain it to me? I almost forgot, Bai Qingqing said. You humans have terrible spatial abilities. Speak properly. Xia Ruofei said unhappily. Bai Qingqing grinned and said, but from your tone, you must have noticed something strange, right? It's already not easy. Before Bai Qingqing could finish her sentence, she felt a force wrap around her and lift her small body up. This force was also squeezing her. Bai Qingqing shouted, stop. 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 I'm just joking, how can you be so angry? Xia Ruofei snorted and said, can we talk properly? Now? I'll tell you if you put me down. Bai Qingqing said. As soon as it finished speaking, it felt the force restraining its body disappear into thin air. Then, it fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Qingqing didn't seem to care. She rolled on the ground and stood up, shaking off the dust on her body, and then said, out of these two storage rings, only one of them has a nested space. Xia Ruofei impatiently took out the storage ring that he felt was a little special and placed it in front of Bai Qingqing. Then, he said, "Don't test me, I know this is the so-called space nested. You just need to tell me what a spatial nested array is." Bai Qingqing giggled as she touched the storage ring with her claws. "It's very simple. As the name implies, space nesting is an even smaller space inside the ring. For you humans, this can only be done by cultivators who have a better understanding of the rules of space. I guess the person who made this storage ring should be a master of space." The Grand Cloud Scholar was an ancient cultivator. The people in the modern cultivation world only knew about him from the notes he left behind. Hence, Xia Ruofei didn't know much about him and didn't even know if he was proficient in the rules of space. "You can continue," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Bai Qingqing said, "Generally speaking, this kind of nested space is more secretive. It's like adding a secret room in the storage ring. That's why you can notice that this storage ring is different from the rest. It means that you have a good understanding of the rules of space." Xia Ruofei was unmoved by Bai Qingqing's praise. He even felt that she was not praising him, but showing off. To show off its noble status as the beloved child of the space god. Xia Ruofei asked patiently, "That is to say, this hidden space is in the storage ring. However, most people can't find it. Even if they did, it would be hard to find it, right?" Bai Qingqing nodded and said, "That's right. It was possible for cultivators who were sensitive to space to find abnormalities, but it was several times more difficult to find the nested hidden spaces. Generally speaking, this kind of nested space is used by cultivators to store some important treasures, so you may have hit the jackpot with this ring. In other words, you have a way to open the nested space?" Xia Ruofei asked. Bai Qingqing twisted her body proudly and said, "Since I can see it at a glance, I must have a way to open it. Xia Ruofei, why don't we cooperate? I'll help you open the nested space, and we'll split the treasures. 50-50. Xia Ruofei didn't say a word. He used the invisible power of space to wrap up the storage ring. Then, he took another ordinary storage ring and took them into the stone room in the cave. There was a restriction at the entrance of the cave. Even the realm fox, Bai Qingqing, could not enter without alerting Xia Ruofei. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing quickly shouted, "No, no, no. Can we discuss the share ratio? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "The storage ring is mine. You want a 50-50 split? You're not sincere at all. How am I supposed to negotiate? But you wouldn't have been able to open it without my help." Bai Qingqing said, "My role is still very important." Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "I'm not in a hurry. I don't lack resources now. And I don't even know what's inside, why should I be in a hurry to open it? In the future, when my cultivation improves, I'll only be in the early Jiadan stage. When I reach the late stage of the Aura's core stage or even the nascent soul stage, will I still be unable to open the nested space of this storage ring? I feel that controlling the entire spirit map world seems to be of great help to my spatial talent. I estimate that after my cultivation improves 1 or 2 more times, my understanding of space should also improve by a large level. At that time, it won't be too late for me to try to open this nested space. So, I won't trouble you. Don't mind me." Bai Qingqing hurriedly called out, "Since you can open it now, why wait for the future? At worst, I'll just get a little less." Xia Ruofei did not say anything else, but he did not continue to bring the storage ring into the stone chamber. He was obviously waiting for Bai Qingqing to speak. 30:70, Bai Qingqing said helplessly. You get 70, and I get 30. That's my bottom line. 20-80. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, if you agree, do it immediately. If you don't agree, then I'll slowly crack it myself. Bai Qingqing hesitated for a while, before stomping her feet and saying, all right. I'll do as you say. Little ancestor, can you put down the storage ring now? Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart. He controlled the invisible spatial force and returned the storage ring to Bai Qingqing. Then, he said, you can start cracking it. Be careful not to damage the storage ring. I still have great use for it. If one of the rings was broken, should Xia Ruofei give the other ring to Song Wei or Ling Qingxue? This was a big problem. Hence, Xia Ruofei would rather not crack the so-called nested space than allow the storage ring to be damaged. By the way, do you need my help? Xia Ruofei asked. Bai Qingqing said, you'll have to do it yourself. I'm only providing technical support. My aura is different from you humans. I can't open the nested space directly. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, then the share should be changed to 10-9. 2995, the 5 holy badges. 1. Luo Qingfeng's body trembled when he heard this. He muttered, it's really the 5 holy badges? Why would someone take out the 5 saints token to auction? Xia Ruofei turned to look at Luo Qingfeng and asked, Qingfeng, do you recognize this token? Luo Qingfeng quickly replied respectfully, Master, most people in the cultivation world know about the 5 saint token. In fact, there are 5 pieces of the 5 saint token. It is said that when the 5 tokens are combined into one, a big secret can be unlocked. It is even related to the reason behind the worsening environment of the cultivation world. Some say that the 5 saint token can open a complete ancient cultivation cave abode, and some say that the secret of a huge treasure is contained in the 5 saint token. In short, there are many different opinions. Xia Ruofei asked with interest, so exciting? It doesn't sound like it's true. The legend of the 5 holy badges has been around for more than 300 years. This old servant also learned about it from the sect's ancient records. I reckon that the major sects in the cultivation world are also the same. Luo Qingfeng said, as for whether it's true or not, I really don't know. This kind of news gets more and more bizarre the more it spreads. Anyway, we still can't prove it. That's reasonable. 3 people make a tiger. Xia Ruofei touched his chin and nodded. But since we have to gather all 5 tokens, this one won't be of much use? Master, Luo Qingfeng said, in fact, the cultivation world has already confirmed that there are 3 tokens, and they are all in the hands of the major sections. One is in the First Heaven sect, which is the sect that auctioned the ore. The other one is in the hands of the Soaring Flower Valley. As you know, the owner of the 3rd token is sect leader Mushing of the Surging Wave sect. If this token is not put up for auction by these 3 sects, that's not very likely. I've observed that the 3 sects you mentioned today were more restrained in the first part of the auction. They basically didn't make any moves, so why would they keep spirit stones? They're probably here for this token. Xia Ruofei analyzed. Yes. Qingfeng Luo said. Master's words make sense. In that case, this token might be the 4th 5 sages token. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's possible. Qing Feng, do you think we should try to bid for this token?" Luo Qingfeng also fell into deep thought. All these years, the legend of the Five Sages medallion had been circulating in the cultivation world. Although it was not the most bizarre and exciting one, the Five Sages medallion was right in front of them now. It might be related to a huge secret. If they could get a piece of the cake. This kind of temptation was very difficult to resist. "Master, this old servant is Luo Qingfeng," said cautiously. "Currently, the three sects that have the five saint token are all very powerful. They have the ability to keep the five saint token in their hands. However, if we also get a piece, I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse." Xia Ruofei said, "We can't avoid it. Since we've encountered it, we might as well fight for it. In any case, the Star Caesar sect has already become the center of attention. Right? This old servant will listen to master's orders," Luo Qingfeng said with a slight bow. Since Xia Ruofei had made his decision, Luo Qingfeng would not object to it. Even if this would bring disaster to the Star Caesar sect or even cause the sect to be destroyed, he would not hesitate. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We don't have many spiritual stones. It's hard to say whether it's enough to compete for this five saint token. Moreover, even if we manage to buy the five sages token, we are not pushovers. Even if we are temporarily weak, we can still use some connections to balance things out. For example, now that everyone knows that we are likely to refine qi gathering pills and fire cloud pills, then the forces that need these pills may become our help, right? I heard you say that Medicine King's Valley was in such a situation. Their strength was not outstanding before, but no one had ever dared to find trouble with them." "Yes. Master is right," Luo Qingfeng said excitedly. "Nowadays, supplementary drugs such as the qi gathering pill are a scarce resource. If we can make them in batches, they will definitely be very popular in the cultivation world. Even if the superpowers attack the Star Caesar sect, as long as we don't reveal the formula, they won't be able to take it. Therefore, those superpowers who want the medicine will most likely cooperate with us. Let's just wait and see," Xia Ruofei said. On the main auction stage, Hao Qingsong had already begun to introduce the five sacred badges. However, his words were very short, as most people knew about the famous five sacred badges and did not need him to introduce them. The only thing Hao Qingsong had emphasized was that this token was not put up for auction by those three sections. In other words, it was confirmed that this was the fourth five sages token to appear in the world of cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to collecting all five tags. In fact, there was a number on the back of each token. This five saints token had the word SI engraved on it, which was obviously the number 4 token. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Sect's 5 holy badges were number 2, the Soaring Flower Valley's number 3, and the Surging Waves Sect's number 5. It was indeed the first time this token number 4 had appeared in the world of cultivation. Those cultivators who were familiar with the legend of the 5 sacred badges couldn't help but feel excited after confirming that it was a brand new badge. The major powers who had received the news in advance and had prepared sufficient spirit stones also rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, preparing to fight for it. 2996, the 5 Saint Medallions, too. In fact, the reason why so many golden core cultivators had come to this auction was because of the 5 Sages token. Everyone had come for it. Hao Song didn't waste any more time. After a simple introduction, he directly said, "Let's start the auction now. The starting price of this number 45 saint token is 70,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The passageway has been opened, everyone can start bidding." The starting price of 70,000 spirit stones was the highest in this auction. Most of the auction items had been sold for less than 70,000 spirit stones. This 5 saint token was indeed worthy of being the final auction item. As soon as Hao Song's voice fell, the new price appeared on the big screen almost at the same time. Naturally, the hand speed of cultivators was much faster than that of ordinary people. 71,000 spirit stones. The bidder was from room number 4. A second later, the price was updated to 72,000 spirit stones, the bid from room 9. Xia Ruofei's judgment was further confirmed when he saw that the sex whose private rooms were very close to the front were bidding, even though they did not bid much during the entire auction. In fact, after Luo Qingfeng had explained the situation of the 5 saint token, Xia Ruofei already knew that these top sects had probably come for the 5 saint token. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to bid. Since the price was changing rapidly, he chose to wait and see. The price on the big screen shot up, and in a short while it had reached 85,000 spirit stones. Some of the small sects wouldn't be able to get so many spirit stones even if they used all their wealth. Therefore, this was almost a watershed. Most of the small sects who participated in the auction with the mentality of getting lucky had basically retreated. The majority of the remaining sects were top sects with room numbers in the top 10. In box 6, the cultivators of the Soaring Flower Valley, who had been forced to withdraw from the competition long ago, all had bitter smiles on their faces. After Lu Mansha bought Xia Ruofei's The Truth of the Glittering Jewel handwritten copy, even with the Willow's 50,000 spirit stone subsidy, she was only left with 70,000 spirit stones. After the first few rounds of the auction, she had completely lost her competitive edge and could only watch from the sidelines. It still affected our big plan. "If only I didn't buy these 2 handwritten copies," Lu Mansha said helplessly. Yang Lu consoled her. "Senior sister, hand-written copies are more important. Besides, we didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic about bidding. Even if they didn't spend a single spirit stone, we probably wouldn't have one. Your 50,000 spiritual stones are not enough to buy the pair of phoenixes, so if I didn't buy the handwritten copy, we should have 150,000 spiritual stones." "We still have a chance," Lu Mansha said. "The auction is far from over," said Willow. "Senior sister Lu, you're speaking too early. 150,000 spirit stones may sound like a lot, but I don't think it'll be enough." Yang Lu paused for a moment and said, "Besides, we already have a 5 sages token. Even if we can't get it, it won't have much of an impact. Whether it's excavating the ruins of ancient cultivators or exploring treasures, they won't be able to avoid us." Lu Mansha smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. However, if it's taken away by the other 2 sects, then one of them will have 2 5 holy badges. When they take action, they'll naturally have more say. Didn't we do our best to snatch the 5th saint token back then out of this consideration? Senior sister, things have already come to this. What else can we do?" Yang Lu said with a smile. "And what if it was a blessing in disguise? Senior sister has obtained the glittering jewel true understanding. If you can break through to the next level, before all 5 tokens appear, that would be much more important than a 5 sages token. In the world of cultivation, strength is everything. Lu Manxia nodded and said, since things have come to this, we can only think of it this way. Let's just watch from the sidelines. In her heart, she even said, it was easier said than done for an Oris core stage cultivator to break through. In box 15, the spirit vulture mountain cultivator, who was also eliminated, quickly had an ugly expression. Uncle Feng, I told you. Wu Ming said with a cold face. 80,000 spirit stones were nothing, so what was the point of keeping it? Doesn't this 5 holy badges still have nothing to do with us? Luo Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, but didn't say anything. However, he said in his heart, I didn't want to keep these 80,000 spirit stones. You've given them all out, but they didn't even want them. That's why I kept them, Uncle Feng. What do we do now? Wu Ming furrowed his brows and said, it's all that brat Xia's fault. If he hadn't pulled that stunt, not only would we have an extra 50,000 spirit stones, but we could also have sold the glittering jewel truth for a large sum of spirit stones. Our chances of competing for the 5 saints token would have been quite high. Before he came out, sect leader Wu Tiancheng had arranged it this way. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still didn't expect his son to be so good at causing trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Ren Suling was in a critical period of her closed-door cultivation and Wu Tiancheng needed to protect her, he would have come out personally this time. He had sent Luo Feng over, but he couldn't suppress Wu Ming. Luo Feng frowned and said, let's wait for the results. If a few top sects manage to snatch it, then we can forget about it and just report it to the sect leader. There's still one more token that hasn't appeared yet, so we still have a chance. What if it was some ordinary guy who obtained it? Wu Ming's eyes flickered with a trace of fierceness as he said, I remember that the kid surnamed Xia has earned quite a lot of spirit stones this time. Luo Feng naturally knew what Wu Ming was thinking. He said, we'll see. The Star Caesar sect isn't one to be trifled with, and I feel that there's something strange about this young man with the surname Xia. I can't see through him. How evil can it be? Wu Ming sneered. What could a young man in his 20s do? I've observed that there are only 2 of them. As long as Uncle Feng can keep Luo Qingfeng busy, I can take him down by myself. At that time, not only would he have the 5 sacred badges, but he would also have the pair of phoenix rings. Moreover, they had obviously mastered the refining methods of the qi gathering pill and the fire cloud pill, which were worth a lot of money. If we capture him and bring him back to the Lingju mountain, my father will definitely reward us greatly. Luo Feng naturally wasn't a kind person. To be able to reach the golden core stage in the cultivation world, which one of them wasn't ruthless and had a will as strong as iron? However, he was relatively cautious and was not as simple as Wu Ming thought. If they've really managed to obtain the 5 saint token, there'll definitely be a lot of people eyeing them. Luo Feng said, when the time comes, we will not only be facing Luo Qingfeng and Xia Tian. We will also be facing other cultivators with the same goal as us. Therefore, we must be careful. But we can't just give up like this. Wu Ming said. At that time, we'll at least have to follow them and take a look. Perhaps we'll be able to benefit from it. Seeing Wu Ming's simple thinking, Luo Feng couldn't help but force a smile and said, young sect leader, let's see. They might not even have the financial resources to compete with the top sects. Yes, Wu Ming answered in a muffled voice and sat back on the sofa. The price of the number 45 sacred token continued to rise rapidly. After a short while, the price had already reached 95,000 spirit stones. There were at least 6 or 7 sects still competing for it. In room 20, Xia Ruofei was speechless. He said, "Qing Feng, it seems like we don't have enough spiritual stones." Xia Ruofei had obtained about 150,000 spiritual stones this time. However, he had spent 45,000 spiritual stones on the flying phoenix ring, so he was left with 110,000 spiritual stones. "Master," Luo Qingfeng said carefully, "if we don't have enough spiritual stones, should we use other treasures to pay for it?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Not for now. We'll see how it goes. I think we shouldn't be idle and join in the fun." After that, Xia Ruofei entered a string of numbers into the bidding machine and then submitted. The price on the big screen was updated to 100,000 spirit stones. This time, Xia Ruofei added another 5,000 spiritual stones to round up the price. 2997, the key person underscore. As soon as this price appeared, many cultivators were slightly shocked, and some people finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Xia Ruofei and the Star Caesar sect were in the limelight. Almost everyone knew who they were. Furthermore, the cultivators all knew that the Star Caesar sect had earned no less than 100,000 spiritual stones from the auction. Hence, they were all waiting to see if they would fight for the 5 sages medallion. However, Xia Ruofei did not make a move, so everyone's attention gradually shifted to the competition between the other top sections. In room 15, it was Wu Ming's first time seeing Xia Ruofei bid with a happy expression. He said, "He really can't hold back. Uncle Feng, I was right, wasn't I? Young sect leader, let's just wait for the final result." Luo Feng said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I'm afraid that 100,000 spirit stones won't be enough to bid for this 5 saints badge. That's already a very high price." Wu Ming said, "Moreover, the one surnamed Xia added 5,000 spirit stones in one go. It can be seen that his desire to buy it is very strong. Perhaps the other sects will back out after knowing the difficulty." Under normal circumstances, Wu Ming would wish that Xia Ruofei could spend as many spirit stones as possible. He would be happy if someone kept bidding against Xia Ruofei so that he would have to spend more spirit stones. However, now that Wu Ming had the idea of using underhanded means, he naturally hoped that Xia Ruofei would be able to win the 5 sacred badges. After all, if it was bought by the other top sects, it would be impossible for the Spirit Vulture Mountain to double-cross them with their strength. They could only hope that Xia Ruofei would put in more effort. Seeing this, Luo Feng forced a smile inwardly. He didn't say anything to tease Wu Ming. He felt that Wu Ming's mentality was already very extreme. He was about to go crazy. As for the cultivators from the other top sects who were still fighting for the 5 saint token, their expressions only changed slightly when they saw Xia Ruofei's bid, but they quickly returned to normal. In their eyes, a bidding war was a bidding war, and it had nothing to do with the identity of the bidder. It was nothing more than the one with the highest price getting it. As long as they got it, no one would dare to have any crooked ideas. Xia Ruofei's bid did not last long. Everyone was only slightly stunned for a moment. After some consideration, they naturally made their bids. It was just that Xia Ruofei had added 5,000 spiritual stones in one go, and the total price had exceeded 100,000 spiritual stones, so some cultivators took a little longer to consider. Just like that, the price was maintained. For less than half a minute before a new price appeared. 101,000 spirit stones, bitter, in room 1. After the First Heaven Society's Qin Xian made his bid, he laughed and said, "I didn't think that fellow Taoist Xia would be interested in the 5 Saints badge as well." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I can't help but yearn for the legend of the 5 Saint token. If there's a chance, it's not a bad idea to buy it and study it." "That makes sense." Qin Xian laughed. The 5 Saint token was still worth studying. Fellow Taoist Xia, regardless of whether your wish is fulfilled or not today, if you want to study the 5 Saints badge, you can come to the First Heaven Society. We still have another 5 Saints badge in our sect, and we can lend it to fellow Taoist Xia for you to study. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I'll thank fellow Taoist Chen first." The cultivators were envious when they heard this. Qin Xian was obviously trying to convey a message of goodwill to the Star Caesar sect, or to be more precise, to Xia Ruofei. The First Heaven Society had already become the #1 sect in Huaxia's cultivation world. Chen Nanfeng was also the #1 cultivator in name. The reason why the Swan and I was only in name was that some cultivators had hidden themselves from the world. With the addition of the legendary nascent soul-old monster, Chen Nanfeng was definitely not invincible. Qin Xian was only in his 40s, but he was already an Oris core stage cultivator. He was one of the most outstanding cultivators of his generation. The First Heaven Society and Qin Xian were like the sun in the sky. Who in the cultivation world wouldn't want to be on good terms with them? For example, Wu Ming in room 15 was filled with jealousy and hatred. His face was twisted with anger. In his opinion, the reason why Qin Xian treated Xia Ruofei differently was because Xia Ruofei had bought the mysterious ore from the First Heaven Society at a high price. Wu Ming felt that he should have been the one to enjoy such treatment. After all, he was the one who made the first bid. And Xia Ruofei had jumped out to compete for it, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Wu Ming was also secretly complaining about Luo Feng. If Luo Feng hadn't persuaded him not to fight over personal feelings, and said that he had already gained enough face by extorting so many spirit stones from the Star Caesar sect, Wu Ming would definitely not have given up so easily. Wu Ming had also listened to Luo Feng's suggestion. His words hinted that the Star Caesar sect had already understood the use of the mysterious ore and hoped to cause trouble for the Star Caesar sect and Xia Ruofei. But now, it seemed that this trouble didn't exist at all. Moreover, Qin Xian from the First Heaven Society seemed to admire Xia Ruofei. Wu Ming looked at Luo Feng with dissatisfaction and said, "Uncle Feng, if I had known, I would have fought to the end. Anyway, it's useless to leave these spirit stones behind. The First Heaven Society's favor is worth a lot." Luo Feng smiled bitterly and thought, the remaining spirit stones were all your fault. If he ignored the Star Caesar sect's bet, the transcript of the glittering jewel True Understanding could be sold for a few spirit stones. Most importantly, he would not have to pay the 50,000 spirit stones. If that was the case, the Spirit Vulture Mountain still had the power to compete for it. However, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He only said, "Young sect leader, what you said might be one of the reasons. However, what Qin Xian values more is that brat surnamed Xia's ability to refine medicine. Qi gathering pill, fire cloud pill. Who didn't lack supplementary medicine these days? The First Heaven Society is a big sect, but they also have to feed a lot of cultivators. 2998 The key person _Wu Ming felt a little better after hearing that. He said, that's true. Furthermore, if this Xia fellow were to fight with Qin Xian for a few more rounds, Qin Xian might even get angry at him. Hearing this, Luo Feng shook his head secretly. However, he did not want to say anything more to Wu Ming. So he just smiled and continued watching the auction. Just as Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were chatting, a new price was announced. 105,000 spirit stones. The bidder was from room 5, the cultivator from the Black Dragon cult. The Black Dragon cult was also one of the top sects, and they had never made a bid before. Everyone had thought that they were no longer interested in the 5 sacred medallions. No one had expected them to suddenly make a bid. Furthermore, under such a high price, they had even added 4,000 spiritual stones in one go. It was clear how determined they were. In room 6, Lu Manxia and Yang Lu looked at each other, then said, as expected, Old Ghost Show is here for the 5 holy badges. It seems like they're after something big. Senior sister. If the Black Dragon cult gets their hands on a 5 saints token, then, Willow said with a grave expression, it's fine. Lu Manxia waved her hand and said, the First Heaven sect and the Surging Wave sect are both here. There's also our Soaring Flower Valley. They won't be able to cause any trouble. I'm more worried about. At this point, Lu Manxia's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She looked at the big screen above the main auction stage and said, there's still 5 holy badges that we haven't received any news of. What I'm most worried about is that the Black Dragon cult has already quietly obtained one of the 5 holy badges. If they take this one away, they'll have 2 badges. They'll obviously be the leaders in the future. We can't let them succeed. Yang Lu said, senior sister, if it really doesn't work, we can lend the spirit stones to the Vast Wave sect or the First Heaven sect. Are we going to let them have 2 tokens? Lu Manxia said, then aren't we also controlled by others? Then what should we do? Yang Lu said in distress, choosing the lesser of 2 evils. If it really doesn't work, this is the only way, senior sister. It was better for the First Heaven Society, or the Surging Wave sect, to control the 2 tokens than for the Black Dragon cult to get involved. Even if they only have 1 token, it's easy for them to ruin things. Lu Manxia calmly thought for a moment and said, there might be another way. At this moment, a new bid appeared on the big screen, 11,000 spirit stones. The bidder was from room 20, a cultivator from the Star Caesar sect. Could it be that you're talking about the Star Caesar sect? Yang Lu's brows also raised. In comparison, letting the Star Caesar sect obtain this 5 saints token might be the best outcome for us, Lu Manxia said with a nod. Both Lu Manxia and Yang Lu could see very clearly that no matter if it was the Tsunglang sect or the First Heaven sect, if they obtained this token, then this sect would have control over 2 5 saints tokens. This meant that they would definitely occupy a leading position in the future operation to crack the secret. This was something that the Soaring Flower Valley was unwilling to see. It was even more unacceptable for the Black Dragon cult to obtain the 5 saint tokens. As for the Star Caesar sect, their strength could only be considered average. Even if they had obtained the 5 holy badges, it was equivalent to everyone having 1. Everyone was of equal status. Of course, in reality, the Star Caesar sect, which was on the weaker side, would definitely be in a subordinate position. At the very least, the Soaring Flower Valley, the First Heaven sect, and the Songlang sect would be able to speak on relatively equal terms. It was the same for the First Heaven sect and the Surging Wave sect. They couldn't accept the fact that the remaining two sects had obtained 2 tokens. If a new sect had to obtain the 5 saints token, they would also think that the Star Caesar sect was a good choice. Lu Manxia had been in control of the Flying Flower Valley for many years, so she could be said to have a clear understanding of the human heart. She very quickly understood the key points, stood up, and said, "Junior Sister Yang, I'm going out for a while." Yang Lu naturally knew what Lu Manxia was going to do. She asked, "Senior Apprentice, Sister, can't we do the back, and ask the Star Caesar sect to lend us spirit stones?" Lu Manxia smiled faintly and said, "Why do you have to force me? And if the Star Caesar sect does this, they'll definitely offend the First Heaven sect, the Vast Wave sect, and even the Black Dragon cult. You know very well what that old ghost show is like. We have no enmity with the Star Caesar sect, and we've even received their favor. How could we bear to put them in danger?" But once they obtained the 5 holy badges, Yang Lu didn't understand. "That's different." Lu Manxia said, "The situation is a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later." With that, Lu Manxia walked out of the private room and headed straight for room 20, where Xia Ruofei and the others were. As Lu Manxia walked along the corridor behind the private rooms to room 20, she thought about how to phrase her words. Before she knew it, she had already arrived at the door of room 20. Just as Lu Manxia was about to knock on the door, she saw the door to room 20 suddenly open. To her surprise, the person who walked out of the room was Qin Xian from the First Heaven Society. When Qin Xian saw Lu Manxia, he was clearly a little taken aback as well. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Valley Master Lu, you're here too. See fellow Taoist Xia as well?" Lu Manxia stared at Qin Xian for a few seconds before saying, "It seems that fellow Taoist Chen has already looked for him?" Qin Xian smiled gently and nodded. "To be honest, I've already arrived. I'm afraid Valley Master Lu is a little late." At this moment, Xia Ruofei also walked out after hearing the commotion. He was also slightly stunned when he saw Lu Manxia, and then said, "So it's Valley Master Lu. Are you here for me?" Lu Manxia revealed a bitter smile and said, "Yup. However, it seems that I'm a step too late. That's just my personality. I'll do what I think, so I'll always be one step ahead of others." Qin Xian chuckled. Lu Manxia looked at Qin Xian and asked, "I don't know if fellow Taoist Qin can tell me what the result of your discussion is? After all, our Flying Flower Valley is also one of the owners of the 5 holy badges." "Of course." Qin Xian shrugged. "Even if Valley Master Lu didn't say anything, I would have informed them anyway." Qin Xian looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled. After a friendly discussion, fellow Taoist Xia has agreed to lend us 110,000 spirit stones, so, Lu Manxia looked at Xia Ruofei in disbelief. Then, she said to Qin Xian, "Does the First Heavenly Sect want to keep 2 5 holy badges?" Fellow Taoist Xia agreed so easily? Qin Xian chuckled. "It's not convenient for me to tell Valley Master Lu the details of our discussion. However, since I'm indebted to fellow Taoist Xia, I naturally can't let fellow Taoist Xia get into trouble because of this. So, if Valley Master Lu has any dissatisfaction, I'll also talk to sect leader Mu. If he has any dissatisfaction, he can direct it at the First Heaven Society. Please don't take it out on fellow Taoist Xia." Qin Xian's words were naturally a promise of protection to the Star Caesar sect. Lu Manxia didn't realize it at first, but the intelligent her quickly understood the meaning behind this. If one were to ask which sect had the right to possess 5 sacred writs, it would definitely be the First Heaven sect. What Lu Manxia was concerned about was balance. She felt that by pulling the Star Caesar sect in, a new balance would be formed. However, from Qin Xian's point of view, the First Heaven sect didn't need any balance. They wanted to become the leader, and this was something that they had never concealed. Lu Manxia didn't know what promise Qin Xian had made Xia Ruofei. However, since Xia Ruofei had agreed to lend out so many spiritual stones so readily, it must have been a very attractive condition. Just the fact that the First Heaven Society was protecting the Star Caesar sect was enough to move Xia Ruofei. And the truth was as such. As long as Qin Xian made the announcement, there would be very few sects that would dare to not give him face. At the very least, no one would dare to make things difficult for the Star Caesar sect on the surface. This way, the worry that Lu Manxia had mentioned to Yang Lu in the private room would naturally not exist. Thinking of this, Lu Manxia felt a little discouraged. She looked at Qin Xian and Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, you're being too serious. This matter has nothing to do with fellow Taoist Xia. How can we vent our anger on him?" 2999 A perfect ending. 1. Qin Xian maintained his gentle smile and said, "Thank you very much, Ballet Master Lu." Lu Manxia looked at Xia Ruofei's outrageously young face. Perhaps it was because she thought of the 2 handwritten copies of the true understanding of glittering jewels, but the trace of unhappiness in her heart quickly disappeared. Lu Manxia smiled. Fellow Taoist Chen is decisive in handling matters, and fellow Taoist Xia is also very bold. You two should be able to become good friends. Qin Xian nodded his head in agreement and said, "Brother Xia and I hit it off quite well, and we feel like old friends at first sight." That's right, although we haven't found all 5 saint tokens. Since the 4th token has already appeared, I think the 5th token shouldn't be far away. In the future, when the 5 holy badges are united, it will definitely involve the exploration of the secret of the 5 holy badges. I've already promised Brother Xia that I'll give him a spot. Lu Manxia's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a strange look. Even though they still did not know where the 5th token was, Qin Xian had promised to give Xia Ruofei a spot first. This was a huge favor. In the future, when the 5 tokens were combined into one, the forces holding the token would definitely cooperate to explore this secret. At least, between the Soaring Flower Valley, the Surging Wave sect, and the First Heaven sect, none of them wanted to have any conflicts with each other, nor did they have absolute confidence in snatching the token from the other party. Thus, a win-win cooperation was an inevitable choice. However, even so, each force would not have many slots. After all, with more people, things would easily go wrong. According to Lu Manxia's thoughts, it would be best if each token only allowed 2 to 3 people. She would bring along a capable assistant and a disciple who would be heavily nurtured. Any more than that would not be suitable. She knew that the First Heaven sect and the Vast Wave sect had similar thoughts. This way, even if the First Heaven Society had 2 tokens, they would have about 6 spots. Obviously, each spot was very precious. Qin Xian had actually given Xia Ruofei a spot just to borrow 110,000 spiritual stones. Lu Manxia could tell that something was different. At the very least, one thing was for sure. Chen Xian had shown Xia Ruofei enough kindness. Compared to the Star Caesar sect and the First Heaven Society's strength and status in the cultivation world, this kind of kindness was naturally very precious to Xia Ruofei. At least, that was what Lu Manxia thought. She actually admired Xia Ruofei, a young man, and was very happy for him. Lu Manxia also knew that Chen Xian was informing her in advance. Even though she still didn't know where the fifth token was, cultivators had a much longer lifespan than ordinary people. There was still a high chance that they would be able to gather all 5 tokens one day in the future. Chen Xian informing her so early was also a form of respect for Lu Manxia and Soaring Flower Valley. Even though Chen Xian was the young sect master of the First Heaven Society, he still gave off the impression that he was refined and cultured. Although he had broken through to the golden core stage in his early 40s, which was absolutely a shocking speed in the current cultivation world, he had never shown an overbearing appearance in front of others. Even in front of low-level cultivators, his tone was very kind. Young Master Chen's affinity was well known in the cultivation world. Lu Manxia had an idea and said with a smile, "Oh, really? Then I'll congratulate fellow Taoist Xia in advance." "Thank you, Valley Master Lu." Xia Ruofei also said with a smile. Chen Xian chuckled. "Please take your time. I'm going back to my private room. The auction isn't over yet." Since Chen Xian had come out to borrow spirit stones, there were naturally people in his room who would follow up with the auction. However, since he had already obtained the spirit stones, he had to return as soon as possible. With sufficient spirit stones, he could show his determination to buy the spirit stones. "Since I'm already late, there's nothing else for me to look for fellow Taoist Xia about. I'll be heading back first." Lu Manxia said with a smile. Xia Ruofei stood at the door of the room and smiled. "All right, take care, you too." After seeing Lu Manxia and Chen Xian off, Xia Ruofei returned to the private room. He sat on the sofa and leaned back comfortably. After lending out the spirit stones, the auction for the day had ended. The last 5 Saints token had nothing to do with him. Luo Qingfeng, who was sitting beside him, asked carefully, "Master, why don't you think of a way to get the 5 holy badges? This is an extremely rare treasure." Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, "I don't have enough spiritual stones. As you know, we only have a little more than 110,000 spiritual stones. Look at the price now, it's already over 130,000 spiritual stones. I want to, but I don't have the strength." "Actually, Master, you can use other treasures to pay for the spirit stones," Qingfeng Luo said in a low voice. "You can even promise to give me a number of qi amassing pills. They'll definitely be more popular than spirit stones." Although a qi gathering pill was not worth many spiritual stones, Xia Ruofei could increase the price without limit. After all, the cost of making a qi gathering pill was very low and the materials were mostly ordinary herbs. The most important resource was the spiritual qi. Compared to the rich spiritual qi in the spirit map, the little amount of spiritual qi consumed to make a qi gathering pill was not even a drop in the ocean. So, in theory, Xia Ruofei could raise the price without limit. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why go through so much trouble? If we lend out the spirit stones, the fire power will be dispersed, and we can still get interest, right? 3,000 a perfect ending, too." The interest that Xia Ruofei was talking about was naturally the quota that Chen Xian had given. Luo Qingfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "What Master said makes sense. The purpose of Competing for the token is nothing more than to explore the secret of the legend of the 5 sacred medallions. Since Qin Xian has agreed to give Master a spot, it will not affect Master's exploration of this secret. Xia Ruofei smiled. There's one more thing. The Star Caesar Sex Foundation is still a little weak. Although this token won't bring about any great disaster, it will do more harm than good. Luo Qingfeng was touched and said, "You're so thoughtful, Master." While the two of them were chatting, the auction was still ongoing. However, they were now very relaxed and were completely in a state of watching a show. In the end, with the addition of 110,000 spirit stones, the first Heaven sect won the 5 Saints badge without any suspense. The final price was also jaw-dropping, reaching 190000 spirit stones. This price had already far exceeded the expectations of Lu Mansha, Luo Feng, and the others. When they saw this price, they couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. Even if there hadn't been so many surprises, the spirit stones they had brought would not have been enough to compete for this token. Lu Mansha and the others had still underestimated the attraction of the 5 sacred badges. Of course, there were some unexpected factors that caused the price to rise so high. This unexpected factor was the Black Dragon cult. This time, the Black Dragon cult had prepared more than expected. The spiritual stones they had brought were far more than Lu Mansha had expected. The second half of the auction was basically a competition between the First Heaven Society and the Black Dragon cult. When the price reached 180,000 spiritual stones, the Black Dragon cult was still insistent. This number had basically reached the limit of the First Heaven sect. If Qin Xian had not borrowed 110,000 spiritual stones from Xia Ruofei, they might not have been able to compete with the Black Dragon cult. However, with the large sum of spiritual stones from Xia Ruofei, the First Heaven Society was full of confidence. They had almost 300,000 spiritual stones. As such, just as Qin Xian's bid broke through 180,000 spiritual stones, he immediately placed a bid of 190,000 spiritual stones. The Black Dragon cult, which had been following the bidding closely, probably ran out of spiritual stones and fell silent. Thus, Qin Xian obtained the 5 sages token as he wished. This was also the second 5 sages token that the First Heaven sect had. In fact, the First Heaven Society only carried around this number of spiritual stones. They would have a little less, but not by much. Therefore, the spiritual stones they borrowed from Xia Ruofei were not used up by much. At most, they were only a fraction of the total. However, without Xia Ruofei's spiritual stones, the First Heaven Society would have lost. This way, the Black Dragon cult would obtain a 5 Saints token, which would add a lot of variables to the future. Hence, even though he did not use many spiritual stones, Xia Ruofei's act of borrowing spiritual stones was a timely help and Qin Xian had to accept it. In room 20, Xia Ruofei saw that the auction had ended and couldn't help but smile. Today's auction is really exciting. It was Xia Ruofei's first time interacting with people from the cultivation world. Everything was new to him. Of course, the auction this time was full of ups and downs. Qingfeng Luo had participated in many auctions, and he had to admit that this auction was indeed more exciting than the previous ones. Yes. Qingfeng Luo nodded and said, "It's because the master attended the auction that there are so many interesting stories." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're flattering me. My cultivation level is nothing in front of those big shots." What stirred up the auction was actually the last auction, and we have nothing to do with it. I still have this self-awareness. Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, Master, you're being too humble. You're even underestimating yourself. If those sect leaders and elders knew your true cultivation level, their jaws would definitely drop. At this time on the main auction stage, Hao Qingsong also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although there had been some interludes, on the whole, the auction had been completed smoothly. As the host of the auction, Hao Qingsong's heart had been in his mouth the entire time. This was especially so for Xia Ruofei's side, where unexpected situations occurred one after another, catching Hao Qingsong off guard. He said, Thank you, fellow Taoists. The auction had come to a successful end. We prepared a banquet to welcome fellow Taoists to join us. The banquet after the auction was basically a reserved program. It was mainly to provide a platform for cultivators to communicate face to face. Sometimes, the banquet after the auction would also facilitate private transactions between cultivators. After all, some treasures were not easily priced with spirit stones, and cultivators exchanged for what they needed. This was the mainstream method of private transactions. Of course, not everyone was keen to participate in such an exchange. For example, Qin Xian of the First Heaven Society had directly raised his voice the moment Hao Qingsong's words fell. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Hao's kind invitation, but we still have some urgent matters to deal with in our sect, so we'll be taking our leave first. Then, some cultivators who didn't like to join in the fun also said their goodbyes. 3001 A successful curtain call. 3. Xia Ruofei also stood up and said with a smile, We should go too. Yes. Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Then, he bid farewell to Hao Qingsong on behalf of the Star Caesar sect. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng walked out of the private room together and happened to see some cultivators coming out of their private rooms in twos and threes. Those who had participated in the auction and even had grudges with them would not choose to leave their private rooms at this time if they did not want to expose their identities. Those who came out now naturally did not care if others knew which room they were in. Xia Ruofei was like this because he had already revealed his identity. Wu Ming and his group were in the same situation. They walked out of the box. Wu Ming noticed Xia Ruofei immediately. His eyes flickered as he looked at Xia Ruofei with ill intentions. During the auction of the 5 sacred badges, Xia Ruofei had only bid 110,000 spiritual stones and did not make any more bids. To be honest, Wu Ming was feeling a little regretful as he looked at the outcome he had hoped to see the most. Naturally, it was for the Star Caesar sect to bid for the Spirit Stone, and then he would kill Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng on the way. This way, not only the 5 sacred writs, but also the ring of the flying phoenix that he had been longing for, and even the mysterious ore that had made him resentful, would all be his. However, Wu Ming did not expect that Xia Ruofei, who had been so powerful when he was up against him, would actually give up after just one bid. Wu Ming watched helplessly as the 5 saint token fell into the hands of the heavenly sect. No matter how fierce he was, he knew that he had no fate with the 5 saint token. However, Wu Ming was still concerned about the pair of storage rings that Xia Ruofei had obtained. Thus, when he heard Luo Qingfeng's loud farewell, he immediately called Luo Feng out and walked out of the private room with him. Since the Star Caesar sect's people were not attending the banquet, Wu Ming had to chase after them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop them if they lost track of them. After all, Luo Qingfeng was an Oris core stage cultivator. It would not be a problem for him to bring Xia Ruofei along on his flying sword. By then, the sky would be vast, and cultivators wouldn't have a fixed route like airplanes, so they wouldn't be able to find them. Luo Feng naturally knew what Wu Ming was thinking, but he didn't stop Yu from not getting the Five Saints badge this time. It could still be said that it was not a crime of war. As long as Wu Tianqing knew the final price, he would definitely not kill him. However, during the auction, the Spirit Vulture Mountain had repeatedly suffered losses at the hands of the Star Caesar sect, and had even lost an inexplicable bet, losing 50,000 spirit stones. This was not a small stain on their reputation. If they could really kill Luo Qingfeng and Xia Ruofei and snatch the storage ring and the mysterious ore, they might even get the formula for the Qi amassing pill and the fire cloud pill. It would be great if they could get the formula, as it would be a great achievement. Even if they only got the ring of the flying phoenix and the mysterious ore, it would be enough to make up for their previous mistakes. Therefore, even though Luo Feng tried to persuade Wu Ming, his actions showed that he supported Wu Ming. Wu Ming and Luo Feng followed Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng from a distance without making a sound as they walked toward the exit of the auction hall. However, they quickly stopped in their tracks when they saw Chen Xian with another golden core elder of the First Heaven Society and a Qi refining disciple. They were coming from the opposite side of the tunnel and walking straight towards Xia Ruofei. Wu Ming stopped immediately. He exchanged a glance with Luo Feng and then quietly moved closer, hoping to hear their conversation. With a warm smile on his face, Chen Xian replied, "Brother Xia, let's go. I'll send you back to the Star Caesar sect." Xia Ruofei didn't argue with him. This was what Chen Xian had agreed to when he borrowed the spiritual stones. This was also the interest that Chen Xian had given him in addition to the quota to explore the secret of the five sages. When Wu Ming and Luo Feng heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. If Chen Xian and Xia Ruofei were to travel together, they would have no hope of intercepting and killing them. Even if they had the strength to kill him, they wouldn't dare to. As long as the news got out, they would face the destructive attack of the First Heaven Society. Even though the Lingjue Mountain was powerful, they would be annihilated by the First Heaven Society, who was extremely angry. At this time, another forthright laugh rang out, "Fellow Daoist Chen. Little brother Xia. This old man is here." Wu Ming and Luo Feng looked over and saw that it was the sect leader of the Surging Wave sect, Mu Xing, who had also brought Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei over. "Fellow Daoist Chen. Did little brother Xia tell you everything?" Mu Xing asked with a laugh. Chen Xian nodded his head with a smile. "We've already come to an agreement." "Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Chen this time." Mu Xing said happily. "You're too kind, sect leader Mu. Since everyone's here, let's set off." Chen Xian chuckled. "All right. Xia," Ruofei said. The group walked out of the auction house while talking and laughing, and walked towards the elevator to the Kongtong Hotel, which was located in the city. Although it was already night time, cultivators couldn't just fly out of the hotel entrance on their flying swords. Therefore, they usually chose to take the elevator to the top floor and then fly from the rooftop. With some small barriers, it was enough to hide from the secular world. Wu Ming and Luo Feng didn't even take a step forward. The disappointment in their eyes turned into despair. "Uncle Feng, What's our next step? Wu Ming asked in confusion. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. What else can we do? Young sect leader. Just give up. Qin Xian and Mu Xing will personally escort that brat back. Even if our strength doubles, we still won't be their match. Don't forget that there's still Luo Qingfeng. Don't look at how weak he is, he's also a ruthless character. Wu Ming nodded and said, why don't we stay here for now and go to the banquet to take a look? We might be able to find some good treasures. Luo Feng also didn't want to go back dejectedly. If they really found a good treasure at the banquet, Wu Tiancheng might be lenient and not punish them according to the mountain rules. Alright, let's go to the banquet hall then, Luo Feng nodded. 3002 Blue Water Flying Boat. 1. When Xia Ruofei and the rest arrived at the rooftop, there were already cultivators who were already there. When they saw Qin Xian and the rest, they greeted them politely before leaving on their flying swords. Xia Ruofei looked at the sword lights that streaked across the sky. He felt that it was a spectacular sight. Each sword light represented 1 or 2 cultivators. Many sects had brought qi condensation disciples to increase their knowledge. These disciples couldn't ride flying swords, so they naturally needed their elders to bring them along. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to see this. Xia Ruofei also prepared to take out his flying sword. Although he knew that it was a bit shocking for a young man in his 20s to have the cultivation of the golden core stage, he could not pretend to be a qi refining stage cultivator and let Luo Qingfeng carry him. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation level was average among the golden core cultivators, and it would consume a lot of energy to fly with someone. Even Xia Ruofei would feel very uncomfortable. Luo Qingfeng seemed to have sensed Xia Ruofei's intention and quickly stopped him with his eyes. At the same time, he immediately sent a voice transmission, Master, there's no need to take out the flying sword. Xia Ruofei stopped what he was doing and looked at Luo Qingfeng suspiciously. He did not understand Luo Qingfeng's intention. At this moment, Qin Xian flipped his hand and retrieved a green treasure. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and saw that Qin Xian was dragging a small and exquisite jade boat. It was entirely green and had exquisite patterns carved on it. Just as Xia Ruofei was still confused, Qin Xian had already formed a few mysterious hand seals and slapped on the boat. The small jade boat was like a balloon that had been blown up. It expanded in the wind and in a short while, it had grown to about 10 meters long and was suspended quietly on the rooftop. Mu Xing laughed and said, every time I see this blue water flying boat, I'm amazed. It's simply a creation of heaven and earth. Daoist Chen, I didn't expect that sect leader Chen would give you such a precious treasure. He really thinks highly of you. Qin Xian smiled. This is just a temporary loan from my father. After all, with the Clearwater flying boat, it'll be much more convenient for me to travel far. I see. Mu Xing laughed and said, I was wondering why sect leader Chen suddenly became so generous. Qin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. He had always been brought up in a strict family. The principle that a son shouldn't criticize his father's mistakes had been instilled in his mind since he was young. Although Mu Xing was joking, Qin Xian, as the son of the Tianyi sect's sect master, Qin Nanfeng, naturally couldn't respond to this. Mu Xing also knew Qin Xian's temper, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the surprised Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, it seems that this is fellow Daoist Xia's first time seeing a jadewater flying boat. This Is the first time I've seen this treasure, and I was so shocked that my eyes almost popped out. This is one of the most famous treasures in the world of cultivation. Qin Xian looked at Xia Ruofei's expression and knew that he did not know much about the Clearwater flying boat. He smiled and explained, Brother Xia, sect leader Mu, is exaggerating. It's not really a treasure. In fact, the Jadewater flying boat is just a means of transportation. It's just a novel one, and there's only one in the world of cultivation. That's why the rumors are exaggerated. It's indeed very stunning. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, especially when it suddenly becomes big, haha. Qin Xian laughed. Actually, my father was lucky to have found this many years ago, from an ancient cultivation ruin. We estimate that in the ancient cultivation world, this is just an ordinary means of transportation. It's a pity that the inheritance has been cut off. No one in the current cultivation world is able to make it. After sighing for a while, Qin Xian smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, please board the boat. Mu Xing laughed and said, This is good. It saved me a lot of energy. After that, Mu Xing made a gesture and said, Fellow Taoist Chen, you first. Qin Xian smiled. You're the guests. I'm the host. Of course, you should go first. Mu Xing didn't hesitate and took the lead to board the Clearwater flying boat. Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei, Xia Ruofei, and Luo Qingfeng modestly declined. In the end, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had no choice but to board the flying boat first. Mu Hua, Qin Xian, and the others also boarded the boat. Xia Ruofei observed for a while. The blue water flying boat looked like a small boat. However, after boarding it, he realized that there was a very spacious cabin under the jade canopy. Qin Xian asked everyone to take their seats in the cabin. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he looked around and realized that even though there were 8 people in the cabin, it did not feel crowded at all. It did not feel stuffy either. In addition, there were large porthole windows on both sides of the cabin, inlaid with transparent crystals. They could see the situation outside, but at the same time, there would be no airflow in. Qin Xian nodded at a disciple of the First Heaven Society he had brought with him. The disciple immediately walked to a stage carved with complicated and mysterious patterns in the front of the cabin and took out 3 standard, cut spiritual crystals from his storage ring. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that the blue water flying boat was most likely driven by spiritual crystals. That platform was clearly the main control formation for the flying ship. It was normal to think about it. The Jadewater flying boat was so big and could carry so many people. If they only used spiritual size, it would not be enough to drive it. Only spiritual crystals with higher purity could bear this important task. 3003 Blue Water Flying Boat, 2. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had seen someone else in the cultivation world with spiritual crystals. The First Heaven Society was indeed rich. It cost 3 spiritual crystals to drive the flying boat, which was worth 3,000 spiritual stones. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, it seems that even though the cultivation world is short of resources, the top sects don't lack resources. This was a very realistic thing. The cultivation world was also a pyramid structure. The few elites at the top of the pyramid occupied the vast majority of resources, while the large number of low-level cultivators at the bottom could only fight for the remaining resources, struggling bitterly in this cruel world of cultivation. After inserting the spiritual crystal into the console, the First Heaven Society disciple skillfully made a hand seal. The mysterious runes on the control panel lit up like an airplane's dashboard in the mortal world. Then, this disciple of the First Heaven Society gently pulled a jade handle on the left side of the main control console. The blue water flying boat trembled slightly, and then began to rise slowly. Young sect master, are we heading to the Star Caesar sect? The disciple of the First Heaven sect, who was controlling the flying boat, asked. N. Chen Xian nodded. We're flying directly to the Star Caesar sect. Yes. The disciple, controlling the flying boat, said. At this time, the blue water flying boat had already flown more than 10 meters above the rooftop. The disciple, who was controlling the flying boat, moved another jade handle on the right side of the main control console. The huge blue water flying boat immediately turned slowly in the air, and then the disciple pushed the last handle in the middle up. Xia Ruofei felt that the clear water flying boat seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, its speed suddenly increased several times, and it suddenly rushed in one direction. The feeling of being pushed was much stronger than when he was on a plane. However, the people on the blue water flying boat were all cultivators, so this level of stimulation naturally did not affect them at all. While the blue water flying boat was accelerating, they were still sitting in their seats, talking and laughing, looking very relaxed. Xia Ruofei observed for a while and realized that the speed of the blue water flying boat was not slower than that of sword kinesis flight. The operation of this flying boat was also very simple. After activating it with a spell, it could be completely controlled by the 3 controllers on the main control console. The method was also very simple. The left controller controlled the height. The right controller controlled the direction, and the middle controller controlled the speed. This design was actually very clever. As long as the flying boat was started, even low-level cultivators could fully control the Pisho. Cultivators who could use such a high-end means of transportation naturally enjoyed the driver service. If they had to control it themselves, it would more or less seem a bit low class. The designer of the blue water flying boat had obviously thought of this. Cultivators were indeed very happy to have such a divine weapon. Just think about it. When others were riding their flying swords, they would consume their vital qi, and they would be in direct contact with the strong wind outside. Of course, cultivators would put up a protective shield when they were riding their flying swords. No matter how strong the wind was, it would not affect the cultivator's hairstyle. Although it cost a bit of spiritual crystals to use the blue water flying boat, it didn't consume spiritual energy at all. Moreover, when others were struggling to ride the sword, the people who used the flying boat could sit in the comfortable cabin to cultivate. The difference between the two was huge. Xia Ruofei looked at other people's airboats and suddenly felt a little disdainful of the sword kinesis flight that he was so proud of. As for the private plane, it must be even more low-end compared to this airboat. The Jadewater flying boat was very fast, silently crossing the sky in the night. It was dark outside, but the cabin was very bright. Xia Ruofei did not see any obvious light source, but the entire cabin was covered in a very soft white light. The white light was very natural, as if it was daytime. Although the airboat was fast, it was very stable. It didn't even have the turbulence that was commonly encountered by airplanes. Like a magic trick, Chen Xian took out an exquisite purple sand tea set from a secret compartment beside his seat. He used a red clay stove to boil some mountain spring water, then took out a small box of tea leaves and prepared to make tea for everyone. Mu Sheng took a look and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Fellow Taoist Chen, is this your sex wild tea?" Chen Xian smiled and said, "Sect leader Mu, you're indeed knowledgeable. This tea is indeed picked from the wild tea tree on Tianyi Peak, which was baked by my father's own secret method. We're in for a treat now, haha." Mu Xing said happily, "Little brother Xia, you may not know. The First Heaven Society's wild tea leaves were considered top-notch in the cultivation world. Although the name was ordinary, the tea leaves were definitely the best of the best. Moreover, there was only one wild tea tree on Tianyi Peak, so the annual production was pitifully small. Even if you go to the First Heaven Society, sect leader Chen rarely brings out wild tea to serve his guests. Fellow Taoist Chen is indeed much more generous than his father." Seeing that Mu Xing was making fun of his father again, Chen Xian wisely shut his mouth and concentrated on using a wooden spoon to pick up 7 or 8 tea leaves and pour them into the tea set. As soon as Xia Ruofei heard Mu Xing's words, he knew that this wild tea was a bit similar to De Hong Pao. They were all tea leaves picked from wild tea trees. The quality was excellent, but the quantity was scarce. Although Xia Ruofei had never tasted the tea leaves of the De Hong Pao mother tree, he had tasted the second-generation De Hong Pao tea leaves produced from the tree's branches countless times. Furthermore, the second-generation De Hong Pao tea leaves had been nourished by the rich spiritual energy in the spirit map space all year round. The quality of the tea leaves produced might have long surpassed the De Hong Pao mother tree's. This De Hong Pao in the world of cultivation had successfully piqued Xia Ruofei's interest. He smiled. "I usually drink a lot of tea. However, this is the first time I've seen such precious wild tea. I'll have to taste it later." Even though Xia Ruofei said that, he couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw Chen Xian throwing in 7 to 8 tea leaves. So little? How could this be enough? Yet, sect leader Mu actually said that Chen Xian was much more generous than his father. Could it be that when sect leader Chen brewed tea, he only added 1 or 2 tea leaves? Mu Xing seemed to have read Xia Ruofei's mind. He laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, don't think that fellow Taoist Chen only used a small amount of tea. In fact, it's enough. You'll know when it's done." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei also looked at Chen Xian curiously. The moment Chen Xian poured the boiling spring water into the teapot, an extremely rich aroma of tea wafted through the air. Just a deep breath of the aroma of the tea was enough to make one feel as if they were floating in the air. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. If the fragrance of the tea alone could reach such an extreme level, what level would the tea be? Of course, Xia Ruofei drank tea often and naturally knew that the fragrance of tea was not enough. Moreover, a strong fragrance did not necessarily mean that it was delicious. Some tea had a fragrant aroma when it was brewed, but once the tea entered one's mouth, it would be a great disappointment. However, it was the first time Xia Ruofei had smelled such an alluring tea fragrance. Chen Xian's fingers were fair and slender, and his movements were extremely fluid. Every single movement was as natural as floating clouds and flowing water. When they were linked together, there was a unique rhythm to it that caused one's heart to become calm and peaceful. If a classical beauty were to be added to the scene, it would be many times more exciting than those paid tea performances. Very quickly, Chen Xian finished brewing the tea and poured it into teacups. Using specially made bamboo cups, he placed the tea in front of everyone, extending his hand, he made an inviting gesture and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, please have a taste." Naturally, Mushing did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup in front of him, smelled the tea, and showed a look of enjoyment. Then, he drank the tea in one gulp, closed his mouth and nose, and even closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Xia Ruofei as if he had not had enough. "Little brother Xia. Quickly try it. It'll definitely leave you with an endless aftertaste." 3004 Magical Wild Tea. 1. Xia Ruofei saw Mushing's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but find it funny. However, the wild tea's fragrance was indeed very rich and unique. Xia Ruofei also wanted to try it. He picked up the teacup, but unlike Mushing, he did not drink it in one gulp. Instead, he took a small sip first. After the tea entered his mouth, a strange fragrance spread on the tip of his tongue. It was as if every taste bud cell had started to cheer. At that moment, Xia Ruofei felt a warm current rising from his dantian. The vital qi in his body had actually started to become active. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He couldn't help but gulp down all the wild tea in his cup. This time, when the cup of tea entered his stomach, the feeling was even more obvious. The speed of the yuan qi vortex in his dantian had increased a little, and the yuan qi in all the meridians in his body of different sizes started to surge. Xia Ruofei didn't even have time to put the cup down. He sat on his seat and started to practice the Great Tao technique. With the star-picking sex foundation and Luo Qingfeng's level, they were not close enough to the First Heaven Society. Therefore, he was definitely not as close as Mushing and the First Heaven Society. He also did not know much about the rare wild tea. When Luo Qingfeng saw that Xia Ruofei had entered a meditative state after drinking a cup of tea, he could not help but show a worried expression. Mushing laughed and said, "Don't worry, sect leader Luo. It's little brother Xia's first time drinking this wild tea, so the effect will be more obvious. Now that he has begun to cultivate, this cup of tea will bring him a lot of benefits. However, only the first cup has this effect. When he drinks it in the future, he will be like me, tasting the taste of this top-quality tea. By the way, sect leader, Luo has never drunk wild tea before, right? You can give it a try, the effect will be very obvious." Luo Qingfeng looked at Xia Ruofei, who was cultivating. After hearing Mushing's words, he was slightly relieved. However, he still did not dare to let his guard down. At least, he would not drink this wild tea before. Xia Ruofei woke up. Even though Qin Xian and Mushing had a good reputation in the world of cultivation, they were still not very familiar with each other. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. If there was something wrong with the tea, it was impossible for the two of them to fall for it at the same time. Now that Xia Ruofei had entered a meditative state to cultivate, Luo Qingfeng naturally had to stay awake. "Thank you for your reminder, sect leader Mu," Luo Qingfeng said, "but I'll drink it later. Junior Xia is still cultivating. I'm a little worried." Mushing and Qin Xian looked at each other and smiled. They naturally knew what Luo Qingfeng was worried about, but the two of them did not have any bad intentions. As the saying went, selfless at heart, the world is wide. They were not offended by Luo Qingfeng's cautiousness. Mushing laughed and said, "Sect leader Luo is really concerned about little brother Xia." Luo Qingfeng smiled but did not say anything. He just stood guard beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was completely immersed in his cultivation and was not aware of the situation around him. He continuously circulated the Great Tao technique for more than a dozen times before the active vital qi began to calm down. Xia Ruofei was also secretly shocked. He immediately checked the situation in his body and only relaxed when he did not find anything strange. Then, Xia Ruofei realized that his cultivation had improved by a small step. Although the improvement was not big, it was very difficult for a cultivator to improve after entering the golden core stage. Xia Ruofei estimated that he would need at least half a month to cultivate for this small step. A cup of tea could actually improve one's cultivation, and it was so effective. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly speechless. He slowly retracted his cultivation technique and opened his eyes. This wild tea is so magical. Xia Ruofei praised, this is really eye-opening. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was fine, Luo Qingfeng was completely relieved. Mu Xing and Qin Xian exchanged glances before Mu Xing asked, "Little brother Xia, is there any change in your cultivation?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I won't hide it from you, sect leader Mu. My cultivation has indeed improved." Since Mu Xing, Qin Xian, and the others were not aware that he was in the Oris core stage, he had to be vague about it. However, Mu Xing still raised his eyebrows and said, "I thought your cultivation would at least break through a small realm." The first time a qi condensation cultivator takes wild tea, their improvement is very obvious. Qin Xian also looked interested. It was obvious that he had thought that Xia Ruofei would be able to use this cup of wild tea to raise his cultivation by a small realm. Xia Ruofei replied without changing his expression, "Maybe my cultivation technique is special. It's harder for me to break through now than for ordinary cultivators." Xia Ruofei didn't lie. The supreme, great golden core in his dantian was harder to form than ordinary cultivators. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian revealed a look of envy. It seems that Brother Xia's cultivation method is of a very high grade. The harder it is to break through, the more solid the foundation is, and the higher your future achievements will be. Actually, this wasn't an absolute statement. Other than the fact that the cultivation technique Qin Xian mentioned was of a higher grade, there was another possibility. The cultivation technique was extremely inferior, and the cultivation efficiency was extremely low. Of course, Qin Xian and Mu Xing did not think that Xia Ruofei, who had the ability to make qi, amassing pills, and fire elemental pills, would be cultivating those cheap martial arts. 3005 Magical Wild Tea, 2, haha. Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect leader Luo, can you drink wild tea now?" "I'm sorry," Qingfeng Luo said, feeling a little guilty. "I was too careful." Qin Xian smiled gently and said, "It's human nature." Sect leader Luo's concern for Brother Xia is from the bottom of his heart. Xia Ruofei looked at Luo Qingfeng in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect leader Luo just saw you meditating. He was worried that you would be in danger. So, he has been protecting you from the side." When Xia Ruofei heard this, and combined it with what Mu Xing had said about Luo Qingfeng drinking wild tea, he immediately understood. Luo Qingfeng was naturally loyal to him, so it was completely normal for him to be worried after seeing him enter a meditative state. However, this made Luo Qingfeng a little embarrassed. At this moment, Qin Xian poured tea for Xia Ruofei and Mu Xing. He smiled and said, "Sect leader Mu, Brother Xia, another cup." Chen Xian had also helped Luo Qingfeng out of his predicament. He had always been so generous with people and things, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Senior brother Luo, you should have some tea too. Luo Qingfeng also wanted to try this magical wild tea, but Mu Xing's half-joking words made him embarrassed to drink it. Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian had helped Luo Qingfeng out of his predicament. All right, Qingfeng. Luo quickly replied. After drinking the wild tea, Luo Qingfeng, like Xia Ruofei, immediately entered a state of cultivation. When Xia Ruofei drank the second cup, although the taste was still very special and the tea fragrance was very strong, it no longer had the effect of promoting cultivation. Of course, just from the point of view of tea, wild tea could definitely be called the best tea. Xia Ruofei secretly made a comparison. The taste of this wild tea was even better than the de Hong Pao that he had grown in the medium. Mu Xing introduced with a smile, little brother Xia, if you drink wild tea often, it can also improve your cultivation, but the effect is not as good as the first time. It's already very lucky to be able to taste such precious tea leaves once. Xia Ruofei chuckled. How can I expect to drink it every day? As long as brother Xia comes to the heavenly sect as a guest, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. I'll even bring out wild tea for you. Chen Xian replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit brother Chen. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're more than welcome. Chen Xian nodded. After that, Chen Xian took out the box of tea leaves and split out a small portion of it. This tea box was not big to begin with, and the wild tea inside was not full yet, so the small half of the tea could only be brewed 2 or 3 times at most. Chen Xian split the tea leaves into 2 and wrapped them up. He handed them to Xia Ruofei and Mu Xing and said, this is a small token of appreciation from this Chen, don't think I'm stingy. The production of wild tea is indeed very small, and the production process is very complicated. I dare to make the decision to give away only this much. If I don't leave some on the Clearwater flying boat, my father will probably blame me. Mu Xing took the flat tea bag and said with a smile, your son is indeed more generous than your father. I've asked your father several times, but he didn't even give me a single tea leaf. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. His father was good at everything, but he was a little stingy and kept all the good things to himself. This feature was often joked about in private in the heavenly sect, not to mention Mu Xing, who had a good relationship with Chen Nanfeng. Mu Xing had already teased Chen Nanfeng several times today. As the son, Chen Xian naturally couldn't say anything, much less agree with him. Xia Ruofei happily took the tea bag and said, then thank you, brother Chen. This is a generous gift. A cup of tea could allow a qi refining cultivator to break through a level. This effect was much better than the qi gathering pill that Xia Ruofei made. Of course, there was no comparison. For Xia Ruofei, he could get as many gathering qi pills as he wanted. On the other hand, the production of wild tea was limited, and the annual output was fixed. It's just a small token of my appreciation, brother Xia. You don't have to be so polite, Chen Xian said with a smile. By the way, if it's for a qi layer cultivator to drink for the first time, it's best to use all the tea leaves in one go, and no more than 5 cups, otherwise the effect might be reduced. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, brother Chen. Xia Ruofei said. Such a good Things should, of course, be given to his own people. There were many cultivators around Xia Ruofei. If he could increase the cultivation of 5 people by 1 level, Xia Ruofei would naturally choose Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Fu, and his disciple, Tang Haoren. He would leave the last spot for Song Qiming. Of course, it would be best to gather everyone together and let Xia Ruofei make 5 cups of tea for everyone to drink. Xia Ruofei kept the bag of tea leaves into the spirit map space and carefully placed it in the stone chamber of the mountain Sea Realm Cave, together with the 2 storage rings. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, I have a presumptuous request, Brother Xia, just say it." Chen Xian smiled. "Your sex wild tea tree. Do you normally trim it or something?" Xia Ruofei asked. "If it's possible, I'd like to ask Brother Chen for a few wild tea tree branches." This was clearly not Chen Xian's first time receiving such a request. He replied without hesitation, "No problem." Every year, the wild tea trees were pruned regularly, usually twice a year. However, if Brother Xia goes to the heavenly sect as a guest, you don't have to wait for the trimming period. It's just 1 or 2 branches, and they won't cause any harm to the tea trees. I'll just go to the wild tea trees and cut them. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and quickly said, "Then I'll thank Brother Chen in advance." If it wasn't necessary, Xia Ruofei didn't plan to visit the First Heaven Society. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a late stage Golden Core expert. If Xia Ruofei were to face Chen Nanfeng, it could be said that he had no chance of winning. Even the possibility of escape was very low. The only way was to use the spirit map space to hide. The First Heaven Society had no ill intentions towards Xia Ruofei, and the possibility of Xia Ruofei falling out with them or even fighting Chen Nanfeng was very low. However, Xia Ruofei did not like the feeling of things being out of his control. However, if it was for the wild tea leaves, Xia Ruofei felt that it was necessary to go to the First Heaven Society. It was not a big risk anyway, and if it really didn't work out, he still had the spirit map space, which was his biggest reliance. Chen Xian waved his hand and smiled, "You're welcome." However, Brother Xia should be mentally prepared. Our sect has also tried to use the branches of wild tea trees to expand the scale of planting. Some of my father's friends have also asked for the branches of wild tea trees to try planting them, but so far, whether it's US or my father's friends, all of them have failed without exception. Chen Xian took a sip of his wild tea before continuing, "Perhaps the wild tea trees have extremely harsh requirements for their growth environment, or perhaps the place where the wild tea trees grow on Tiani Peak just happens to meet some special conditions. In short, so far, there is only 1 wild tea tree. So, if Brother Xia wants to try planting it, that's not a problem, but don't have too much hope, or you'll be very disappointed." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Don't worry. I'm just trying to plant it for fun. It's fine even if I don't succeed. It's good to have such an attitude." Chen Xian smiled and said, "Brother Xia, you can visit the First Heaven Society at any time. When the time comes, I will naturally offer you the branches of the wild tea tree." "Many thanks. Many thanks," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone was chatting and drinking tea. Xia Ruofei also noticed that besides him and Luo Qingfeng, even Mu Jianfei did not meditate and cultivate after drinking the wild tea. It was obvious that Mu Jianfei had drunk wild tea before. So, even though Mu Sheng often ridiculed Chen Nanfeng, their relationship must be very good. Otherwise, how could Mu Jianfei have drunk wild tea before? After a while, Qingfeng Luo stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. 3006 Arriving at the Star Caesar sect, 1, Luo Qingfeng stood up and bowed slightly to Qin Xian. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Qin. I benefited a lot from this cup of wild tea. There's no need to be so polite, sect Master Luo, Qin Xian said with a smile. This wild tea is only effective the first time you drink it. Many fellow Taoists in the cultivation world have drunk it before. It would be great if we could expand the planting of this tea, Luo Qingfeng said. Qin Xian and Mu Xing laughed as they heard this. Mu Xing said, sect leader Luo and little brother Xia are really worthy of being brothers. Their thoughts were the same. Just now, little brother Xia asked fellow Daoist Chen for the branches of the wild tea, and fellow Daoist Chen has agreed. Actually, we've been sending out some wild tea branches every year to other fellow Taoists who need it, Qin Xian said with a smile. It's just that so far, no one has been able to successfully reproduce wild tea. Since brother Xia wants to try, the First Heaven Society won't be stingy. It's just a few branches. Luo Qingfeng could not help but look at Xia Ruofei. He had blind faith in Xia Ruofei. He felt that since Xia Ruofei asked for the branch, he must have a way to breed the wild tea successfully. Qingfeng Luo thought that if the wild tea trees could be reproduced and there was a fixed amount of wild tea produced every year, it would be hard to estimate the effect it would have on the overall strength of the entire sect. If there was enough wild tea, it was basically equivalent to all the qi condensation cultivators in the sect being able to directly raise their cultivation by one level. Xia Ruofei smiled. I still have to thank you, Brother Chen. If I'm really lucky enough to reproduce a wild tea tree, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. Ha ha ha. Qin Xian chuckled. I'll be waiting for your good news then, Brother Xia. Putting aside the effect of promoting cultivation, the taste of wild tea itself was also quite good. Everyone sipped their tea and chatted, and time passed very quickly. Before he knew it, the Jadewater flying boat had already approached the territory of the Star Caesar sect. The disciple of the First Heaven Society, who was controlling the flying boat, turned around and said, Young sect master, the Star Caesar sect is not far ahead. All right. Qin Xian nodded and said, land the airboat outside the Star Caesar sect. Be careful to find a quiet place. And don't disturb the ordinary people. Yes. Young sect leader, the disciple controlling the flying boat said. Actually, Qin Xian was doing this for Xia Ruofei's sake. If they were all golden core cultivators, the flying boat would not need to land on the ground. They could just fly away from the flying boat. However, Qin Xian had mistakenly thought that Xia Ruofei was only in the qi refining stage. If the Clearwater flying boat was allowed to hover in the air, Xia Ruofei would definitely be carried by an Oris core stage cultivator when they left. This would more or less hurt his self-esteem. Qin Xian's way of dealing with people was indeed reflected in all the details. Young Master Chen, Luo Qingfeng said. Why don't we go to the sect together? Although our Star Caesar sect doesn't have top-grade tea leaves like wild tea to serve our guests, we do have a few pots of good wine. Qin Xian smiled warmly and said, Thank you for your kind invitation, sect leader Luo, but I do have something urgent that I need to return to the First Heaven Society immediately. This time I'm just sending little brother Xia off. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll definitely pay you a visit. In fact, everyone knew that although most of the forces would be intimidated by the First Heaven Society and Chen Nanfeng's reputation and wouldn't dare to make any small moves, they could completely rule out the possibility of others taking risks for the sake of profit. Therefore, Qin Xian wouldn't be loitering around outside for no reason. He would definitely return to the sect as soon as possible. All right then, Luo Qingfeng said, the next time you come, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. Qingfeng Luo had drunk the wild tea of the First Heaven Society. Although it was due to Xia Ruofei, in a sense, he had also owed the First Heaven Society a favor. Therefore, his attitude towards Qin Xian was much better than before. Definitely, Qin Xian said with a smile. While they were talking, the blue water ark had landed in a valley near the Star Caesar sect. The ark trembled slightly, and the disciple of the First Heaven Society, who was controlling the ark, turned around and said, "Young sect leader, the airboat has landed. Seniors, you can disembark now." Qin Xian nodded slightly, then personally sent Xia Ruofei, Mu Xing, and the rest off the flying boat. He also jumped down. "Brother Xia," Qin Xian said to Xia Ruofei, "when you're done here, please come to the First Heaven Society to find me." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "No problem. Don't forget that we still owe you 110,000 spiritual stones." Qin Xian chuckled. "If you take too long, you can't rule out the possibility that we'll renege on our debt." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Money is just a worldly possession. If Brother Chen likes spiritual stones, you can keep them for your own use. I don't mind. Brother Xia is magnanimous." Qin Xian laughed. However, the First Heaven Society wasn't one to go back on their word. "Your brother was only joking." After that, Qin Xian turned to Luo Qingfeng and Mu Xing and said, "Sect Leader Mu, Sect Leader Luo, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Qin Xian cupped his hands to everyone and leaped back into the flying boat. Everyone watched the blue water flying boat fly away, and then Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect Leader Luo, are we going back on our flying swords or?" Luo Qingfeng looked at Xia Ruofei and made a judgment in his heart. He then said, "Why don't we walk up the mountain? We're not far from the mountain gate, and the scenery along the way is pretty good." Actually, what kind of scenery was there to see at night? Even if cultivators had better eyesight than ordinary people, they would not go to the mountains to see the scenery in the dark night for no reason. Mu Xing was well aware of Lao Ai's intention, or perhaps he thought he was well aware of it. He smiled and said, "All right. Feier is so heavy, I'll die of exhaustion if I carry him on the sword." Mu Jianfei turned his face away, with a bitter smile. Sect Leader Luo is obviously concerned about fellow Taoist Xia's feelings, so why are you talking about me? Is there any justice in this world? However, on second thought, he and Xia Ruofei were the only qi refinement cultivators in the group. Jian Jia must have thought that Xia Ruofei's identity was a little special. It seemed that he was the only one who could be used as an excuse. There was no other choice. The group of people then began to walk towards the main gate of the Star Caesar sect. In fact, this area was not completely deserted. The stone path leading to the mountain was still easy to walk on. Although no one would come at night, there were still some villagers who went to chop wood or collect herbs during the day. Of course, the Star Caesar sect was hidden in the depths of the mountains and was concealed by the sect's protective formation. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover it, and they wouldn't even have the chance to enter by mistake. If someone really fell into the formation, they would only keep going in circles, and in the end they might even faint from inhaling the fog. Then, the Star Caesar sect disciples, responsible for maintaining the formation, would send the unconscious villagers to the foot of the mountain and leave after they woke up. From the perspective of these hill folk, it was natural that they had fallen into a ghostly labyrinth. Furthermore, after waking up, they had actually appeared at the foot of the mountain. This was the origin of some supernatural legends in this area. After all, there would be 1 or 2 cases every year where ordinary people mistakenly entered the sect's protective formation. Luo Qingfeng led everyone on the mountain road with ease. This group of people were all cultivators. Mu Jianfei, who had the worst cultivation and was injured, could walk on such terrain as if it was flat ground, so his speed was also very fast. After a while, Luo Qingfeng led everyone to a cliff. He made a few hand seals, and a spot on the cliff where vines were growing slowly became transparent, revealing a passage that was as tall as 2 people. The Star Caesar sect's disciple, who was guarding the gate, appeared at the entrance of the passage in a flash. When he saw that the leader was Luo Qingfeng, he quickly bowed and said, "Sect leader." Luo Qingfeng nodded lightly and ordered, "Be careful and stay alert." "Yes, sect leader." The Star Caesar sect disciple assented. "Sect leader Mu, please come in." Luo Qingfeng greeted him with a smile. It was also Xia Ruofei's first time at the Star Caesar sect. He followed Luo Qingfeng into the passageway and looked around curiously. The tunnel was not very long, only about 20 meters or so. After passing through the tunnel, Xia Ruofei saw a valley with many ancient-looking buildings built according to the terrain. It was a spectacular sight. 3007, carefully taught, 1, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, sect leader Mu. I've even accepted the spiritual stones." "How? Can I go back on my word?" "I promise I'll get the fire cloud pill before you leave the Star Caesar sect." "Thank you. Thank you," Mu Xing said. "Thank you, Brother Xia." Mu Jianfei also said sincerely. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Jianfei, you don't have to be so polite. It's only right to do things after being paid. You won't be able to buy fire cloud pills even if you have spirit stones elsewhere." Mu Xing said, "This is not just a deal for us. The entire Tsonglang sect will remember little brother Xia's kindness." "Sect Master Mu. You're too kind," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Didn't Qinxian promise to give you a spot to explore the secret of the 5 sacred medallions?" Mu Xing smiled and said, "Our Surging Waves sect is also qualified to explore this secret. When the time comes, if little brother Xia personally goes out, I'll be responsible for your safety. If it's any other fellow Daoist from your Star Caesar sect, the Surging Waves sect will definitely take care of him. Then I'll thank sect leader Mu in advance," Xia Ruofei said. Luo Qingfeng led the group of people into Jiaxing Tower. This was the Star Caesar sect's most important location. On the 2nd floor, there were even guest rooms, specially set up to receive important guests, with dedicated staff providing 24 hours of service. Luo Qingfeng arranged for Mu Sheng and the other 2 to stay in the guest rooms, then led Xia Ruofei straight to the top floor. This kind of ancient building naturally did not have an elevator, but for cultivators, even the stairs were a burden. Luo Qingfeng directly brought Xia Ruofei to the 10th floor on his flying sword. The reason why he brought Xia Ruofei was naturally to hide it from Muxing and the others. Since everyone had misunderstood that Xia Ruofei was a qi refining cultivator, then let this misunderstanding continue. Who knew when it would have an unexpected effect? In the entire Star Caesar sect, only Luo Qingfeng, the sect leader, had the right to ride a flying sword in the Star Caesar Tower. Anyone else who dared to do so would be sentenced to death. Of course, this was a rule in the past. Now, the Star Caesar sect only had Luo Qingfeng, the only remaining golden core cultivator, and no one else could fly on a sword. The 10th floor of star-picking tower was a forbidden area in the entire star-picking sect. It was a floor that was exclusively used by Luo Qingfeng, the sect leader. The entire floor was huge, at least 1,000 square meters. There were specialized book rooms, cultivation rooms, pill refining rooms, weapon refining rooms, and so on set up here. The functions were very complete. However, the Star Caesar sect's heritage had withered over the past 300 years. As the sect leader, Luo Qingfeng was not very proficient in refining medicine, elixirs, or weapons. He basically had no use for those rooms. Luo Qingfeng asked the disciples who were serving on this floor to leave. Then, he said to Xia Ruofei respectfully, "Master, it's getting late. You should go and rest." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. "Take me to the place where the medicine is being refined. Since you've already taken the spirit stones, you'd better refine the fire cloud pill as soon as possible, or else this matter will always be on your mind." "Yes, Master." "This way, please," Luo Qingfeng said quickly. With that, Luo Qingfeng brought Xia Ruofei to the alchemy room on the 10th floor with ease. Although Luo Qingfeng might not even come here once a year, there were still disciples in charge of cleaning the house every day. The house was almost spotless. Xia Ruofei looked around the room and realized that the commonly used herbs were kept in stock. The equipment used to refine medicine was complete and of high quality. Of course, Xia Ruofei could also tell that these things had not been used much. It seemed that it was a waste to leave them with Luo Qingfeng. "Master, take a look and see if there's anything else you need," Luo Qingfeng asked. "I'll get someone to prepare it immediately." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "The fire cloud pill is not a complicated pill. These are enough. Even if I'm missing 1 or 2 ingredients, I have some. Don't bother those disciples in the middle of the night." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. "Master, if you don't need this old servant to serve you, then this old servant will take his leave first?" he asked carefully. Luo Qingfeng did this to avoid suspicion. After all, the fire cloud pill was nothing much to Xia Ruofei. In fact, it was a very precious medicine in the world of cultivation. 1 fire cloud pill at this auction was worth 1,000 spiritual stones, which was evident. Moreover, Muxing didn't even choose Wu Ming's 80,000 spiritual stones. Instead, he chose Xia Ruofei's proposal of 50,000 spiritual stones and the fire cloud pill, which further highlighted the value of the fire cloud pill. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No need. If I can't even fully trust you, then who else can I trust?" In theory, Luo Qingfeng, who was controlled by the soul seal, was even more reliable than Li Fu. Xia Ruofei continued, "You can stay and see. If I can learn it, it'll be a good way to make money." Luo Qingfeng shed tears. of gratitude and said with a choked voice, "This old servant, thanks master." Xia Ruofei took out a pen and paper from the spirit map space and wrote down the formula and the refining method of the fire cloud pill. Then he handed it to Luo Qingfeng. Xia Ruofei said, "Write down the contents first and then help me prepare the ingredients. By the way, do you know how to identify medicinal ingredients?" "Of course." Luo Qingfeng quickly replied, "Normal herbs are no problem. If it's too rare." 3008 carefully taught. 2. The herbs used to refine the fire cloud pill are all relatively common. Xia Ruofei said directly. "Yes, master." Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Please give me some time." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the futon in the pill refining room and started to meditate. After all, Qingfeng Luo was a cultivator at the golden core stage, and his spiritual power was not weak. It was just a piece of paper, but he quickly memorized it. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was meditating, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to disturb him. He memorized the prescription and the refining method again. After making sure that he had memorized it, he put the precious paper into his storage ring and began to look for medicinal herbs in the medicine cabinet next to him. In a short while, Luo Qingfeng had gathered most of the required herbs. Among them, there were 2 relatively rare herbs that were not kept in the alchemy room. Just as Luo Qingfeng was in a dilemma, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and took out the last 2 herbs from the spirit map space. Then, he used his spiritual power to scan the herbs that Luo Qingfeng had found. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "There's no problem with the type and quantity of medicinal herbs. Well done. This old servant is too slow-witted, master, you're too kind." Luo Qingfeng said quickly. "Let's start." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll try to be slow. How much you can learn depends on your luck." "Yes, master." "Yes," Luo Qingfeng said quickly. He then focused his attention on the process of Xia Ruofei's refining. Xia Ruofei began to process the ingredients skillfully. The equipment in the room was very useful, and the process of refining the medicine was smoother than when Xia Ruofei was in the spirit map space. This was Xia Ruofei's second time refining the fire cloud pill. He was more skilled than the last time. However, he didn't pursue speed. Instead, he deliberately slowed down the pace and sometimes explained the key points. Luo Qingfeng, who was at the side, was naturally busy observing and memorizing. In this batch, he had refined a total of 10 fire cloud pills, which took about 2 hours. When the last step was completed, the 10 fire cloud pills were already lying quietly in the medicine refining furnace. Xia Ruofei casually took a fire cloud pill that still had some heat. After carefully observing it, he said with satisfaction, "The quality is not bad. It seems to be better than last time." After saying that, he took out 2 porcelain bottles from the space, each containing 5 fire cloud pills. After Xia Ruofei kept one of the bottles, he handed the other bottle to Luo Qingfeng and said, "You can keep these 5. It can be used in times of need, or if the meridians of the sect's disciples are damaged during cultivation." "Thank you, master." "Thank you," Luo Qingfeng said gratefully. Xia Ruofei looked tired and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go rest first." "Yes. Please follow me, master," Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Luo Qingfeng brought Xia Ruofei to the quiet room where he usually rested. He personally changed Xia Ruofei's bedding before he respectfully took his leave. While Xia Ruofei was resting in the quiet room, Luo Qingfeng was not idle. He went straight to the staircase on the 10th floor and shouted. A disciple who had been waiting on the 9th floor ran up and asked respectfully, "What instructions does sect leader have?" Qingfeng Luo said, "Go to the medicinal warehouse and help me find 2 medicinal herbs. Bring more. Send it directly to the pill refining room." Even though the refining room on the 10th floor lacked 2 medicinal herbs, the Star Caesar sect had its own specialized warehouse for medicinal herbs, and the stock of medicinal herbs there was much more complete than the refining room. Moreover, although the 2 herbs that were missing this time were relatively rare, they were not the kind of spirit herbs that were difficult to find, so the sect's medicinal warehouse most likely had reserves of them. After Qingfeng Luo finished speaking, he told the disciple the names of the 2 herbs he needed to refine the fire cloud pill. The disciple quickly left. Then, he returned to the refining room and took out the prescription that Xia Ruofei had written. He studied it carefully and combined it with the process of Xia Ruofei refining the fire cloud pill to comprehend it bit by bit. Very quickly, the disciple collected the medicinal ingredients and rushed to the pill refining room. Luo Qingfeng checked the ingredients and sent the disciple to the 9th floor. He also told the disciple that he was not allowed to come to the 10th floor without permission. After the disciple left, Luo Qingfeng began to try it out in the alchemy room. After repeated failures, Luo Qingfeng finally succeeded in refining 3 fire cloud pills when the sky was slightly bright. He was overjoyed, and quickly picked it up to examine it. He even personally tasted one of the misty fire cloud pills. Its medicinal properties were mild, and even if one was not injured, eating it would not have any effect. However, whether the fire cloud pill he refined was up to standard or not, there was still a certain risk in rashly trying it. After Qingfeng Luo ate the fire cloud pill, he quickly closed his eyes to feel it. And a hint of joy gradually appeared on his face. After an entire night of failures, the fire cloud pill that he had finally refined was far inferior to the one that Xia Ruofei had refined. However, it was still a fire cloud pill without a doubt. At least, he had managed to succeed this time. After a night of practice, Qingfeng Luo had found the way. He felt that the main problem was that he was not skilled enough. After repeated practice, it should not be a problem for him to refine higher quality fire cloud pills. Luo Qingfeng could not help but feel excited. If he could refine the fire cloud pill, the Star Caesar sect would undoubtedly have another source of income. Although the fire cloud pill's scope of use was not as wide as the qi gathering pill, and cultivators who were not injured basically had no use for it, it was not like the qi gathering pill, which could be used to assist in cultivation as long as it was a qi refining cultivator, and there were no side effects. However, the fire cloud pill was more precious than the qi amassing pill, and in the entire world of cultivation, the demand for it was still relatively large. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this alone was enough to increase the Star Caesar sect's income by tens of thousands of spiritual stones every year. More importantly, the cost of the fire cloud pill was very low. Basically, they were all common herbs that could even be purchased from the secular world. Most of the spirit stones he earned from selling fire cloud pills were pure profit. At the thought of this, Luo Qingfeng's gratitude for Xia Ruofei grew even deeper. At this moment, the horizon had just revealed a trace of white. Qingfeng Luo was about to strike while the iron was hot and refine a few more times to increase his proficiency when he heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. no disciple of the Star Caesar sect would come up to the 10th floor without permission, so the person outside must be Xia Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng quickly walked over and opened the door of the pill refining room. As expected, he saw Xia Ruofei walking over from the quiet room. "Master, you're up." "Master." Luo Qingfeng bowed respectfully. Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and sniffed the faint medicinal fragrance coming from the refining room. He asked, "You didn't sleep the whole night?" "Yes. This old servant's aptitude is dull, and I'm afraid that I'll disappoint Master's cultivation, so while I still have a deep impression of it, I've been practicing refining fire cloud pills overnight," Luo Qingfeng said with his head lowered. Xia Ruofei sniffed the medicine and smiled. "It seems that the results of your practice are not bad. If I'm not wrong, you should have already successfully refined the fire cloud pill?" "Master is wise," Luo Qingfeng quickly said. "After several failures, I finally managed to refine a furnace of fire cloud pills. The only difference is the quality." "Let me see," Xia Ruofei said as he walked into the refining room. There were still 2 pitch black fire cloud pills left in the furnace. They were slightly uneven and looked like the surface of the moon. The fire cloud pills that Xia Ruofei had refined previously were all round and smooth. In comparison, the fire cloud pills refined by Luo Qingfeng were like the beggar's version. Xia Ruofei did not laugh at Luo Qingfeng. Instead, he picked one up and sniffed it. After observing it carefully, he smiled and said, "Not bad. At least the medicinal properties are not a problem, it's just that the grade is a bit different, and the degree of fusion between the medicinal properties is also a bit low, but at least it's a fire cloud pill that can be used." 3009 Fulfilling the Promise. 1. Although Luo Qingfeng had already tried the fire cloud pill and was quite confident, to be able to get Xia Ruofei's personal confirmation was naturally a different matter. Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's all because Master taught me well. This old servant is still not skilled enough, I need to work harder." Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not pretend to be polite to Luo Qingfeng. He said directly, "I'm indeed not skilled enough, and I'm still very inexperienced in many areas of processing. I was able to successfully refine the fire cloud pill this time, more or less, with a bit of luck." Of course, Xia Ruofei would not just criticize. He immediately added, "There's an obvious problem with the way you handled the red sun grass. The rhizome wasn't clean enough, which led to the medicinal properties not being pure enough. In addition, it seems that the time left after processing was a little longer. Also, the control of the fire." Xia Ruofei casually pointed out some of the classic problems that Luo Qingfeng had faced in the process of refining the furnace of fire cloud pills. Luo Qingfeng's forehead was covered in sweat after hearing this. Xia Ruofei had only checked the completed fire cloud pill and could point out so many problems. What was even more terrifying was that when he carefully recalled the entire process of refining the fire cloud pill, he realized that the problems that Xia Ruofei had pointed out were all very accurate. There was not a single mistake. And they often hit the nail on the head. Luo Qingfeng quickly took Xia Ruofei's words to heart. If he could avoid these problems the next time he refined them, there was no doubt that his level of refining the fire cloud pills would improve. The effect of the improvement in the quality of the refined fire cloud pills was estimated to be immediate. "Thank you, Master," Luo Qingfeng said gratefully. "Thank you for your careful guidance. This old servant will definitely work harder and strive to master the method of refining this fire cloud pill as soon as possible. Luo Qingfeng could not wait to prepare the herbs again and make another batch. He was sure that this time would definitely be much better than the previous one. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh when he saw Luo Qingfeng's eagerness. He said, "Qingfeng, you can't become a fatty in one go. You have to practice your alchemy techniques. Don't forget that there are still guests in the sect today. Let's go receive sect leader Mu Xing and the others first." "Yes, yes, yes," Luo Qingfeng quickly said. "Thank you for the reminder, Master." Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng went to the second floor together. Mu Xing and the other two were already up. In fact, they had not slept much. The spiritual qi in the star Caesar sect was not bad. They had been meditating on their beds the whole night. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, Mu Xing was talking to Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei by the window. "Little brother Xia is here." When Mu Xing saw Xia Ruofei, he called out enthusiastically, "Zhaixing Lu is in a great location." The viewing effect was excellent. Looking at the valley from here, buildings of various sizes could be vaguely seen in the clouds and mist. It was really like a paradise on earth. Our surging wave sect's environment is far inferior to the star Caesar sect S. Sect leader Mu, you must be joking. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said that Songlong sect is a top-notch sect. The star Caesar sect can't even catch up to it. Mu Xing said meaningfully, a top sect only represents their current strength, but the foundation of a sect is not just based on their current strength. I can tell that the star Caesar sect has a very deep foundation. Xia Ruofei was well aware of Mu Xing's guess. He knew that Chen Xian, Lu Mansha, and the others were more or less guessing that there was a nascent Soul Realm Master behind Xia Ruofei. This nascent Soul Realm Master was most likely the hidden ancestor of the star Caesar sect, and Xia Ruofei was most likely the disciple of this nascent Soul Realm Master. Xia Ruofei had intentionally or unintentionally led them to this misunderstanding. Because of this mysterious halo, any normal power that wanted to covet the star Caesar sect would have to think twice. As for the top sects like the Surging Wave sect and the First Heaven sect, they would most likely adopt a strategy of befriending. This was naturally the most beneficial for Xia Ruofei. So, after hearing Mu Xing's words, Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, "Sect leader Mu, you flatter me." At this moment, Luo Qingfeng said, "Sect Master Mu, why don't we go downstairs and have breakfast together? Let's talk while we eat." In fact, cultivators didn't need to eat every day. However, there were still so-called dinner parties in the cultivation world. The Chinese's tradition of talking about business at the dinner table seemed to have a long history. Then ill-have to trouble sect leader Luo. Mu Xing happily replied. Luo Qingfeng personally led the way and brought the group to the first floor of Zhaixing Tower. There was an elegant little restaurant there, but it was not used very often. When Luo Qingfeng was in the sect, if he needed to eat, he would eat on the 10th floor. This place would only be used when receiving guests, and ordinary guests were not qualified to stay in Zhaixing Tower, so it was only used a few times a year. Of course, the environment of the small dining hall was still very good, and there were service disciples cleaning and maintaining it every day. Soon, breakfast was served. Xia Ruofei did not see any celestial food that he had imagined. It was just plain porridge and steamed buns. It seemed that the cultivation environment was getting worse and worse, and the Ling Qi was almost exhausted. It was not Even enough to provide for cultivators to cultivate, so where would there be extra ling qi to plant ling grains? And other crops? Everyone ate breakfast while chatting about the interesting things of the cultivation world. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Xia Ruofei's understanding of the cultivation world was limited, so he mainly listened. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei took out the porcelain bottle from the spirit map space and handed it to Mu Xing with a smile. He said, "Sect leader Mu, I'm glad I didn't fail you. Here are 5 fire cloud pills, take a look." Mu Xing was stunned for a moment and quickly took it. However, he didn't check it immediately. Instead, he was touched and said, "I didn't think that little brother Xia would spend the entire night refining fire cloud pills. This Mu is truly ashamed. Actually, we've come to the Star Caesar sect with the intention of taking a look around and exchanging views. We're not here to rush little brother Xia." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Sect leader Mu, you're being too serious. In fact, you're only suggesting to travel with us to protect senior brother Luo and me. Fellow Daoist Chen Xian was only willing to send me on my way after sect leader Mu suggested that we travel together. Although I'm slow-witted, I still know what's good for me." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "As for refining the fire cloud pill overnight, it was just an itch for me to do it. I felt that my condition was not bad, so I simply refined it first. Actually, Jianfei's injury can't be cured in a day or two, and with the 5 fire cloud pills you provided, there's no rush for this batch." Mu Xing sighed, "Little brother Xia is really a kind man." After that, Mu Xing opened the porcelain bottle, poured out a fire cloud pill from it and observed it. Soon, he revealed a look of joy and said, "The quality of these fire cloud pills is even better than the batch at the auction. Little brother Xia, you're so capable." Mu Xing gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You flatter me." This time, his mentality was more peaceful and his performance was more stable. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not reveal that the fire cloud pill he had brought out at the auction was his first time making it. Moreover, he was indeed a little anxious to prepare the fire cloud pill a day in advance. Although there was a difference in the flow of time in the spirit map space, and he had plenty of time, the sense of urgency was inevitable. And this time, his mood was basically as calm as an ancient well. With the experience from the last time, the effect was naturally better. Then this Mu will accept it. Mu Xing put the fire cloud pill into a porcelain bottle and then put the porcelain bottle into his storage ring. "Thank you, little brother Xia." "Many thanks, brother Xia." Mu Jianfei also said with a grateful expression. "You're too polite," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Mu Xing said, "Little brother Xia, sect leader Luo, since we've got the fire cloud pill, we'll take our leave first. There are still many things to deal with in the sect." "What's the hurry?" Luo Qingfeng asked quickly. "Why?" Since he was already at the Star Caesar sect, he might as well stay for a few more days. Otherwise, if fellow cultivators were to find out about this, they'd definitely say that our Star Caesar sect doesn't know how to treat our guests. Xia Ruofei also said, "Yeah. Sect leader Mu, if you leave now, it would seem like I'm chasing you away. If I don't refine the fire cloud pill so quickly, I'm sure you'll have to stay for a few more days." Mu Xing laughed and said, "Little brother Xia, you're joking. In fact, regardless of whether we obtain the fire cloud pills today, the 3 of us will still be returning to the vast wave sect. The purpose of this trip is to escort the two of you back to the sect. As for the fire cloud pills, I believe that little brother Xia will deliver them to the vast wave sect as soon as he's done refining them. It's just that this Mu didn't expect that little brother Xia would actually be able to refine the fire cloud pill so quickly. That's the best of both worlds, but without this excuse, I wonder when I'll be able to invite little brother Xia, this esteemed guest, to our vast wave sect as a guest. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sect leader Mu, I'm not an honored guest. At most, I'm an evil guest. I'm going to the Tsonglang sect. Not only do I want to eat and drink your food, but I might even take some with me when I leave. Mu Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, You're welcome. Don't worry, little brother Xia, I still have some assets, and the surging wave sect won't be poor. If brother Xia comes to visit, I'll definitely welcome you. Mu Jianfei also smiled and said, I will use our surging waves sect specialty, cloud mist wine, to entertain brother Xia. Then it's a deal. Xia Ruofei said happily, I won't leave until I'm drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk. Mu Jianfei said. Mu Sheng said, Little brother Xia, it's a deal. Don't break your promise. After I'm done with my affairs, I'll definitely find time to visit sect leader Mu. Xia Ruofei said. All right. Mu Sheng said happily, then the three of us will take our leave. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng sent Mu Sheng and the other two off at the mountain gate. They watched as they left the Star Caesar sect on their flying swords, before turning around and walking back. Xia Ruofei said directly to Luo Qingfeng, prepare a quiet room for me. I want to go into seclusion immediately. You will personally protect him, and unrelated people are not allowed to approach. 3010 The Wonderful Mineral Space. In fact, Xia Ruofei's most urgent task was not to crack the nested space in the storage ring, but to study the mysterious ore. After all, the ore could cause the spirit map space to shake. To Xia Ruofei, anything related to the spirit map space was definitely his top priority. From this point of view, Xia Ruofei was actually very happy that Mu Sheng and the others had left in time. After all, they were outsiders, and Mu Sheng and Mu Hua were both Golden Core stage experts. With them staying in the Star Caesar sect, Xia Ruofei would definitely not be able to use the spirit map space easily. Now that Mu Sheng and the others had left, Luo Qingfeng, as the sect leader, had absolute control over the Star Caesar sect. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not need to worry too much. Furthermore, Jiaxing Tower was a forbidden area of the Jiaxing sect. Luo Qingfeng was the #1 expert of the Jiaxing sect, so there was no problem with the internal security. As for the outside world, although the Star Caesar sect's defensive formation was ordinary, it was enough to buy them some time. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingfeng quickly said, Yes, Master. The two of them went straight to the 10th floor. Luo Qingfeng brought Xia Ruofei into the quiet cultivation room that he usually used. Then, he sent out some of the disciples who worked in Jiaxing Tower. No one else was left in the entire building except for him and Xia Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng had also strictly ordered his disciples not to come within 50 meters of Jiaxing Tower. Anyone who violated this order would be killed without mercy. In the past, Luo Qingfeng had often gone into seclusion and was usually strictly forbidden from getting close to him. Therefore, the disciples of the Star Caesar sect did not find it strange and just followed his orders. After everything was arranged, Luo Qingfeng came to the quiet room and said, Respectfully to Xia Ruofei, Master, everything has been arranged. This old servant is personally guarding the door, and all unrelated people have been driven out. Unless they have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's courage, no one will dare to approach. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "You can leave first. Remember, no matter what happens later, don't come in unless I call you." Luo Qingfeng was slightly stunned and thought to himself, could it be that Master was about to break through again? It can't be that fast, right? To break through a level in 10 days to half a month, that was simply against the rules of cultivation. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible to do it. Luo Qingfeng quickly determined that Xia Ruofei had other matters to attend to. When he thought of this, he could not help but look worried. He asked, "Master, there won't be any danger, right?" "There shouldn't be any danger. Don't worry." Xia Ruofei laughed. In the past, the spirit map space's upgrades had all been done within the space. Xia Ruofei was also preparing for the worst. After all, this mysterious ore was not a world stone. It was unknown what it would bring to the spirit map space. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng was slightly relieved and said, "Yes, Master, this old servant will go out first. If there's anything, Master must call me in time." "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei gave Luo Qingfeng an encouraging smile. Luo Qingfeng bowed slightly and then left the quiet room. After Xia Ruofei locked the door, he kept throwing out all kinds of talismans and set up layers of protection and isolation barriers in the room. Then, he walked into the barrier and sat down on the futon. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out the mysterious ore from the spirit map space. He had kept the ore in the spirit map space, but had wrapped it up tightly with spatial energy. Even the spirit map itself had been isolated. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to withstand the constant shaking of the spirit map. When the ore was taken out and the layer of isolation disappeared, the spirit map space immediately trembled. Xia Ruofei seemed to be able to feel its joy. It was similar to when the world stone or even earlier ordinary jade appeared. But it seemed to be more intense. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to try anything. After all, the spirit map space was undoubtedly the most important foundation for him. Of course, he could not allow any accidents to happen to the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei allowed the spirit map scroll that he had kept in his palm to shake continuously. He held the mysterious ore in his hand and carefully observed it. This ore looked really unremarkable, with its bumpy and black surface. Xia Ruofei weighed the ore in his hand and felt that the weight was not too ridiculous. It seemed to be heavier than normal stones, but it was still within the normal range. Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to explore the inside of the ore. Very quickly, he discovered something unusual. Naturally, he couldn't find anything with his psyche either. Otherwise, there was no way that Chen Xian and the experts from the First Heaven Society wouldn't have noticed something. However, Xia Ruofei's acute spatial sensing ability still helped him find something unusual. He had encountered many objects that his spiritual power couldn't penetrate, but the feeling this time was completely different. Generally speaking, some treasures in the cultivation world that could not be penetrated by mental power would usually have a layer of shield on the outside. When mental power encountered an obstacle, it could not penetrate the inside. However, when Xia Ruofei examined the mysterious ore, the situation was slightly different. Other objects that his power of the will couldn't penetrate were protected by a hard outer shell, but this ore was covered in thick cotton. Or more precisely, it was wrapped in an atmosphere. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power felt like it was sinking into the sea, and he would soon lose contact with it. In other words, this ore could actually absorb spiritual energy. Of course, the reason why Xia Ruofei was able to notice the abnormality that even the experts of the First Heaven Society could not notice was also because of the spiritual power he had obtained from cultivating the Great Tao technique. Xia Ruofei had long realized that his mental strength was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Even cultivators of the same level could not compare to him in terms of the purity of mental strength. Although the trace of spiritual energy that was released was quickly absorbed, Xia Ruofei still received an unusual message in a flash. He felt as if his spiritual power had entered a wondrous space, or rather, it was a special space formed by overlapping spaces. Xia Ruofei was sure that Chen Xian and the other experts of the First Heaven Society did not have similar discoveries. Or perhaps they did not have enough talent in space. Even if they did find something, they would not be able to detect it. Instead, they did not dare to try again because their spiritual energy had been devoured. Xia Ruofei was able to discover this interesting situation with his sharp senses. Other than his sensitivity to the rules of space, he also benefited from the concept of space nested that Bai Qingqing had told him about. The interior of the ore was actually similar to the structure of space nested, but it was much more complicated than what Bai Qingqing had described. Xia Ruofei continuously released his spiritual power to probe the atmosphere inside the ore and got more detailed information. The internal space was truly incomparably complicated. Basically, thousands of spaces interweaved, nested, and stacked with each other, forming an extremely complicated relative relationship. There were so many spaces, and Xia Ruofei could not study them one by one. Moreover, every time he used his spiritual power to explore, it would only last for 1/10 of a second before it was devoured. In such a short period of time, the information he could obtain was very limited. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was very strong. He didn't mind losing a little bit of spiritual power as he could recover it quickly. Therefore, he was also happy to continuously release wisps of mental power, which he explored into the ore. Of course, he didn't expect to be able to study all of those spaces. With his understanding of space, it was impossible. If it was the realm Fox by Qingqing, there might be hope. However, after a period of investigation, Xia Ruofei had made a discovery. First of all, the many spaces inside seemed to have their own independent rules. Secondly, these spaces that operated according to different rules were nested together, and the rules also affected each other, forming more complex secondary and tertiary rules. In addition, he also discovered that the relationships between these spaces were not static. In other words, these spaces seemed to be in a state of motion. This meant that after the inter-spatial relationships changed, new rules would be produced. In terms of the number of internal spaces, the changes were simply endless. Xia Ruofei studied it for a while and was even a little reluctant to use it. He had a feeling that if he gave it to the spirit map scroll, it would most likely be absorbed. However, this ore actually had such a wonderful spatial structure inside. If it was directly absorbed, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Xia Ruofei studied it for a while. It was as if he had just gotten a fun toy and he couldn't bear to let go. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei realized that his understanding of the laws of space had improved in a short period of time. Xia Ruofei did not expect to gain something from studying the complicated and exquisite interior of the ore. In this way, he was even more reluctant to give the ore directly to the spirit map, to devour the Tao Wu. Of course, he didn't know whether the spirit map would devour the ore, but the possibility was higher. Xia Ruofei felt that he was not in a hurry anyway. He might as well study the internal spatial structure of the ore for a while. At least, he had to extract all its value before handing it over to the spirit map space to work with. As for his mental energy, if he used it up, he could cultivate the great Tao arts. It would recover quite quickly. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei decided to go inside the spirit map space to visit Tao Wu. He could set up a time flow that was at most 2,000 times faster than normal. Besides, the spiritual qi was extremely rich, and it would be more convenient for him to cultivate and recover his spiritual power. With this in mind, Xia Ruofei directly summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and carefully hid it in a corner within the boundary of the quiet room. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the quiet room along with the ore. The next moment, he appeared in the spirit map space of the primal realm. 3011 Spirit Body Out of Body. 1. To prevent any accidents, Xia Ruofei used his spatial energy to wrap the ore in layers the moment he entered the spirit map space. Then, he came to the square in front of the Linglong Pagoda. After setting up the time formation flag, he sat in the time formation and began to study the mysterious ore. Xia Ruofei was using a stupid method. He kept using his spiritual power to search, hoping to get more information. Each wisp of spiritual power could only support 1/10 of a second at most, and the information transmitted back was very limited. However, the space inside the ore was very exquisite, and Xia Ruofei happened to have a deep understanding of space. He could always gain something from the limited information, so he never got tired of it. Every time his mental power was gone, it would never return, so the consumption was naturally very large. Even if Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was strong, he could not hold on for long under such a rapid consumption. Moreover, he was so engrossed in the wonderful spatial structure inside the ore that he was completely unaware of the loss of his spiritual power. Unconsciously, Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. His head was throbbing, so he quickly stopped. After checking himself, Xia Ruofei realized that his spiritual energy had been exhausted. He looked at the time and realized that only a few hours had passed. And this was after each wisp of mental energy was devoured. Xia Ruofei had to spend a little time to understand the information that the wisp of mental energy had obtained. Otherwise, with the consumption rate like a clay ox entering the sea and taking in all the information, Xia Ruofei's mental energy would not last for an hour, no matter what a clever housewife can not cook without rice. Xia Ruofei could not continue with his spiritual power, so he could only stop temporarily. He took some water from the spiritual pond and drank it. Then, he sat cross-legged on the jade futon and started to practice the great Tao formula. This way, he could increase his cultivation and speed up the recovery of his spiritual power. This was something that Xia Ruofei had discovered before. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He cultivated slowly while waiting for his spiritual power to recover. When his mental power was almost fully recovered, he picked up the mysterious ore and began to study it again. Time passed by slowly. After a few rounds of recovery, Xia Ruofei felt that his mental strength had been tempered. Of course, the effect was not particularly obvious, but it was an unexpected gain. His greatest gain was naturally his understanding of the laws of space. There were tens of thousands of spaces within the ore, completely overlapping with each other. Each of these small spaces had incomplete rules, and were completely incomparable to the space outside. In fact, they were much worse than the rules of the spirit map. The rules of the spirit map space were constantly being perfected. Every time the space was upgraded, the rules of the space would become more complete and closer to the outside world. However, there were so many small spaces in the ore, each with its own characteristics and emphasis. The incomplete laws allowed Xia Ruofei to comprehend them more clearly. This was because they would not be affected by other laws. Xia Ruofei's understanding of the laws of space was gradually accumulating and becoming deeper. However, the information that he could obtain through his spiritual power was very limited. Xia Ruofei was gradually not satisfied with this speed. So he tried to release 2 spiritual powers at the same time, so he could get more information. Then, 3, 4. Xia Ruofei continued to increase the amount of information he received. Of course, the speed at which his spiritual power was being consumed was also getting faster. The information on the rules of space was very intricate. Xia Ruofei would unknowingly be immersed in it. When he released 9 rays of spiritual power in a single shot, he did not realize that the spiritual power in his body had been exhausted again. It was almost dried up. At this moment, a change suddenly occurred. Xia Ruofei felt a huge pulling force coming from the direction of his spiritual power. He wanted to resist it subconsciously but realized that his spiritual power had been exhausted. Xia Ruofei felt like the world was spinning. It was similar to the first time he entered the spirit map space, but there was a clear difference. At least, it was much more intense. Then, Xia Ruofei felt that he had arrived in a chaotic space. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this state of his. He immediately realized that he was in a spiritual state. When he was cultivating the scripture of the primogenitor with Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, he was in this state. In other words, the huge pulling force had forcefully pulled Xia Ruofei's spiritual body out of his sea of consciousness and into this chaotic space. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel shocked and worried at the same time. He felt that this was the biggest crisis he had ever encountered since he started cultivating, and it was unknown whether it would be good or bad. He was already completely unable to contact the outside world, but after a brief moment of panic, he still steadied his mind. Xia Ruofei had experienced life and death situations many times since he joined the army. He had long understood the principle that the more difficult the situation was, the more he had to maintain his composure. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he had to remain absolutely calm. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. 3012 Spirit Body Out of Body, 2. After Xia Ruofei cleared his mind of all his worries and distracting thoughts, he began to feel a sense of familiarity with the space he was in. Soon, Xia Ruofei realized that he was in one of the many small spaces in the mysterious ore. This discovery made the usually tough Xia Ruofei feel a sense of powerlessness. There were countless small spaces inside the ore, and many of them were overlapping with each other. The rules were quite complicated. How could he break through the space and escape? Besides, Xia Ruofei had been observing the inner space of the ore for a long time today. He knew that the space was intertwined and extremely complicated. Even if he could break open this space, there was a high chance that he would enter another small space and not leave this place. Moreover, once he fell into the more complicated space stacking area, he could not be sure if his spirit body would be injured. Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei was not unfamiliar with the experience of a spirit leaving one's body. However, in the past, he had only entered Song Wei's or Ling Qingshua's sea of consciousness. This was the first time he had left his body and entered such a complicated space. Xia Ruofei could not help but fall into a dilemma. If he stayed here and didn't move, he would most likely be trapped to death. And if he acted rashly, it was likely to bring unpredictable danger, or he might be completely lost in this extremely complicated space community. Xia Ruofei thought hard, but he could not find a good solution. He couldn't help but regret his extreme actions. Xia Ruofei had felt that it was his 9 streams of mental energy that had entered the or space at the same time that had caused this change. Furthermore, his mental energy was almost exhausted. He didn't even have the time to resist before his spirit body was extracted from his body. If he had been as steady as he had been at the beginning and had only used one wisp of spiritual power, this situation would most likely not have occurred. However, it was too late to regret now. Danger always coexisted with opportunity. Xia Ruofei's many years of experience had made him extremely determined. Naturally, he would not give up easily just because of the current situation. After a long time of thinking, Xia Ruofei finally made a decision. In fact, he had no other choice. There was only one path he could take. As for what would happen after he broke it, he could only take one step at a time. In any case, staying here was equivalent to waiting for death. Only by finding a way to leave this small space could he seize any possible opportunity. Hence, Xia Ruofei no longer had any distracting thoughts. He started to focus on understanding the rules of the small space where his spirit body was. Previously, Xia Ruofei could only rely on his spiritual power to enter and obtain limited information for a short period of time before he was devoured. Now, it was completely different. His spirit body was in a small space, and he could feel the rules of this small space as much as he wanted. Naturally, he could obtain more and more information without any time limit. In a sense, this way of comprehending the rules of the small space was many times more efficient than using his spiritual power to investigate. If not for the fact that his spirit body was trapped and his safety was unknown, Xia Ruofei would have cheered for him. However, he could not be happy at all, because he knew very well that even if he broke through this small space, it was extremely likely that he would be welcomed by another small space or an even more dangerous region of stacked spaces. The small space where Xia Ruofei's spiritual body was located was an area that he had not detected with his spiritual power. This was very normal. After all, there were countless small spaces inside the ore. In such a short time, from a probability point of view, the possibility that Xia Ruofei had explored it before was extremely low. Fortunately, this small space was similar to the small space that Xia Ruofei had previously explored. The rules were relatively simple. Of course, the simplicity was relative compared to the spirit map space and even the space outside. The rules here were definitely relatively simple. In fact, the laws of space were a high-level law, second only to the laws of time. As long as the laws of space were involved, there was basically nothing simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where no one in the cultivation world could forge storage rings. Xia Ruofei had benefited from controlling the spirit map space for a long time and had a deeper understanding of the rules of space. Compared to cultivators of the same level, his understanding of the rules of space was far ahead of others. Hence, although Xia Ruofei was a little confused about the rules of this small space, he was not at a loss. He could directly sense the rules of this small space from the inside, so it was naturally more convenient for him to comprehend. Xia Ruofei was immersed in the comprehension of the laws of space. In this small space, Xia Ruofei could analyze, interpret, and comprehend the laws of space that were extremely complicated to ordinary cultivators. Unconsciously, Xia Ruofei felt a little happy. He controlled the spirit body and flew towards a certain place in the small space. By now, Xia Ruofei had already understood the rules of this small space and easily found the weakest point. As expected, under the attack of the spirit body, the small space was broken open without any resistance. The moment Xia Ruofei rushed out, he felt a completely different space rule. It was also a relatively simple incomplete rule. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This was clearly another small space. Although he already knew that after breaking through that small space, there was a high probability that he would enter another small space. The probability of directly breaking through the space and returning to the spirit map space at the beginning realm was extremely low. However, when he actually entered the other small space, Xia Ruofei could not help but sigh. When he was comprehending the laws of space, his concept of time was a little vague. However, after breaking through the small space, Xia Ruofei sensed that he had spent 10 whole days in that small space. There were tens of thousands of spaces inside the ore, and the small space just now was a relatively simple space, but it took so long. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the road ahead was long. However, since he was already in such a situation, he had to continue on no matter how long the road was. Fortunately, a spirit body was not like a physical body, so it was fine. Even if he did not eat or drink. However, Xia Ruofei was a little worried. His physical body was still at the initial stage in the spirit map space. Could he have died after sitting there for 10 days without eating or drinking? He didn't know how long it would take for him to get out. By the time he got out, his body would have already been reduced to mud. If that was the case, then the joke had gone too far. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei felt even more anxious. After a short rest, Xia Ruofei started to understand the rules of this space. Basically, the rules of these small spaces were different, so Xia Ruofei had to start from the beginning. Some of the rules even conflicted with each other, making it even more difficult to understand. This small space was similar to the previous one. There was only one rule. Xia Ruofei spent more than 8 days and finally understood the rules of this space. He also successfully found the weakest node and broke through. Next, Xia Ruofei was like a wandering spirit, shuttling through countless small spaces. In the beginning, he would try his best to record every space he passed, especially the node where he broke through the space, and he would put more emphasis on remembering it. This was equivalent to remembering the path one had taken while playing the maze. However, after traveling through so many spaces, Xia Ruofei could not remember all of them. Moreover, he had observed from the outside that the space inside the ore was constantly moving, and the relationship between the small spaces was also constantly changing. Therefore, he knew that it would be useless to record it, so he simply gave up. As time passed, Xia Ruofei could not remember how many laws of space he had comprehended. He could only feel that his understanding of the laws of space had improved by leaps and bounds. There was an obvious improvement every day. He was like a dry sponge, absorbing nutrients tirelessly. Regardless of whether he was active or passive, Xia Ruofei had gained a lot from the space rules. 3013 The long years. 1. Xia Ruofei was even numb to time. In the beginning, he was worried that the spirit body would leave the body for a long time, which would cause various unpredictable bad results, but later, he had no choice but to recognize the reality. All his worries were in vain. He could only do what he could do as well as possible and as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei couldn't remember how many small spaces he had been to. Usually, if the rules were relatively simple and the structure was simple, he would have spent 10 days to a month. If the rules were more complicated, it was normal to be trapped for a few months. Xia Ruofei even encountered a few dangerous situations. After breaking through a small space, he would fall into an area where 2 or more spaces overlapped. The space rules in this area were very chaotic. If he could not find a safe area to avoid in time, the spirit body would be hurt or even killed. If the spirit body was destroyed, then the soul would really be scattered. Hence, it was the first time Xia Ruofei had encountered a folded space. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, his calm mind played a role at the critical moment. He found a relatively stable area in the shortest time possible so that the spirit body had a safe place to live. Even so, his spirit body had suffered considerable damage. Fortunately, the space inside the ore seemed to be connected to the outside world. In other words, the rich spiritual energy of the primal level in the spirit map space of the mysterious ore could also seep in. Hence, Xia Ruofei spent almost a month studying the laws of the layered space while absorbing spiritual energy to recover his spiritual body. Finally, he was able to gradually recover his spiritual body. It was precisely because he could always absorb the spirit chi from the spirit map space that he had the confidence that he would be able to break through one day. It was considered fast to recover his spiritual body. In a month, Xia Ruofei could feel that his spiritual body had recovered after being damaged by the shattered space. It was more solid than before. It seemed like there were benefits to building up again after being destroyed. However, it was easy for a spirit body to recover, but it was not so easy to break through this kind of complicated layered spatial region. It was the first time Xia Ruofei had encountered such a layered space. He had been trapped for 5 years. He studied the laws of this layered space without rest. After the 2 spaces overlapped, the complexity of the laws increased exponentially. The effects and interactions between the different laws were endless. Xia Ruofei patiently deduced and comprehended. Finally, on the 5th year, he successfully broke through this region. As Xia Ruofei's understanding of the rules of space deepened, the speed at which he was breaking the small space also increased. This was especially true for independent spaces with relatively simple rules. He would need a few days at the start, but as he progressed, he would be able to complete it in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, these independent spaces were the most common. After Xia Ruofei encountered them many times, he had gained a lot of experience. When Xia Ruofei encountered 2 overlapping small spaces again, he was not as flustered as the first time. He could protect the spirit steadily and then slowly break it. And as the number of times he did it increased, the speed at which he cracked this kind of spatial region also slowly increased. Xia Ruofei's worst experience was when he was trapped in an area where 3 small spaces intersected at the same time. The spatial rules in this area were extremely chaotic. In the past 10 years, Xia Ruofei had not been able to make any sense of it. All the rules seemed to have become a pot of mush or a huge mess. He could not find any way to break through. Even with Xia Ruofei's strong will, he could not help but feel a sense of despair when faced with such a situation. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, on the 11th year, he caught a flash of inspiration in his mind. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. The fear was that they could not even find a breakthrough. Once they found the correct and effective breakthrough, even if the later process was still complicated and arduous, they could always see hope in front. This was the case this time. After Xia Ruofei had grasped that fleeting inspiration, the chaotic spatial laws gradually became orderly in his eyes. He had used a full 30 years, spinning silk from a cocoon and moving forward with great difficulty. Finally, he had gnawed on this hard bone. These small spaces and overlapping areas seemed to be endless. After breaking one, Xia Ruofei would have to face another more difficult space. As the years went by, Xia Ruofei began to encounter the space that he had cracked before. In other words, to a certain extent, he was already walking back, but he still didn't see any hope of breaking through this mysterious space. Of course, Xia Ruofei had already confirmed that these small spaces were actually moving. Hence, he did not really go back. Whenever he came across a space that he had cracked before, Xia Ruofei would stop for a short while to understand the rules of the space. After so many years of accumulation, Xia Ruofei's comprehension of space was 10 times or 100 times better than before. Looking back, when he first entered this world, his understanding of the laws of space was very shallow. 3014 The passing of time, too, therefore, if one tried to comprehend it again, they would often gain new gains. As the saying goes, review the old to know the new. Besides, whenever Xia Ruofei encountered a small space that he had been to before, he would not break through from the same spatial node. Instead, after reviewing the old and comprehending the new, he would choose a relatively weaker spatial node and break it easily. Naturally, he did this to avoid falling into an endless loop. Just like that, Xia Ruofei's spirit body traveled through the seemingly endless space, year after year. Sometimes, he would stop. Every time this happened, he would feel an inexplicable sadness in his heart. After so much time had passed, his body, which was at the primordial realm while sitting cross-legged in the spirit map space, had probably been reduced to mud. Even if he could break open the internal space of the mysterious ore and return to the spirit map space, what would he do without a physical body? Speaking of which, this ore space was quite magical. His spirit body had been here for so many years. According to the cultivation ancient books he had read, his spirit body should have been gradually worn away. A spirit body that had left the physical body could not survive for a long time. Even if it could absorb spiritual energy to supplement it, it could not suppress the loss. This was the law of nature. Only after reaching the leaving aperture realm would one's spirit body be able to leave one's physical body freely and drift outside for a long period of time. However, after so many years in the inner space of the ore, Xia Ruofei's spirit body had not been damaged at all, except for the occasional injury caused by the complicated and dangerous overlapping space. Moreover, after the spirit body had absorbed the spiritual qi, it could recover smoothly. Usually, after each injury, the spirit body would become more solid. If it wasn't for the fact that the pain of a spiritual body being injured was 10 times or even 100 times more painful than the physical body, Xia Ruofei would have massacred himself. However, as long as one had experienced the pain of a spirit body being injured, the pain would definitely be engraved in one's heart. It was absolutely impossible for one to take the initiative to try again. Even if one thought about it, one could not help but tremble. Thinking that his physical body might have already died, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. If he were to break open the internal space of the ore, his spirit body would return to the spirit map space. Without the protection of his physical body, his spirit body would probably only be able to survive for a few years at most, before it would be completely exhausted. In comparison, it seemed that staying inside the space of the ore was a better choice. It's better to live than to die. However, every time he had such a thought, Xia Ruofei would quickly cut it off. He told himself directly, this must be an inner demon. The heart's devil that was born over the long years. You want me to sink into this place forever? In fact, the small spaces inside the ore did not even have complete laws. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, these primitive small spaces were always lifeless, without a trace of vitality. If he were to be locked in here forever, he would be better off dead. People often pursued eternal life. The ultimate goal of a cultivator's cultivation was often eternal life. But was eternal life really that attractive? After spending a long time in the earth space, Xia Ruofei had understood one thing: immortality without any hope or goal was even more terrifying than death. Death often meant that everything was over, and eternal life meant that even if it was extremely painful, one could only continue to live in such pain. When Xia Ruofei was in elementary school, he had read a short science fiction novel. The background of the story was that an alien civilization had achieved eternal life through scientific means. A huge server had stored everyone's memory in real time, including everyone's DNA. At that time, the alien civilization had already eliminated diseases. If a person died in an accident, the eternal life machine would use his DNA to make an identical person and implant his own memory. This was also the way to achieve immortality. Just thinking about it was a scene that everyone yearned for. But what was the actual situation? It was the exact opposite. After this alien civilization achieved eternal life, they had banned reproduction. In other words, the population of this civilization would never change. In the first 10,000 years, everyone was reveling to their heart's content. They had played all that could be played, because they already had an endless life. As time passed, the humans of this civilization began to become more and more empty. They were tired of all forms of entertainment and even treated life and death battles as a game. The two armies fought on the battlefield for excitement. Later on, some of them had a mental breakdown, and the endless life force made them feel despair. Many people began to attempt suicide, but whether it was suicide or an accident, the eternal life machine would resurrect the person very accurately, and those who committed suicide all failed without exception. Thus, everyone began to try to destroy the eternal machine, but the highest level of protection and extremely powerful recovery ability made all their efforts in vain. Everyone could only live in emptiness and despair, with no end in sight. The ending of the story was also somewhat unexpected. In the end, time defeated the eternal machine. After countless years, the eternal machine itself could not resist the erosion of time and finally stopped working. When everyone heard the news, the entire civilization cheered. We can finally choose death. When the young Xia Ruofei first read the story, he could not understand it at all. At the age where he had just learned about life and death, immortality was something that people yearned for. How could he really be tired of living? After spending a long time in the earth space, Xia Ruofei finally understood the story. Without the simultaneous development of spiritual civilization, eternal life was really a terrifying thing. It was because of this that Xia Ruofei's faith was firm from the beginning to the end. He had to break open this or space, even if he could not survive long after returning to the spirit map space. Of course, Xia Ruofei couldn't have been comprehending the spatial rules all the time. After all, he was a human, not a machine. However, because he did not have a physical body and was only in the state of a spirit body, he could not cultivate. Therefore, during this period of time, he took out a large number of ancient books and records from his mind and slowly studied them as a way to regulate his body. Of course, most of the time, he was still comprehending the spatial rules. It was just that this period of time was really too long. Even if it was only a small part of the time that he did not do his proper work, the accumulation was still quite considerable. Xia Ruofei had basically studied all the books in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. In the past, it was only stored in his mind. Now, this valuable wealth of knowledge had truly become Xia Ruofei's. Just like that, Xia Ruofei spent year after year of loneliness in the earth space. On this day, he faced the three-layered small space in front of him and let out a long breath. He had been trapped here for 3 years, and today, he had finally understood the laws of this area. His understanding of the laws of space was now very profound. He still remembered the first time he had fallen into the triple-layered small space folding area and had almost lost his life. It had taken him several decades to break out of that area. But this time, he had completely comprehended it in a short 3 years. It could be seen how much he had improved in the laws of space over this long period of time. Xia Ruofei's spirit body followed a strange route and floated towards a seemingly dangerous spatial node without hesitation. He did not receive any attacks and directly passed through the spatial node. When he was cracking the spatial laws, he had already mastered the technique of lifting heavy objects as if they were light. This time, when Xia Ruofei's spirit body broke through the spatial zone, he did not feel the familiar spatial aura. Instead, he felt a burning sensation as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. 3015 8,000 years in an instant. 1. Xia Ruofei was caught off guard by this sudden situation. Over the years, Xia Ruofei had gotten used to all kinds of unexpected situations. However, most of them were the instantaneous damage caused by the chaotic laws of space when he entered an area with overlapping layers of space. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Xia Ruofei felt as if his spirit body was melting like snow under strong sunlight. Could it be that the spirit body couldn't stand the erosion of time and was about to collapse? When this thought came to Xia Ruofei's mind, he felt a little sad, but at the same time, he felt relieved. After all, for so many years, they had been shuttling back and forth in these small, lifeless spaces. There was no hope of escape at all. Those with a slightly weaker will would have gone crazy long ago. From the moment Xia Ruofei broke through the 3 layers of space to the moment he felt that his spirit body was about to melt, everything had happened in a flash. Xia Ruofei only had time to think of this before he felt a strong suction force that caused his spirit body to fly in one direction. At this moment, Xia Ruofei realized that his environment had completely changed. This place was full of vitality, rich in spiritual energy, and all he could see was an exuberant green. The scene in front of him was both familiar and strange. It was familiar because this was the spirit map space's primal realm. Xia Ruofei had been here countless times. The unfamiliarity was because Xia Ruofei had been trapped in the Or space for too many years. Before he was trapped, Xia Ruofei had only lived for about 20 years. However, in the space inside the Or, just the complex 3-layer space could trap him for decades. After such a long time, Xia Ruofei had a strange feeling about everything that happened before he was trapped. He was out of trouble just like that? It was as if a lifetime had passed. He was really caught off guard. This sudden happiness stunned Xia Ruofei. He did not even resist when his spirit body was being pulled in one direction by the strong suction force. He was completely oblivious to the pain that felt like the scorching sun. Xia Ruofei only came back to his senses when the fluttering feeling disappeared, and he could feel his feet on the ground again. He was surprised to find that his spirit body had returned to his physical body. It seemed that the suction force just now came from his physical body. Xia Ruofei revealed a look of disbelief. He even suspected that he had been trapped in the space of the Or for too long, causing him to have such a realistic illusion. It had been so many years, how could his body still be there? Even if his spirit body had not left his body, his physical body should have died long ago. Xia Ruofei tried to move his fingers and then his neck. There was no problem. If it wasn't for the fact that cultivators were very familiar with their own bodies, Xia Ruofei would have thought that he had possessed someone else's body. However, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in the spirit map space. Originally, there was no need to confirm it. However, this matter was really beyond his understanding, so Xia Ruofei felt that it was best to confirm it to avoid any mistakes. As a result, he subconsciously waved his hand, and the invisible force of the spirit map space immediately gathered, instantly forming a smooth mirror. Before he was trapped, this would have been very difficult to do, but now he could easily do it with a thought. It could be seen how much he had improved. Xia Ruofei raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the mirror. What was presented in front of him was his own appearance. He was still in his 20s and looked the same as before. He was trapped. There was no change at all. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and did not move for a long time. These emotions were very complicated. There was surprise, excitement, and an inexplicable feeling. Xia Ruofei looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes that could not be erased. That's right. He had been trapped inside the Or space for 1,000 years. After such a long time, a person's heart would change, especially when he had spent the past 1,000 years in such a lifeless and hopeless environment. Xia Ruofei had never thought that he would one day become a 1,000-year-old demon. After a long time, he waved his hand to disperse the mirror formed by the invisible force of the spirit map space. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the mysterious Or beside him. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with fear. After being trapped for 1,000 years, he was truly afraid of this Or. Xia Ruofei wanted to use his spiritual power to check it out a few times, but he could not overcome the fear in his heart. In the end, he gave up and used the invisible spatial force to wrap the Or up and throw it aside. After his spiritual body returned to his physical body, Xia Ruofei quickly circulated the Great Tao technique and used his spiritual power to check his body. He didn't find any problems, and his cultivation method was running smoothly. His body was still that of a young man in his 20s, and all his functions were no different from before he was trapped. How could that be possible? Xia Ruofei was also in disbelief. After 1,000 years, even if the spirit body was still in the body should have been reduced to mud by now, right? Furthermore, it was a physical body without a spirit body. 3016 1,000 years in an instant, too. Could it be that the spirit map space had such a function? It could prevent the body from rotting? This was the first thought that came to Xia Ruofei's mind. However, he quickly denied it. The reason was simple. The so-called unity of spirit and body of cultivators was actually a state where the spirit and the body were in harmony. If the spirit left the body for 1,000 years, the compatibility between the two would definitely drop to an extremely low point. Even if the body did not decay after 1,000 years, it would be very difficult for the spirit to return after leaving the body for such a long time. Even if he managed to return to his physical body, the compatibility between the two would be very poor. If he wanted to return to the perfect state of spirit and body as one, he would need a long time to slowly adapt. According to the ancient records, even leaving aperture stage cultivators did not dare to let their spiritual bodies leave their physical bodies for too long. Otherwise, the problem of merging their spiritual bodies with their physical bodies would be difficult to solve. Of course, the spiritual body of a leaving aperture stage cultivator was many times stronger than that of a golden core stage cultivator. Their physical body had also become very strong during the long process of cultivation. Coupled with the cultivation technique of the leaving aperture stage, it was enough to ensure that the spiritual body of a leaving aperture stage cultivator would not have the problem of being unable to merge with the physical body for 1 or 2 months. However, Xia Ruofei had never heard of a spirit body that had been separated from the physical body for 1,000 years and could still be perfectly compatible with the physical body. Xia Ruofei had tried it many times. After his spirit body returned to his body, it really fit perfectly. It was as if it had never left, but it also seemed like it had only left for a very short time. Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of a concept. Could it be that 1,000 years was just his subjective feeling? When he thought of the long years of unbearable experience he had experienced in the space, he felt that it was unlikely. One had to know that his comprehension of the rules of space was real. Moreover, he had taken the time to study so many classics and secret techniques from the jade talismans of inheritance. Could it be a problem with the flow of time? Or was it that the time law within the war's internal space was simply in disorder? Xia Ruofei felt that it was more likely. It was actually very simple to prove it. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space and returned to the outside world, which was the quiet room and star-picking tower. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would leave his phone outside before entering the spirit map space. This was because the flow of time in the spirit map space was different for those at the primal level. If he brought his phone in, the time on his phone would be messed up. Of course, the internet was the only thing keeping time. As long as he came to the outside world and connected to the internet, the time would naturally be adjusted. However, Xia Ruofei had already formed a habit. Hence, every time he entered the spirit map space, he would leave his phone, watch, and other things outside. In the spirit map space, he had also placed a clock to keep time. Once Xia Ruofei returned to the quiet room, he reached out and picked up the phone beside the futon. After looking at the time on his phone, Xia Ruofei was stunned. His phone showed that it was still the day he entered the spirit map space. The year had not changed. The date had not changed. In fact, only a minute had passed. This was also thanks to Xia Ruofei's habit of checking the time on his phone every time he entered the medium and left his phone. Outside, there was definitely no problem with his memory. As long as a cultivator remembered something, they would basically not forget it, even if his subjective consciousness had already experienced a long 1,000 years. In that case, did that mean that he had actually spent 1,000 years in the Earth space, while time in the outside world had not passed at all? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the problem of time, even for those at the original beginning realm in the spirit map space where the mysterious ore was located, after the time formation was set up. The time flow was 2,000 times slower than the outside world. If time passed at the same time, at least half a year would have passed in the outside world after 1,000 years. However, that was not the case in reality. It had only been less than a minute since he had entered the medium. He estimated that this little bit of time was spent after he entered the space and before he started to study the ore. After all, he was studying the ore in an environment where time was flowing 2,000 times faster. A dream of 1,000 years? This word appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. No matter what, after confirming this, Xia Ruofei felt more at ease. Even though half a year was not considered a long time, if he were to really seclude himself in this cultivation room for half a year, the outside world would probably be in chaos. There was no need to mention the Paradise Company in the secular world. Even if he was used to being a boss who did nothing, as the boss, not appearing for half a year was a bit too much. Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xia Ruofei's friends and family in the secular world would be very worried, thinking that he had gone missing. Li Yifu, who was on Peach Blossom Island, knew that Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had attended the auction together, so he was even more worried. After all, Xia Ruofei had asked Li Yifu to leave first to avoid any accidents on the way back because he had offended someone. Li Yifu could not find the exact location of the Star Caesar sect, nor did he know what had happened after he left the auction. He would probably think that Xia Ruofei had been ambushed on his way out. This was because Qingfeng Luo would most likely loyally wait outside the quiet room and would not leave. It was impossible for him to inform Li Yifu. If Luo Qingfeng was worried that Xia Ruofei had been in seclusion for too long and went to the quiet room to check, he would only see the spirit map and not Xia Ruofei's figure. He would probably be even more panicked. Fortunately, time didn't seem to be flowing at the same time, so these problems didn't exist. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was trapped in the inner space of the ore, these were no longer a problem for him. He did not have time to think about it at all. At that time, he was most worried about the damage to his physical body. However, as time passed, Xia Ruofei felt that what should have happened had already happened, so he simply did not bother to think about it. At that time, he didn't expect that the 1,000 years he had spent in the space of the ore would only be an instant in the outside world. 1,000 years passed in an instant, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. There was nothing wrong with his body. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Moreover, the strange space inside the ore had actually allowed his spirit body to survive for 1,000 years. Not only was it not damaged at all, but it had also become stronger because of the repeated injuries and recovery. Xia Ruofei had earned a lot. 1,000 years immersed in the comprehension of spatial laws, his achievements were unimaginable. He felt that his attainments in the laws of space were even higher than that of the realm fox by Qingqing. In addition, Xia Ruofei also used his business time to study many secret techniques and theories on alchemy, medicine, and equipment. Other than not being able to verify them with actual practice, his level in these other aspects had also improved greatly. This would be quite beneficial for his future development in the world of cultivation. Xia Ruofei sat in the quiet room in a daze. It took him a while to calm down his turbulent emotions. He had stayed in the inner space of the ore for too long. According to the lifespan of an ordinary person, he had stayed in there for more than 10 lifetimes. Hence, after successfully breaking open the space in the ore, Xia Ruofei felt as if he was in a dream. And it was a very, very long dream. He sat in a daze for a while and couldn't help but shout, "Qing Feng!" Luo Qingfeng, who was waiting outside the door, quickly replied, "Master, this old servant is here." "Master, do you have any orders?" All the miscellaneous people in the entire Zhaixing Lu had been cleared out. Even the area around Zhaixing Lu had been listed as a restricted area. Thus, Luo Qingfeng did not have to worry about being overheard by others. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Xia Ruofei asked. Luo Qingfeng was confused by Xia Ruofei's random question. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Master? And why did Master's voice sound so old? It was as if he had cultivated for thousands of years. Although his heart was full of questions, Luo Qingfeng still answered meticulously, "Master, you entered the chamber less than 15 minutes ago." 3017 The biggest harvest. 1. After hearing Luo Qingfeng's words, Xia Ruofei's heart was completely at ease. He was silent for a while before he said, "I know. You stand guard outside for me. Remember, don't let anyone in. Don't come in unless I call you." "Yes, Master." "Yes," Luo Qingfeng replied. In the quiet room, Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he calmed himself down and returned to the spirit map space. Just now, he was so excited that he didn't have the time to think about it. Now, he had to feel the changes in himself. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei's first feeling was that his understanding of this space had become very clear. In fact, Xia Ruofei used to feel that his control of the spirit map space was very good. But now, it was a completely different feeling. In the past, he might have known it but not the reason. But now, with his understanding of the laws of space, the spirit map space seemed to be able to be broken down into the most basic laws in his eyes. Of course, in the spirit map space, especially the space of the Archean realm, the rules were much more complicated than the space inside the ore. At the same time, it was also more complete. Xia Ruofei was still unable to completely understand the rules like he did in the ore. If he could do that, Xia Ruofei would be able to break open the spirit map space, even if he was not the one controlling it. Of course, after the spirit map space had been upgraded several times, it was very close to the outside world. The spatial rules here were very complete and stable. It was extremely difficult to break through such a space. Therefore, the safety of the spirit map space, at least for now, was absolutely not an issue. At least, Xia Ruofei knew that even the Jiali by Qingqing could not do this. From this point of view, Bai Qingqing's spatial talent was indeed very good, and her attainments in the aspect of space were also very high. However, she was probably at Xia Ruofei's current level at most, or perhaps even worse. Xia Ruofei quietly comprehended the rules of the spirit map space for a while, silently corroborating them with the space rules he had comprehended in the past 1,000 years. He also had some new insights in his heart. After he withdrew his thoughts, he turned his gaze to a certain place in the space. It looked empty, but in fact, there were layers of spatial power wrapped around the mysterious ore. Xia Ruofei's feelings were complicated. The purpose of his participation in the auction was to get 2 storage rings for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He had never expected that the biggest gain would actually be this mysterious ore. Of course, it was also because of this ore that Xia Ruofei had almost fallen into a situation of eternal damnation. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to the dangers he had experienced inside the ore space. There were a few times when his spirit body was almost instantly torn apart in the complex layered space. Furthermore, even if there were no such dangers, being trapped in such a lifeless environment for 1,000 years could easily lead to a mental breakdown, and one would go crazy. Now that he thought about it, if Xia Ruofei's will wavered even a little, he might really be trapped in it and never be able to get out. Xia Ruofei really wanted to use his spiritual power to check again, but he could not muster the courage. In fact, Xia Ruofei had another thought in his mind. The spirit map space was also drooling over this mysterious ore. He could completely let go of the restraints and let the spirit map space devour this ore. This was because Xia Ruofei was still tempted to explore the secrets of the ore space again. However, at the same time, he told himself that this idea was very dangerous and that he should not try it. If he let the spirit map space devour it, he would no longer have such thoughts. However, after much thought, Xia Ruofei still couldn't bear to do it. The laws of the small spaces within the ore were very primitive and simple. To comprehend the laws of space, this was a very valuable resource. It was equivalent to dismantling the complex and complete spatial laws, crushing them and embedding them into different small spaces. At the same time, he also used some stacked spatial regions to demonstrate the effect of the combination of laws. It was naturally more effective to comprehend the spatial laws through such a small space and layered region than to directly comprehend the complete spatial laws. Xia Ruofei felt that if he did not make full use of this mysterious ore, he would definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, he eventually suppressed the idea of letting the spirit map space devour him directly. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and called Xia Qing over using telepathy. "Master, do you have any orders?" Xia Qing slightly bowed and asked. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the spatial force that enveloped the mysterious ore turned transparent. It looked like the ore was suspended in mid-air. Of course, the spatial force was still in effect, isolating the connection between the ore and the spirit map space. "Can you recognize what this is?" Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Qing looked at it for a long time and said with a slight frown, "I'm sorry, Master. I don't recognize this stone. You don't know him, or you can't say it due to the rules?" Xia Ruofei asked. "I really don't know him," Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. "In fact, after Master broke through to the golden core stage, the rules restrictions on me are already very small. There's basically nothing I can't say." 3018, the biggest harvest, too. Xia Ruofei knew that basically no meant that there were more. However, since Xia Qing had said that he really didn't know anything about this ore, and it wasn't because of the rules that he couldn't say anything, then he really didn't know. Otherwise, even if she couldn't say it, Xia Qing would have done so. Xia Qing would definitely not lie to him. Actually, Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this outcome. Before falling into the space inside the ore, Xia Ruofei wanted to study it by himself and did not ask Xia Qing directly. After escaping from the ore space, Xia Ruofei had a faint feeling that this ore should be very rare, and Xia Qing probably didn't know about it. After asking, the result was as expected. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not too disappointed. "I know, then you can go," he said. "Yes," Xia Qing said. Just as Xia Qing was about to leave, Xia Ruofei called out again, "Wait. What other instructions does Master have?" Xia Qing turned around and asked. "This stone is related to the rules of space." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Do you think Bai Qingqing would know more?" The realm fox is very sensitive to the rules of space, and its talent in space is also very strong. It's inherited from its bloodline, and the realm fox has inherited memories, so it might be able to recognize this stone. Xia Qing said cautiously, "However, if there is no information about this stone in the inherited memory, then it most likely doesn't know what it is." "I see," Xia Ruofei nodded. "You can go back to your work. Don't tell Bai Qingqing anything about this stone. If I need it, I'll find it myself." "Understood." Xia Qing bowed slightly and said, "Master, this subordinate will take his leave." Xia Ruofei nodded. After Xia Qing left, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself for a while and then used his spatial energy to cover up the mysterious ore. Then, with a thought, he directly passed through the mountain sea realm and appeared on the platform in front of the cave. Xia Ruofei took out the storage ring with a spatial nested structure from the stone chamber in the cave. As soon as the storage ring left the cave, Xia Ruofei saw a white light flash in front of him, and Bai Qingqing, the world fox, appeared on the platform in front of the cave. In the past, Xia Ruofei could not capture Bai Qingqing's movements at all. However, after experiencing the inner space of the ore for 1,000 years, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the laws of space had deepened by many times. This time, the spatial fluctuations when Bai Qingqing appeared could no longer escape Xia Ruofei's eyes. The entire movement trajectory was captured by Xia Ruofei without missing anything. Naturally, Bai Qingqing could not sense the change in Xia Ruofei. She spoke in the human language. "You're finally done. Are you here to crack this nested space?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It seems like you take this matter very seriously. The moment the storage ring appeared, you immediately ran out. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." Bai Qingqing pouted her lips in a very human-like manner and said, "In this small space of yours, other than being able to comprehend the spatial laws to my heart's content, there's really nothing good about it. It's been a long time since I've eaten a world stone. I'm just hoping that the nested space in this storage ring can bring me a little surprise." Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing's pitiful expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Please. I haven't seen a world stone in a long time, alright? I still want to find more world stones for my spirit map space to absorb. How long has it been since my dimension has been upgraded? Then you have to go out and search more often." Bai Qingqing could not help but complain, "You've been staying in one place every day. Do you think the world stone will come to you on its own?" "My ability to sense world stones can be said to be unparalleled in this world. With such good conditions, and yet you don't make use of them, who else can you blame?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I know." He knew. "It's just that I haven't had the time recently. Besides, the world was so big. If they searched everywhere without Any clues, the chances of finding the world stone would probably not be high. I feel like it's like a blind cat trying to catch a dead mouse. Bai Qingqing looked a little embarrassed. She waved her front paw and said, "It's better to find someone than not. I've been hungry for so long." In fact, Bai Qingqing knew that. Xia Ruofei was right. No matter how strong its ability to sense the world stone was, it had a limited range. If it did not have any target and just searched aimlessly, the chances of finding the world stone would be very low. After all, world stones were not something that could be found anywhere. Even in the ancient cultivation world, they were extremely precious resources. Since it had failed, Bai Qingqing did not want to continue on this topic. It said directly, "Let's not talk about the world stone for now. We'd better hurry up and break this nested space." 2. Hide such a small space inside so carefully, it must be used to store very precious things. There might even be world stones. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "Then, do you want to talk about the world stone or not?" Bai Qingqing waved her claws in anger and said, "I want to talk about the nested space. Since you took the time to come in today, let's seize the time to crack this nested space. Don't forget the share you promised me. You can't go back on your word. I'll now teach you how to find and break the nested space. The method is not 3019 the biggest harvest _ wait. Wait a minute. Don't say it yet." Xia Ruofei interrupted Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was a little shocked and asked, "What do you mean? Do you still want to crack this nested space or not?" "I'm telling you, there might be some good treasures inside. According to the agreement, you can get 90%. I'm already starting to regret agreeing to your share of the profits. It turns out that I've only been able to get 10%. After so much effort. I advise you to quickly get down to business, before I change my mind. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret." Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing with a faint smile and said, "My meaning is very simple. I don't want you to tell me the way to crack it first, in case I can't explain it clearly later." "Ah?" Bai Qingqing was confused. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I'm saying that I want to try to crack this nested space by myself first. That's why I asked you not to tell me anything about cracking the nested space. This way, if I succeed, I'll crack it on my own, and naturally I won't need to share the profits with you, right?" Bai Qingqing was stunned. She then sneered and said, What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Are you going to crack it on your own? It seems like your hearing isn't bad." Xia Ruofei shrugged. "Who told you about your hearing?" Bai Qingqing said angrily, "Do you think you can crack this nested space by yourself? What exactly gave you such an illusion?" Xia Ruofei, "I can tell you clearly that even if you were to comprehend the rules of space for another 100 years, it would still be difficult to find the correct way to break the nested space. If you use brute force, there's a 99% chance that you'll destroy the storage ring, and the things hidden in the nested space will all fall into the spatial turbulence, never to be found again. Won't we know if it's an illusion or not after we try?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He also said in his heart, "Student Xiao Bai, you're right. If I had only comprehended the rules of space for 100 years, I might not have been able to crack this nested space. However, I've comprehended it for over 1,000 years, so it should be barely enough." In fact, when Xia Ruofei took the storage ring out of the cave, he had already checked it again. With his current rapid progress in Spatial knowledge, what he saw, was naturally very different from before. Although it was just a glimpse, and Bai Qingqing had rushed over, Xia Ruofei could basically confirm that he had the confidence to crack the nested space. In fact, he was very confident. This was because the nested space was actually very similar to the overlapping small spaces inside the ore. However, the overlapping space area was a small part of a few independent small spaces that were intertwined with each other. A nested space was a space where a small space with a simpler rule was put into another small space. The former was like an intersection of geometry, while the latter was like concentric circles. The core difference between the two was that the intersection of the nested spaces was actually the entire small space with simpler rules. From the perspective of the laws, the nested space was undoubtedly much simpler than the layered space. Hence, Xia Ruofei only took a glance and confidently came to the conclusion that he could solve it. 30-20 Massive amount of resources, Part 1. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Bai Qingqing was so angry that she laughed. She took 2 steps back and said, "You can try if you want. But don't say I didn't warn you, the nested space is extremely exquisite. If you try it rashly, without knowing the way to break it, there's a high chance that you'll directly destroy the small space in the nested space, and then it'll be irreparable." After saying that, Bai Qingqing showed a hint of sarcasm and said, "But I guess with your current understanding of the laws of space, it won't be easy to destroy the nested space. Try it if you want to. By the way, if your attempt doesn't succeed and you want me to help you, we'll have to renegotiate the share." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, without further ado, he released an extremely pure spiritual power and probed into the storage ring. After thousands of years of tempering in the space inside the ore, Xia Ruofei's spiritual body had been cut and restored countless times. It was several times more solid than before. The spirit body could be said to be the center of the soul sea and also the source of spiritual power. Hence, after Xia Ruofei's spiritual body returned to his physical body, he immediately realized that his spiritual power had improved by another level. Although he was still quite far from the spirit transformation realm, which was the equivalent of the nascent soul realm, he had already reached the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. Under normal circumstances, cultivators in the early stage of the golden core realm usually had a cultivation of the early stage of the spirit gathering realm. Cultivators who were particularly talented in terms of their spiritual power, or whose cultivation methods focused on the spiritual power, or who had specially cultivated cultivation methods to assist in increasing their spiritual power, might be able to reach the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm. For someone like Xia Ruofei, who was only in the early stage of the golden elixir realm and had reached the late stage of the spirit gathering realm, it could be said that he was one in a million. It was impossible to determine if such a genius existed in the so-called ancient cultivation world. However, at least in the modern cultivation world, such a level of spiritual power was absolutely shocking. Even Chen Nanfeng, who was widely acknowledged as the number one in the cultivation world, only had a spiritual power cultivation of late stage spirit gathering realm. This was the first time Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power after he had escaped. He could feel the changes after his improvement. He had never felt like he could control his spiritual power so easily before. The realm fox, Bai Qingqing, had a hint of mockery in her eyes as she sat at the side, waiting to see Xia Ruofei make a fool of himself. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had long since understood the small space in the storage ring and the space with the simpler rules. His spiritual power split into two and went straight to the two weakest nodes that connected the two. To be honest, Xia Ruofei did not know what kind of solution Bai Qingqing would come up with. He was just trying to break the connection between the two, based on his understanding of the structure of the nested space. Then, Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy went straight to the separated nested space and broke through it from the outside to the inside with great force. It wasn't difficult. In just a few breaths' time, the small space embedded in it was directly broken open. This was not a violent crack, so the items inside were naturally preserved. When the small nested space was destroyed, the items hidden in the small space were naturally returned to the storage ring. Actually, it was not that Xia Ruofei could not take out the things inside while protecting the small nested space. It would just take a little more time. But he didn't think too much about it, because his vision was much higher now. In his opinion, this nested small space was indeed a bit simple and had no value at all. It would be more convenient to break it directly. Although Bai Qingqing looked like she didn't care, as if she was waiting to see Xia Ruofei make a fool of himself, she was actually very concerned about the situation here. She was mainly worried that Xia Ruofei would use brute force to destroy the nested small space. Therefore, Bai Qingqing had been keeping an eye on the situation inside the storage dimension. To Bai Qingqing, who was extremely talented in spatial manipulation, this was not a difficult task. When it saw Xia Ruofei's fierce movements, it fell into a state of confusion. It could even cut off the connection between the nested space and the main space like this? Was it really possible to crack the outer wall of the space directly like this? Wouldn't it cause the space to collapse? 2 roads. No. It was actually a 3-pronged approach? How could there be such an operation? Bai Qingqing was dumbfounded. Especially when she saw how Xia Ruofei only took a few breaths to separate the small nested space and then broke it down like a butcher dismembering an ox. Bai Qingqing started to doubt her life. Am I really a space pet? Is my spatial talent really unparalleled? Am I dreaming? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Xia Ruofei had no time to care about the dumbstruck Bai Qingqing. He was looking at the pile of items in his storage ring and was happily calculating his gains. There were 3 big boxes of spiritual crystals, and there were thousands of them. There were at least 1,000 crystals in the large box. The spiritual stones were not packed at all. They were piled up like a small mountain of garbage, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. There were also many porcelain bottles containing all kinds of medicinal pills. However, it was unknown if the medicinal properties of these medicinal pills could still be preserved after the passage of time. Each of the 5 flying swords didn't look like ordinary objects. Light flowed around the swords like clear autumn water. They were definitely top-notch flying swords. There were still many other things. Xia Ruofei arrived at the foot of the mountain in a flash. He found a flat patch of grass and took out all the items from his storage ring. 3021 Ocean of Resources, Part 1, 2. The storage ring space was limited, and it was not easy to count all these things when they were all piled up together. These things almost filled up the space that was the size of a basketball court. Of course, what occupied most of the space was the large pile of spirit stones and a few other pots and jars. At this time, Bai Qingqing had also come back to her senses. It looked at Xia Ruofei's back, which was at the foot of the mountain, in shock. With its understanding of space rules, it could tell that Xia Ruofei's attainment in space rules had surpassed its by a lot. Under normal circumstances, even if Bai Qingqing was extremely talented, it was impossible for her to make such a huge leap in progress, unless she had some kind of fortuitous encounter. At the thought of this, Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed him. Xia Ruofei said without turning his head, "Don't look. I cracked it alone, so it's all mine. Even if you see it, you'll only be envious." Bai Qingqing glanced at the items and said indifferently, "We don't have any world stones. These cultivation resources might be precious to you humans, but they aren't attractive to me. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me." Xia Ruofei turned to look at Bai Qingqing in surprise and said, "You're actually so free and easy this time?" Based on Xia Ruofei's understanding of Bai Qingqing, even if she had no use for these things, even if Xia Ruofei salted on his own, as long as both parties had agreed on the split, she would not let it go easily. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Bai Qingqing as a goose that plucked its feathers. However, it did not get any advantage from Xia Ruofei. Every time, Xia Ruofei would eat it up. Bai Qingqing said, "I've always been this free and easy. You still have a great use for these things, so why waste them for me?" Xia Ruofei shook his head and stared at Bai Qingqing. "That's not like you. There must be a reason for this abnormality, speak. What are you trying to do?" Bai Qingqing smiled obsequiously and said, "I wouldn't dare to have any ulterior motives. I'm just here to watch the fun. Go do your thing, don't mind me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Really? I've given you a chance to say it, but you didn't. There won't be such a shop after this village." With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and prepared to organize the cultivation resources. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing quickly came to Xia Ruofei and said, Boss, don't be like this, now you're willing to tell me?" Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. Bai Qingqing smiled apologetically. "Actually, I just want to know why Boss's spatial mastery has suddenly become so high. Even I have to look up to you. We are in the same boat. If anything good happens, don't forget me, boss." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. He couldn't tell before that this little guy was actually so cheap. When he needed help, he would call him boss. Before this, he had called him Xia Ruofei without any politeness. He didn't have any awareness of living under someone else's roof. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "You want to know?" I want to. Bai Qingqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and even wagged her tail, as if she had suddenly become a docile pug. Xia Ruofei said, "You want to know why my spatial skills have become so powerful? The reason is simple. It's just 2 words. I'm working hard." Bai Qingqing was stunned. She never thought that Xia Ruofei would give such an answer. Xia Ruofei continued, "Little White. There were no shortcuts to success. You only saw the success of others, but you didn't see the sweat and blood behind it. The reason why I'm able to study the laws of space so deeply is because of my tireless efforts to comprehend them day and night." Only then did Bai Qingqing come back to her senses. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she mumbled, "I'm not a 3-year-old child. I know very well how good your spatial comprehension is. How long has it been? Even if you've comprehended it without rest since you were born, it's also impossible to reach your current achievements." Bai Qingqing felt insulted and finally put down her pride to ask for advice, but Xia Ruofei had actually given her chicken soup for the soul. Xia Ruofei said seriously, I'm not lying. My current comprehension of the laws of space is all from my own personal comprehension. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Really? Bai Qingqing did not believe that. It's up to you to believe it or not. Xia Ruofei said, I can tell you clearly that I didn't take any shortcuts in comprehending the spatial rules. However, that's all I can tell you. If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, Bai Qingqing's spatial perception was too terrifying. Xia Ruofei did not dare to show Bai Qingqing the mysterious ore. At least for now, he did not have the intention to do so. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing could become an unstable factor that would escape his control, especially since it could affect the safety of the spirit map space. For the spirit map space, which was the most important, Xia Ruofei would never allow any unstable factors to appear. In the future, when Xia Ruofei had completely comprehended the spatial laws within the ore, he would consider Bai Qingqing. Of course, the premise was that it was safe and controllable. Bai Qingqing could tell that there was something unusual in Xia Ruofei's words. She quickly called out, "Don't come in the future. Boss. Boss. Why don't you tell me now? I'm just thirsty for knowledge." Xia Ruofei smiled and did not continue Bai Qingqing's conversation. Instead, he began to sort out the supplies that had been excavated from the small nested spaces. The meaning was already very clear. There was no room for discussion at all. Bai Qingqing followed Xia Ruofei, obsequiously, begging him non-stop, but Xia Ruofei ignored her. Bai Qingqing knew that there was no room for negotiation. It couldn't help but feel a little dejected, but at the same time, it was very unwilling. In fact, although Xia Ruofei had told it with certainty that all his understanding of the rules of space was gained through his own efforts, it firmly believed that Xia Ruofei must have a special method. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, he could not have achieved such an achievement in such a short time. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not give a definite answer in the end, which further explained the existence of this special method. It was a pity that Xia Ruofei was too tight-lipped. No matter how it tried to beat around the bush, he did not say a word. It could be said that he was unmoved by force or persuasion. The boundary fox was a natural, born pet of space. It was extremely talented in the laws of space, and at the same time, it was very close to the laws of space. So, when Bai Qingqing found out that there was a way to quickly improve her spatial mastery, but the method was clearly there for her to know, the feeling of being unable to hold back was unbearable. Bai Qingqing felt like her heart was being scratched, and she was not even interested in learning the spatial rules of the spirit map. However, it also knew that since Xia Ruofei had made up his mind not to tell it, it would be useless, no matter how much it pestered him. Anyway, Xia Ruofei didn't make a promise. There would definitely be more chances in the future. Bai Qingqing could only think this way. Bai Qingqing, who was a little unwilling, also turned her attention to the mountain of cultivation resources. Suddenly, it stared at the small mountain of ordinary spirit stones, and its eyes lit up. Bai Qingqing quickly looked at Xia Ruofei and realized that he was still sorting the resources into different categories. It was as if he did not notice that he was in a daze. Bai Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. She cleared her throat and said, "That, boss, the harvest this time is not small." Naturally, Bai Qingqing was trying to find a topic to talk about. Xia Ruofei did not have time to respond to her, so he just hummed in agreement. Bai Qingqing Immediately said, "Boss, you were the one who solved this nested space. I shouldn't have asked you to share the benefits. But this time I've gained so much, and as the saying goes, everyone who sees it will have a share. Can you symbolically share a little with me?" It means the same thing, even one spirit stone is fine. 3022 Massive amount of resources. Part 2, Xia Ruofei reached out without looking back and took a spiritual stone from the pile of spiritual stones. He then turned to Bai Qingqing and grinned. "I guess you want the spirit stone, right?" Bai Qingqing was stunned. She stammered, You. How did you know?" "So. You've already discovered it? What did you find?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Are you saying that this spiritual stone is strange? Was there a need to deliberately discover this?" "The fluctuations are so obvious," Bai Qingqing was dumbfounded. It then realized that Xia Ruofei's attainment in the laws of space was much higher than its own. If it could notice the abnormality, how could Xia Ruofei not notice it? Although the spirit stone was hidden in a small mountain of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, it was not eye-catching at all. However, under the powerful mental power, there was naturally no way to hide. Bai Qingqing was like a deflated balloon, and she said dejectedly, "Then just pretend I didn't say anything." "I'm sorry. I'll have to disturb you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You really don't want to leave any souvenirs? Whoever saw it had a share. Don't say I'm stingy. Other than this spirit stone, you can pick any other item." "No," Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, "I don't need it. I don't need these things that you human cultivators have." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Xiao Bai, it's not that I'm being stingy. There's really nothing in the nested space that you can use, including the spiritual stone that you're interested in. It's useless to you." Bai Qingqing opened her eyes wide and asked, "How do you know?" "You haven't even opened it yet. Just because it's not open doesn't mean it can't be seen." Xia Ruofei looked at the spiritual stone in his hand and said, "If you don't believe me, you can stay. I will break it later." Bai Qingqing did not leave. She laid on the ground and said lazily, "All right. I'd like to see what's so special about this spirit stone and see if the final result is as you said." Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Little White, do you want to make a bet? I dare to say that after this spirit stone is broken, not only will there be nothing that you can use inside, there won't even be any cultivation resources that cultivators can use. If I'm wrong, then I lose." Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, "Only an idiot would bet with you. I'm not gaming, I'm just staying to watch the show. Whether you're right or wrong, it has nothing to do with me." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Bai Qingqing was scared of him. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's high attainment in the laws of space had made Bai Qingqing lose confidence in her judgment. Xia Ruofei casually threw the spiritual stone that both he and Bai Qingqing had noticed to the side. He was not worried that Bai Qingqing would take the opportunity to do something under his nose. Even if Bai Qingqing wanted to do something, it would not succeed. Then, Xia Ruofei started to sort out his gains from the nested space. In addition to a large number of spirit stones, spirit crystals, and origin crystals, the other gains were also not small. Most of the pills stored in the porcelain bottles had lost some of their medicinal properties, but they could still be used. There were also a small number of relatively precious medicinal pills. Because they were well preserved, they basically did not lose any medicinal properties. There were also some cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and ancient books. Xia Ruofei took a quick glance and put them aside. These things might be precious to ordinary cultivators, but they were harmless without comparison. The cultivation techniques and ancient books stored in this nested space were still a few levels lower than the knowledge that Xia Ruofei had obtained from the jade talisman of inheritance. However, this was just the general idea. Among the large pile of ancient books, there was a personal letter that made Xia Ruofei's eyes light up. It was a personal letter on refining knowledge summarized by Master Yuntai. Although Master Yuntai was an ancient cultivator and there was a gap between him and the modern cultivation world, he was still relatively famous among the ancient cultivators. The main reason was that he had appeared in many ancient books, and his deeds were quite legendary. For example, having a pair of twin female cultivators as Tao companions would make countless cultivators envious. Therefore, in general, the modern cultivation world knew more about Master Yuntai. Scholar Yuntai was good at forging some of the magical treasures excavated from the ruins of ancient cultivators used by the seniors in the current cultivation world were made by Master Yuntai. Although there weren't many documents and information passed down from the ancient cultivation world, everyone still judged that the Grand Cloud Scholar was at least a very famous expert in the field of refining weapons. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was interested in the notes left behind by such a master. After a simple reading, Xia Ruofei found that this Master Yuntai's refining skills were indeed very high. Although the refining experience he recorded in this handbook was not systematic, it made Xia Ruofei's eyes light up. Compared to the ancient books on refining in the jade talismans of inheritance, the personal notes of the scholar Yuntai were more creative. In the refining industry, innovation was very important. 3023 Ocean of Resources, Part 2. Obviously, Yuntai Layman was a craftsman with a rich creative spirit. Xia Ruofei carefully kept the weapon refining manual in the stone room of the cave. He was prepared to read it when he had time. In addition to these books, as a weapon refiner, Master Yuntai naturally left behind many magic weapons he had refined. The 5 flying swords were the more outstanding ones. The quality of each flying sword was no lower than Xia Ruofei's blue immortal sword. A special mark was printed on the body of each flying sword. A lotus platform was faintly visible among the white clouds. It was obviously the exclusive mark of Master Yuntai. Xia Ruofei did not expect that in the ancient cultivation world, refiners already had brand awareness and would even print logos on their works. He could not help but find it interesting. There were about 20 different types of magical treasures and weapons. Xia Ruofei did not look at them carefully and kept them in the stone room. Compared to spiritual stones, these things were more precious to Xia Ruofei, so he had to preserve them. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that he found a flying boat in the pile of Dharma treasures. When the auction ended, Qin Xian of the First Heaven Society personally sent Xia Ruofei back to the Star Caesar sect on a blue water flying boat. After riding on the Clearwater flying boat once, Xia Ruofei had started to dislike sword kinesis flight. He had once thought that it would be great if he could have such a flying boat. However, this kind of flying boat was a relatively high-level magical treasure. Not everyone in the ancient cultivation world could build it. And now, the inheritance had been cut off, so it was not possible to build it. The only way was to excavate it from the ruins of ancient cultivation. This was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have much hope. However, he did not expect a flying boat to be hidden in the nested space of the storage ring. Now that he thought about it, he had spent 50,000 spiritual stones and 10 fire cloud pills to buy these 2 storage rings. He had really made a big profit. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the nested space of the storage ring, and this was the lowest value of these treasures and resources. The value of the other items added up was even more difficult to estimate. From this point of view, the vast waves sect, which had sold the storage rings, had really suffered a huge loss. However, Xia Ruofei would not feel guilty over this and would even compensate the surging wave sect. The trading in the cultivation world was similar to the antique trade in the secular world. Treasures in the cultivation world were often unique, and their values were naturally different. This was a test of one's vision. Not to mention Mushing from the surging wave sect, he didn't notice anything strange about the pair of storage rings. Even Xia Ruofei didn't notice anything strange when he bought the pair of rings. In this kind of transaction, one would always leave after buying. Xia Ruofei must be very capable to be able to discover the nested space in the ring and obtain such a great benefit. Even if Mu Xing knew about it, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. The virtuous should occupy it. This was the logic. The flying boat in the nested space was also branded with the exclusive symbol of Master Yuntai. Xia Ruofei could imagine that in the ancient cultivation world, treasures with the mark of the cloud platform were all high quality, similar to the famous brands in the secular world. Xia Ruofei was very interested in testing the flying boat in the spirit map space. The control of the flying boat was very simple. Xia Ruofei only needed to fumble around for a while before he could master it. This flying boat was more than 20 meters long. After it was enlarged, it was much larger than Qinxian's Clearwater flying boat. It was unknown what precious material the matte black body was made of, but when combined with its angular shape, it gave off a futuristic feeling. The space inside the airboat was very spacious. The control of this flying boat was similar to Qinxian's jade water flying boat. Most likely, the flying ships of the ancient cultivation world were all controlled in the same way. However, this black flying boat could use spiritual stones as its energy source and could also use spiritual crystals as its energy source. When the spirit crystals were used to power the flying ship, the speed of the flying ship was more than doubled. Compared to Qinxian's flying ship, it was several times faster. Xia Ruofei did a quick calculation. At this speed, most of the golden core cultivators would not be able to catch up even if they were to ride on flying swords. This was simply a divine tool for escaping. Xia Ruofei was like a child who had just gotten his favorite toy. He controlled the flying boat to rise and fall in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. Sometimes he accelerated, swooped down, and turned sharply. He was having a lot of fun. In the distance, the free laborers working in the fields and herb gardens were dumbfounded when they saw the aircraft in the sky that didn't fit the aerodynamic design at all. The mercenaries thought they had seen an alien spaceship. It was only under Xia Qing's scolding and the supervision of the team leaders that everyone began to work again. However, the shock in everyone's heart was probably difficult to erase in a short time. Xia Ruofei played for more than 10 minutes and checked the crystals that were used as the energy source. He realized that the consumption was not too high and was completely acceptable. He shrunk the black flying boat with satisfaction and kept it in the stone room of the cave. Then, he continued to sort out the gains he had obtained this time. Xia Ruofei sorted out the cultivation resources by category. He stored the spirit stones, spirit crystals, and origin crystals in an independent space that he had specially opened up for the mountain and sea realm. As for the magic treasures that were easy to store, they were all placed in the stone room of the cave. Other than some magical weapons and flying swords made by Master Yuntai, Xia Ruofei also found an ancient crafting furnace and a set of crafting tools. There were mottled marks on this set of crafting equipment. One look and one could tell that it had been used often. Xia Ruofei guessed that it was a tool used by Master Yuntai when he was refining, so he kept it carefully in the stone room of the cave. In the future, when he had time, he would naturally study the personal letters left behind by Yuntai scholar. These were all long, lost refining methods, and if he could learn them, there would naturally be many benefits. Finally, Xia Ruofei had finished organizing all the cultivation resources he had obtained from the storage ring's nested space. The harvest this time could be said to be greater than any previous time. Xia Ruofei felt like he was rich. Just the spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and origin crystals were enough for Xia Ruofei to build a top-tier sect. It could even be said that in the current cultivation world, no top-notch sect could have as much wealth as Xia Ruofei. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not have any ambition to fight for hegemony. With so many resources, what made him most pleased was that from now on, the people around him would not be short of cultivation resources. As long as their cultivation progress could keep up, there would be no limit to the supply of resources. After Xia Ruofei kept all the cultivation resources, his eyes finally fell on the ordinary-looking spiritual stone. Bai Qingqing, who had been waiting by the side, was about to fall asleep. In its opinion, there was no need to sort out the spirit stones and crystals. They could just put them away. It's not like it's anything valuable. This spirit stone was the most interesting 1. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had finally remembered about the spiritual stone, Bai Qingqing's spirits were lifted. It got up from the ground and walked to Xia Ruofei's side, saying, "Boss, is it finally this spirit stone's turn?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Xiao Bai, since you can tell that this spiritual stone is not ordinary, why don't you tell us first? But let me make this clear first. If you want to share the profits with me just because you're telling me your opinion, then just pretend I didn't say anything. And there's really nothing to split in these spirit stones." Bai Qingqing pursed her lips in disgust and said, "Boss, do I look like such a petty person? A realm fox? I know that you've already seen through the mystery of this spirit stone, and you've seen it much more clearly than I have. How could I still dare to ask for a share? I still want my face. Okay?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I've underestimated you. Little White, tell me first. There's no need to be afraid of making a mistake, just treat it as a discussion." 3024 Master Yuntai, 1. Bai Qingqing was a little annoyed. "What's there to say? You must have seen it clearly. This isn't a spirit stone at all, but a space stone in disguise. This small space is even simpler than the nested space. I should have thought of it earlier. You can even crack the nested space in a unique way, so how can this primitive small space be hidden from you?" Bai Qingqing felt like she was asking to be humiliated. In fact, it was just hoping that Xia Ruofei didn't notice the spiritual stone. It knew that if Xia Ruofei noticed it, he would be able to tell at first glance. The spirit stones had been piled up like a small mountain, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. If it were an ordinary person, it would naturally be difficult to find this space stone that looked exactly the same as the spirit stones in the mountain. However, for Cultivators, especially Xia Ruofei, whose spiritual power had already reached the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, this was not a big deal. Xia Ruofei was used to being cautious. These cultivation resources came from the storage rings of the ancient cultivators. How could he be careless? He had used his spiritual power to check all the resources and ancient books. Even though there were a lot of spirit stones, it would only take a few breaths for him to assess the situation with his spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei chuckled. There's no need to talk about such obvious things. Didn't you find anything else? Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Then, she carefully examined the spiritual stone in Xia Ruofei's hand and muttered to herself, could it be that there's something strange about it? Bai Qingqing carefully sensed the spatial stone's fluctuations and looked uncertain. She said, Boss, there seems to be something different. Although the rules of this space are extremely simple, there seems to be some unnecessary structures that are used to trigger something. Xia Ruofei gave Bai Qingqing a thumbs up and said, as expected of the darling of space, your eyesight is not bad. Bai Qingqing smiled bitterly, Boss, don't laugh at me. What space pet? It's a joke in front of you. If I'm the darling of space, then you're practically the ancestor of space. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. You're being very disrespectful. Aren't you afraid that the god of space will find out and punish you? Bai Qingqing pouted and said, if there really is a space god, I wouldn't be slower than humans. Let's not talk about this anymore. Boss, what? I just discovered, is it right? Do you have any new discoveries? Didn't I already praise you? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this means that your judgment is very accurate. As for the new discovery, I can only confirm that there is a warning formation set up on this space stone, but it has not been triggered. Yes. It's in an inactive state. Bai Qingqing quickly asked, Boss, what does this mean? Bai Qingqing's face was filled with a thirst for knowledge. In front of Xia Ruofei, she could no longer be reserved. In the past, her greatest sense of superiority in front of Xia Ruofei was that her comprehension of the laws of space was far superior to Xia Ruofei's. But now, not only did she not have any advantage, but she was even mercilessly surpassed by Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, it's probably related to the method I used to crack the nested space. If I used conventional methods. After saying that, Xia Ruofei glanced at Bai Qingqing and said, oh. So it's the method you're going to teach me to break it. Bai Qingqing covered her face with her front paws and said, Boss, if you keep talking like this, you really won't have any friends. Xia Ruofei laughed and continued, all right. I'm guessing that if we use conventional methods to crack the nested space, the warning array on this spatial stone should be triggered, Bai Qingqing said with some lingering fear. So, boss, it's a good thing you broke the nested space from the source? Otherwise, once the warning array is triggered, it's possible that everything in the entire nested space would be blown to pieces with a bang? As Bai Qingqing said this, she subconsciously took 2 steps away from Xia Ruofei. If that was the case, the spatial stone in Xia Ruofei's hand was a time bomb. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, that's not the case. Think about it. This Yuntai has stored so many cultivation resources in the nested space. I guess that even if it's not all of his wealth, it's at least a large part of it. Did he hide so many things in the nested space just to let his descendants take a look and then blow them up? Then isn't he a little too twisted? Boss, if you put it that way, Bai Qingqing moved closer to Xia Ruofei and said, "It does make sense." Then, Bai Qingqing looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Boss, if you're so confident, it shouldn't be just a guess, right? I remember you just swore that there were no cultivation resources in this space rock. Does that mean you can directly check the inside of the space rock?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I can't see everything at a glance, but I can more or less sense some auras. That's why I'm pretty sure that there aren't any cultivation resources in there, especially not realm stones. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to sense it." 3025 Master Yuntai, 2, Bai Qingqing nodded and said, "I believe in boss." Then, what exactly was hidden inside? He actually hid it so deeply. The nested space itself was hidden in the storage ring, which was very well hidden. Ordinary cultivators could not detect the existence of the nested space at all. This spatial stone, on the other hand, was disguised as a spiritual stone and buried in a small mountain of hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, then hidden in the nested space. This was simply hiding to the extreme. So, what was stored in such a well hidden space stone? Xia Ruofei said, "We can only know after we open it. I've said it before. I can't see everything inside the spatial stone." Bai Qingqing nodded and asked, "Boss, what method are you going to use to open this spatial rock?" "The method you used to crack the nested space just now was simply a stroke of genius. It pointed straight to the origin of space." From Bai Qingqing's point of view, the structure and rules of the spatial rock were very primitive, and the difficulty of cracking it was much lower than that of the nested space. Even if it made it itself, it would not be difficult. However, the more she thought about it, the more Bai Qingqing was looking forward to seeing if Xia Ruofei would use any ingenious methods to crack it. This was like the simpler the dish, the more it tested one's culinary skills. The logic was the same. Almost everyone knew how to cook egg, fried rice, but there was a huge difference between cooking by a star chef and cooking by an ordinary person. To be able to make a taste that ordinary people couldn't make with simple ingredients. That was what skill was. Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, and smiled. "There's no need to be so complicated. Isn't there an early warning array on this space stone? Can't you just trigger it?" "Ah?" Bai Qingqing's eyes were wide open, and she looked incredulous. Bai Qingqing could think of several ways to crack this spatial stone, and it was not difficult for her to perfectly avoid the warning array. In that case, why would Xia Ruofei, who was more skilled in spatial manipulation than Bai Qingqing, use such a simple and crude method? After Bai Qingqing came back to her senses, she quickly said, "Boss, don't make a rash decision. We don't even know what will happen after the alarm array is triggered. What if it really is a big explosion?" "Xiao Bai, don't forget where we are," Xia Ruofei said confidently. "We're in the spirit map space, there's no need to be afraid of a big explosion." With Xia Ruofei's current level of control over the spirit map space, even if there was some danger hidden in this small space stone, he could absolutely imprison it in the spirit map space. There was no need to worry at all. Bai Qingqing had obviously thought this through. She nodded and said, "That's true. But we clearly have a better idea, and we don't have to take any risks." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Xiao Bai, since this ancient cultivator, Grand Cloud, left behind such a small mechanism, he must have his own intentions. In any case, we don't have to worry about safety in the spirit map space, and I've already kept all the cultivation resources. We can be said to have no worries." Since that was the case, why not choose to fulfill her wish? Let's see what this Yuntai senior originally wanted to do, isn't that good? Bai Qingqing didn't agree with Xia Ruofei's strange thinking. She felt that he was asking for trouble. However, on this matter, it was only a spectator and had no say. Since Xia Ruofei had already decided, what else could it say? So, Bai Qingqing said gloomily, all right then. Who asked you to be more powerful than me? You're right, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then. Let's start. Little White, although it's not dangerous, it's just a precaution. You'd better hide further away. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately retreated a dozen meters away. After listening to Xia Ruofei's analysis, it also felt that the space rock was not dangerous. However, who could say for sure what had happened to the ancient cultivators? What if this cultivator of the cloud platform had such a bad taste and deliberately let the junior who got the nested space see a huge amount of cultivation resources first, and then destroy them all? Therefore, safety was the most important. If it wasn't for her curiosity about what was hidden in the spatial rock, Bai Qingqing wouldn't even want to join in the fun. She would rather stay as far away as possible. But it really couldn't hold back its curiosity. Xia Ruofei laughed as he placed the spatial stone that was disguised as a spiritual stone on the grass. Then, he took 3 steps back and waved his hand. A wave of vital qi was sent towards the spatial stone. Bai Qingqing's eyelids twitched. It was indeed simple and brutal. It could see that after Xia Ruofei's vital qi was released, it was immediately divided into several streams and then accurately blasted at the nodes on the spatial rock. In this way, the warning array of the space stone would definitely be triggered. In fact, one could also activate the formation with spiritual power. However, Xia Ruofei chose a simpler and crueler method. He used his vital qi to bombard it. Not only would the warning array be triggered, but the spatial stone would also be destroyed. Bai Qingqing could tell that Xia Ruofei had not held back at all. Bai Qingqing didn't have time to complain. She stared at the space stone, afraid to miss a single detail. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also focused on the spatial rock. Although he said it casually, he didn't dare to take it lightly. He had already mobilized the invisible spatial force. If the spatial stone disguised as a spirit stone showed any abnormalities, he would immediately imprison it. When the yuan qi touched a few nodes on the surface of the space stone seemed to light up slightly. Then, under the effect of the yuan qi, the spatial stone made a cracking sound and a few cracks appeared on the surface. The stable space inside could not be maintained for long. At the same time, a faint shadow floated out of the spatial stone and quickly condensed into the image of an old scholar in an ancient costume. As soon as the old scholar appeared, he raised his head and laughed, wahahaha. However, his laughter only lasted for less than a second. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat, and his laughter naturally stopped. The old scholar looked around with a confused expression. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei, who was dressed in modern clothes. Little kid, where is this? He asked. Senior, where do you think we are? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. The apparition of the old man dressed as a scholar looked around and muttered to himself, the spiritual qi here is so dense. When did such a treasure land appear in the cultivation world? Then, the old scholar saw the space stone on the grass that had been split into several pieces, and his expression changed slightly. He turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Little child, you must have obtained my storage ring, right? Did you take out everything from the hidden space? It didn't. Touch the spatial rock? Xia Ruofei nodded and asked with a smile, so, you are Senior Yuntai? Waha. I didn't expect a little kid like you to have heard of this old man's name. The old scholar said with a proud smile. Then, the illusory figure of Scholar Yuntai couldn't help but ask, little kid, you're only at the early Oris core stage, how did you do it? Do what? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. The illusory figure of Scholar Yuntai pointed to the space stone fragment on the ground and said, without touching the space stone, we can directly open the hidden space. This old master believes that this arrangement is quite exquisite. Unless it's one of those old geezers in the cultivation world who personally made a move, how could it bypass this old master's early warning array? 3026 Saving a person is like putting out a fire. 1. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, it's just a small trick. The method I used to break the nested space was a little unconventional, but I managed to avoid the warning formation by accident. Oh? Upon hearing this, the illusory figure of Scholar Yuntai asked, with great interest, how did you break the nested space? Tell me quickly. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Master Yuntai and asked, Senior Yuntai, don't you feel something is wrong? What's wrong? Scholar Yuntai said urgently, hey. Don't bother about what's wrong. Little doll, tell me what method you used to crack the nested space. Xia Ruofei didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at the figure of the cloud platform scholar and asked, Senior, do you really not feel like your entire body is being burned by the sun, and your spirit body is gradually melting? Xia Ruofei was very clear about this situation of the master of cloud platform. It could be said that it was engraved in his heart, because he had just experienced it once. After he had escaped from the Or's internal space and returned to the spirit map space, he felt as if his entire body was being burned by a raging fire. Although his spirit body had only stayed outside for a short time before automatically returning to his physical body, that short period of time had still caused some damage to his spirit body. This layman Yuntai in front of him was obviously in a spirit body state. Besides, Xia Ruofei judged that this was probably not a complete spiritual body. It was similar to the thought that a mortal mountain river had left behind last time. However, it was probably not just the thought of this scholar, Yuntai. He had directly cut off a small part of the spiritual body and sealed it in the spatial stone. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was very curious. Could it be that Scholar Yuntai's spiritual body could easily stay in the outside world without the protection of his physical body? Scholar Yuntai waved his hand impatiently and said, You little kid. Wasn't that nonsense? Without the protection of the physical body, how could the spirit body not feel the pain of being burned by the fire and gradually melt away? I'm not a leaving aperture stage cultivator. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Master Yuntai continued, it's precisely because of this that this old master is asking you to quickly tell me. This old man doesn't have much time left. Xia Ruofei really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was about to disappear forever, but Scholar Yuntai was still concerned about how his early warning array had been avoided. Even if you know, what can you do? He was about to fall into eternal darkness, and it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed, so what was the point of caring about such trivial matters? Could this be the so-called hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening? The phantom of the cloud platform scholar saw that Xia Ruofei was still in a daze and didn't say a word. He couldn't help but urge, little doll, I'm about to die, can't you even fulfill my dying wish? Even if it involves some confidential information, it's fine if you tell me. Dead people can't reveal any secrets. Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and quickly said, Senior Yuntai, please wait a moment. After that, Xia Ruofei said to Bai Qingqing, Little White, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go and play. It was only then that Scholar Yuntai noticed Bai Qingqing lying in the grass. He couldn't help but show a strange expression and said, It's a realm fox? This kind of spirit beast is not common. Bai Qingqing was enjoying the show. In the end, Xia Ruofei suddenly asked it to leave. Naturally, it would not accept it. However, before it could protest, Xia Ruofei wrapped Bai Qingqing with his spatial energy and threw it far away into a corner of the space. Before Bai Qingqing could curse, Xia Ruofei had blocked her from speaking. Now, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the laws of space had surpassed Bai Qingqing's. In addition, he had absolute control over the spirit map space. In this place, he could easily beat Bai Qingqing up. Upon seeing this scene, even Scholar Yuntai was dumbfounded. His control over space has already reached such a level. Even my space pet, the realm fox, couldn't put up any resistance. Layman Yuntai muttered to himself, Is this still a golden core cultivator? Are all golden core cultivators so powerful now? Actually, Layman Yuntai had misunderstood. If they were in the outside world, Xia Ruofei could also suppress Bai Qingqing in terms of space rules, but it was impossible for him to suppress Bai Qingqing in all aspects. Even if Bai Qingqing wanted to escape, Xia Ruofei would not be able to control her. The main reason why he was able to have absolute control was because everyone was in the spirit map space. This was equivalent to Xia Ruofei's home ground. It was obvious that Scholar Yuntai had also discovered the clue. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully for a while. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and was dumbfounded for a long time. This little brother, we're actually in a small space now? For such a discovery, Layman Yuntai was shocked to the extreme. In the era he lived in, it was not that there was no small space that could accommodate life, but it was already extremely rare. But now, there was a small space as big as this. Not only was the spiritual chi rich, but it could also allow life to live in it. Even Layman Yuntai had never heard of it. Strictly speaking, this was no longer a simple small space. It would be more appropriate to call it a small world. The reason why Scholar Yuntai didn't realize that he was in a small space was because the mountain and sea realm was so vast that one couldn't see its end. More importantly, the rules in the spirit map space were very close to the outside world. Even a cultivator with good attainments in space, like Scholar Yuntai, wouldn't be able to find any clues if he didn't look carefully. Unknowingly, the way Master Yuntai addressed Xia Ruofei had changed from little doll to little brother. One could see how shocked he was. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Senior Yuntai, this is indeed a small space. Then, Xia Ruofei immediately said, Senior Yuntai, let's not talk about this for now. Your spirit body has been severely damaged. I don't think you can hold on for long. Of course I know. Scholar Yuntai smiled bitterly. That's why I want you to quickly tell me how to crack the nested space. It's just that, little brother, you've been dilly-dallying, and now you've let me know about the existence of this small world. There are too many things I want to know, but there's not enough time. Senior, please follow me. Xia Ruofei quickly said. With that, Xia Ruofei led the way and led the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai directly into the stone room in the cave. Xia Ruofei was the master of the spirit map space. If he wanted to let Scholar Yuntai's spirit body into the stone room, it was naturally just a matter of a thought. When they entered the stone chamber, Xia Ruofei had already set up layers of shield outside the cave. He did not need to use any array talismans here. He could easily do it by using spatial power. Now, it was equivalent to completely isolating the stone room from the rest of the spirit map space. Layman Yuntai asked with some confusion, "Little brother, what are you doing? I really don't have much time left." Xia Ruofei didn't reply to Scholar Yuntai. Instead, with a thought, he directly took the mysterious or wrapped in layers of spatial energy from the Archean realm into the cave. He removed the invisible spatial force on the surface of the mysterious ore and asked, "Senior Yuntai, can you recognize what this is?" Scholar Yuntai took a few glances and frowned. "I'm not too sure. I don't think I've ever seen such an ore. However, the spatial fluctuations within this ore seem to be rather intense." "Senior, you've never seen it before either." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel disappointed. During the auction, Qin Xian had explained the origin of this ore. It came from the ruins of an ancient cultivator, which was excavated from the cave of a cultivator in the same era as Yuntai scholar. The spatial structure of this mysterious ore was so magical that it could directly suck a cultivator's spirit into it and allow the spirit to survive for a long time. Even in the ancient cultivation world, such a function should be very magical and famous. Therefore, Xia Ruofei thought that Layman Yuntai would be able to recognize him at a glance. He didn't expect that even Scholar Yuntai had never seen this ore before. In other words, it could be in the ancient cultivation world, or the owner of this mysterious ore had concealed the news and made a fortune in silence, or, even, the owner of the mysterious ore didn't discover its secret, and only obtained it by chance, then casually saved it and kept it. No matter which possibility it was, at least for now, it was difficult for Xia Ruofei to further understand the information of this mysterious ore. The only way was to find out which ancient cultivator's ruin this ore was excavated from the next time he saw Qin Xian. Then, he should be able to find out more about this ancient cultivator from Yuntai layman, and then make further deductions. Of course, the premise was that the spirit body of layman Yuntai could survive until then. At this time, the situation of layman Yuntai was quite bad. His spirit body seemed to have become more illusory. "Little brother, I don't have much time," said Scholar Yuntai. "If you have anything else you want to ask, just ask." From the moment Master Yuntai came out of the spatial rock, his impression of Xia Ruofei had always been mysterious. Now, he didn't expect to get anything from Xia Ruofei, so he might as well be more straightforward and let Xia Ruofei ask whatever questions he had. Xia Ruofei also came back to his senses. He knew that the most important thing now was to let Scholar Yuntai live. He looked at the mysterious ore on the stone platform, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and carefully released his spiritual power to explore the mysterious ore. The spirit was maintained for about 1/5 of a second before it was devoured without any suspense. Xia Ruofei didn't stop. He continued to input his spiritual power and analyzed the information he had found. He didn't dare to split 9 streams of mental power to investigate like last time. Moreover, his mental power was still quite abundant, so he was more confident. As expected, after a while, the mysterious ore did not have any strange movements. Xia Ruofei was slightly relieved. He quickly analyzed the information he got from his spiritual force. On the other side, Scholar Yuntai saw that Xia Ruofei was engrossed in checking the stone and did not care about him. He felt that the burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. And the spirit body was so weak that it was almost disappearing. Scholar Yuntai couldn't help but sigh, did I meet a fool? At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already done his analysis at the fastest speed possible. Then, he used his spiritual power to mark the surface of the ore and shouted, Senior Yuntai, quickly follow the path I marked and enter the internal space of this ore. 3027 Spirit Body Sanctuary 1. At this time, the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai was on the verge of collapse. His spirit body had already turned illusionary to the point where it was almost transparent, and it looked like it was on the verge of collapse. And the consciousness of layman Yuntai was also gradually becoming fuzzy. He felt that he was about to disappear from this world. Although he was only a part of the spirit body of layman Yuntai, he still had the main consciousness. What's more, he was previously sealed in the space stone, so he couldn't feel the passage of time at all, and he didn't know what era it was now. In other words, it was very likely that layman Yuntai's original body was long gone. If his soul was scattered, he would disappear forever. In the true sense. At this time, a trace of sorrow naturally appeared in the heart of layman Yuntai. In a daze, he heard Xia Ruofei's words and subconsciously floated towards the node that Xia Ruofei had marked with his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei saw that the spiritual body of Master Yuntai was about to dissipate and he was very nervous. He watched as the almost transparent spirit body followed the guidance of his mental power and entered the internal space of the mysterious ore. Then, there was no sound. At this time, he was very nervous. To be honest, Xia Ruofei couldn't guarantee that what he did would be a good thing or a bad thing for Master Yuntai. After all, he had experienced the torment of being in the ore's internal space. Of course, Xia Ruofei had already found the most stable and safe small space in the shortest time possible, based on his understanding of the ore's internal space. He then guided the spiritual body of the master of the cloud platform into it. However, there was also the strange difference in the flow of time, which Xia Ruofei could not control at all. To be more precise, it was not even a difference in the flow of time, but it was infinitely close to time stopping. Xia Ruofei waited for a few seconds, but there was no news from Master Yuntai. He couldn't help but frown. According to his previous experience, the time inside the ore space was almost still compared to the outside world. Even if it was not completely still, if he spent 1,000 years inside the ore space, only a moment would have passed in the outside world. After entering the ore space, it was possible that he had been inside for many years. The spirit chi in the spirit map space was extremely dense and could be said to be endless. If the spiritual body of layman Yuntai was still alive, he should have been able to use the spiritual chi here to recover his spiritual body. Could it be that he had fallen into another spatial zone, or a spatial layer zone, or that he was in danger? Xia Ruofei wasn't confident. In fact, the situation of Master Yuntai was already very bad. Xia Ruofei was also trying to make a last resort and try his best to leave things to fate. He didn't hesitate for too long. He immediately released his mental power and explored the small spaces inside the mysterious ore through the node. The small spaces inside the mysterious ore would change randomly without a fixed frequency and period. If he delayed any longer, the relative position of the space would change, and it would take him a lot of effort to find this small space again. After Xia Ruofei left the space inside the ore, his spiritual power would be devoured if he used it to check. However, he did not know if it was because his ore had existed for 1,000 years, or because his mental power had been greatly enhanced, but his mental power could now support a lot longer than before. Although it was only a fifth of a second, the information he could find had multiplied. Xia Ruofei didn't have much hope. After all, he didn't know how many years Layman Yuntai had been in there. He didn't know if he was still alive or in that small space. However, what made him feel a little comforted was that in just a few seconds, the internal space of the ore did not seem to have changed in relative position. He still smoothly followed the node that he had just marked and explored into the small space. What Xia Ruofei didn't expect was that before the first trace of spiritual power was devoured, he had already found the spiritual body of the master of the cloud platform. The spiritual body of Master Yuntai was still in this small space. However, what surprised Xia Ruofei was that he was still very weak. His condition was almost the same as before, but it did not worsen. It was basically stable. Moreover, he could also feel that Scholar Yuntai's spirit body was trying its best to absorb the spiritual qi that seeped into the spirit map space, and was slowly repairing itself. After receiving the information, Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy was devoured. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's going on? Why was he recovering so slowly? Could it be that the space where Senior Yuntai Isen has no difference in the flow of time compared to the spirit map space?" If that was the case, then it all made sense. After all, it had only been a few seconds since Scholar Yuntai's spiritual body had entered the small space inside the ore. In such a short time, even if he absorbed all the spiritual energy, he naturally wouldn't be able to recover much. Moreover, when Scholar Yuntai first entered this small space, under normal circumstances, he would first observe the environment and would not immediately absorb spiritual energy to recover. Xia Ruofei thought of this and immediately released a second wave of spiritual power to explore the small space with ease. The situation he detected seemed to further confirm his guess about the flow of time. The spiritual body of Scholar Xuanji Yuntai was still trying to absorb the spiritual qi. The state of the spiritual body was similar to what the previous spiritual power had detected. It seemed to be recovering a little, but the recovery was very small and almost imperceptible. After the spiritual energy was devoured, Xia Ruofei immediately released the third spiritual energy. This time, Xia Ruofei didn't try to find out what was going on. When his spiritual power entered the small space, he immediately used his spiritual power to communicate with the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai. Now that Scholar Yuntai was in his spiritual body state, his spiritual power could directly communicate with his spiritual body. "Senior Yuntai," Xia Ruofei said hurriedly, "your spirit body shouldn't be consumed in this small space. You can absorb the spiritual qi without any worry and recover your spirit body as soon as possible." Even though spiritual energy voice transmission was much faster than talking and only required a thought, Xia Ruofei only had the time to send the most important information to Master Yuntai in a fifth of a second before his spiritual energy was devoured. Xia Ruofei immediately released the fourth beam of spiritual power. This time, he sensed that Scholar Yuntai had come out of his state of absorbing spiritual qi. Obviously, he had received his mental message. Xia Ruofei took advantage of the fact that the spiritual power had not been devoured and quickly transmitted his Voice, Senior Yuntai, the spiritual power from the outside world will be quickly devoured by this small space, so we can't communicate smoothly for the time being. His spiritual power was devoured again. Xia Ruofei continued to release his spiritual power into the small space and continued, Senior, please rest assured and recover your spirit body. Do not try to leave this small space. The space within the ore was extremely complex and filled with danger. If you get lost in there, it will be very difficult for me to find you again. Xia Ruofei used 3 streams of spiritual energy to complete this sentence. Then, he released his mental energy to investigate and found that the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai must have heard his words and started to absorb spiritual qi to recover. Xia Ruofei also felt that the spiritual body of Master Yuntai had become more solid. Even though he was recovering slowly, at least he was doing well. Xia Ruofei felt a little more at ease. If he wanted to know more about the mysterious ore, he could only rely on Scholar Yuntai. And this was an ancient cultivator. According to the current cultivators' deductions based on some ancient cultivation ruins, the ancient cultivation world had suddenly disappeared thousands of years ago for unknown reasons. The current cultivation world was slowly developing. However, about 300 years ago, masters above the Yuanying stage seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Moreover, the cultivation environment had also deteriorated. Today, it had shrunk to the extreme, and even the ore's core stage cultivators were considered top masters. The current cultivation world had also formed a systematic inheritance. However, 300 years ago, almost all the experts disappeared at the same time. Many inheritances could not be protected in time and disappeared with the senior experts. As for the ancient cultivation world, some cultivation methods and secret skills had been passed down. For example, the truth of the glittering jewel that made Xia Ruofei famous in the auction was a spiritual power cultivation method from the ancient cultivation world. However, these were all excavated by cultivators from the relics of ancient cultivators. They were often just bits and pieces and were not systematic at all. Xia Ruofei wasn't interested in the inheritance of the ancient cultivation world. He was very confident in the Great Tao Scroll. He believed that even in the ancient cultivation world, this technique was the only top-notch technique. Hence, in a sense, Xia Ruofei didn't need any other techniques. However, if he could survive this time, he would be the only ancient cultivator in the modern cultivation world. Yuntai cultivators would definitely play a very important role in understanding the secrets of the ancient cultivation world and solving some of the mysteries of the ancient cultivation ruins. Of course, there was another very important point, which was that Scholar Yuntai was now in a half-crippled state of spiritual body, and he was still in his spirit map space. So no matter how powerful he was, he could not pose any threat to Xia Ruofei. That was why Xia Ruofei tried his best to protect Scholar Yuntai's spiritual body. Xia Ruofei was prepared to release a strand of spiritual power every now and then to observe the situation of the spiritual body of Master Yuntai. In this situation, layman Yuntai must be absorbing spiritual qi to recover his spiritual body. It was meaningless for Xia Ruofei to keep releasing his spiritual power to investigate if the location of this small space had changed. With Xia Ruofei's experience in the ore's inner space for more than 1,000 years and his understanding of these small spaces, he believed that he could find it with a little more effort. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not too worried about this. As long as Scholar Yuntai's spirit body didn't wander around and the flow of time was consistent, Xia Ruofei could control the situation. And it was much better than he had expected. Just as Xia Ruofei was ready for a long battle, he suddenly heard the voice of the Grand Cloud Scholar. "Little brother, this ore of yours is simply too miraculous. It's the perfect sanctuary for spirit bodies." Xia Ruofei's eyes widened as he stared at the mysterious ore in disbelief. 3028 Ignorant and Fearless. 1. Xia Ruofei would never have thought that after only 15 minutes, Scholar Yuntai could already communicate with him. One of his spiritual power had just been devoured by the ore, and the feedback from this spiritual power showed that Scholar Yuntai was still in that small space. Moreover, judging from the recovery of Scholar Yuntai's spirit body, the time flow in that small space should not have changed. Scholar Yuntai's spiritual body had indeed recovered quite well, even though it had not reached the state he was in when he had just come out of the spatial rock seal. It was already much more solid, and his condition was rather stable. Judging from his current state, he should be able to communicate with others normally. Xia Ruofei was not shocked by the speed of recovery of Scholar Yuntai, but by the fact that he could communicate with him in the spirit map space inside the ore space. This also meant that if he wanted to, he could leave the space inside the ore at any time. How could Xia Ruofei, who had been trapped there for thousands of years, bear this? Xia Ruofei was flabbergasted. He was stunned and could not speak for a while. Scholar Yuntai asked, curiously, "Little brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and quickly said, "Oh. No. No. Senior Yuntai, how did you do it?" Master Yuntai scratched his head and asked, "Do what?" He was now even more suspicious of the brain of this young man he had just met. He was simply incoherent. Xia Ruofei said, You can talk to me directly." Upon hearing this, Scholar Yuntai was even more confused. He said, "It's very easy to use spiritual power to transmit a message. Even Qi condensation cultivators could do it." "That's not right. Didn't you just use your spiritual power to talk to me? Why are you suddenly asking such a basic question?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Yuntai, I mean, how did you manage to talk to me directly in the space inside the ore? So you can come out at any time?" "Why should I go out?" asked layman Yuntai. "In the outside world, he would have to endure the pain of burning at all times, and his spirit body would be exhausted very quickly. That was truly the death of his soul. This small space of yours is my heaven." Xia Ruofei was speechless. It was as if after talking for a long time, he and Scholar Yuntai were talking like chickens and ducks. They were talking about two different things. Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths and said, "Senior Yuntai, this junior didn't ask you to come out. I mean, if you want, you can leave the ore space at any time, right?" "How could I be willing?" grumbled layman Yuntai. Before Xia Ruofei went crazy, Master Yuntai finally said, "Little brother, you're right. As long as I want to, I can leave this place at any time." Xia Ruofei almost burst into tears. He finally got the point. "Senior, how did you do it?" he asked quickly. "I was once trapped inside and couldn't find a way out. I could only wander in an endless small space." "Little brother," said Scholar Yuntai with a smile, "actually, I don't have that much ability. The reason why I can easily communicate with the outside world is mainly because of you." "Me?" Xia Ruofei was confused. "Yup. The mark you made with your spiritual force is like a torch in the fog. Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, and you're constantly pouring in mental energy. I only need to follow the path of your mental energy aura and return. This isn't difficult at all. Xia Ruofei was stunned. It was actually so simple? His attainments in space were already very high, so after listening to the words of Scholar Yuntai, he thought for a moment and understood. It really made sense. Perhaps this was what it meant to be confused by those involved. Of course, this also made Xia Ruofei realize that it was not an injustice that he had been trapped in the inner space of the ore for 1,000 years. Because in that situation, there was no one in the outside world who could use their spiritual power to guide him. Even if Luo Qingfeng had been by Xia Ruofei's side at that time, with his ability to understand space, he would not have been able to find the small space that Xia Ruofei's spirit body was trapped in, let alone provide any guidance. If he was not careful, even Luo Qingfeng himself might be trapped in it. Xia Ruofei was deep inside the space. Without any guidance, he could only wander around like a headless fly. He guessed that the reason he could come out was mostly due to luck. It just so happened that the small space he was in had a direct connection with the outside world, and the node just happened to lead to the outside world. It could be said that many factors had worked at the same time, allowing him to luckily escape. If it wasn't for the strange time flow in the space, Xia Ruofei's body might have rotted away long ago. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei quickly asked, Senior Yuntai, why is there no difference in the flow of time between the small space you're in and the outside world? The last time Junior was trapped in a small space, time seemed to have stopped there, layman. Yuntai laughed and said, little brother, you must be talking about the chaotic flow of time in this small space. Let me tell you, there are several types of time turbulence here. Once you're trapped in it, it'll be very difficult to escape. However, I happen to have some understanding of the time turbulence, so I avoided them all. 3029 Ignorant and fearless, too. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He quickly said, Senior Yuntai, please elaborate. Scholar Yuntai lazily said, to put it simply, when you enter the chaotic flow of time, it's like you've fallen into a river. As long as you don't completely leave the space, you will always be drifting with the current in this river. And different rivers of time have different time flows. I only observed it briefly, and there are dozens of time turbulences in the space inside this ore, and some of them are even intertwined. Little brother, your luck is not bad. You just happened to fall into a time turbulence that was most beneficial to you. I just saw a kind of time turbulence that is tens of millions of times slower than the outside world. If you fall into this time turbulence, even if you are only delayed for a short while in this internal space, you will find that the outside world has already changed. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's back broke out in a cold sweat. And he felt a wave of fear. What was the difference in the flow of time that was tens of millions of times faster? Even if it was 30 million times, then 1 second in the ore's internal space was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. If Xia Ruofei had been trapped in the chaotic flow of time, even if he was lucky enough to escape after being trapped in the space for a few minutes, hundreds of years would have passed in the outside world. It meant that his body had long been turned into ashes. Although only a few months would have passed in the outside world due to the time formation flag's effect on the spirit map space's primordial realm, it would still cause various problems. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that he was so lucky that he was only trapped for a few minutes. If he was trapped for 1,000 years like last time, It was impossible to calculate the time. Xia Ruofei felt that it was no longer a matter of his family and friends leaving this world. Perhaps Earth might not even exist anymore. Xia Ruofei felt a wave of fear. At the same time, he felt that he was extremely lucky. Layman Yuntai laughed and asked, "Little brother, are you scared? How long do you think we were trapped here last time?" 1,000 years, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Layman Yuntai couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "That's really a blessing in the midst of misfortune. If it wasn't for the fact that the flow of time in the outside world is almost at a standstill, compared to the chaotic flow of time you've fallen into, your physical body would have been destroyed long ago after being trapped for so many years. If you're caught in that extremely slow turbulence, then it'll be even worse." Xia Ruofei sighed, "Yeah. Even now, this junior is still afraid. Ignorance is fearlessness. This is probably what it means." Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, "Little brother, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. If I'm not wrong, you've been studying the laws of space for the past 1,000 years, trying to find a way to escape. No wonder you have such high attainments in space. You must have been able to break through the hidden dimension I left in the storage ring from its origin without triggering the alarm formation I set up, right?" "Senior, you're right. I spent almost all that time studying the rules of space," Xia Ruofei said. The mood of the Grand Cloud Scholar seemed to be very good. He laughed and said, "This at least explains one thing, and that is that a spirit body can survive in this space for a long time. Then this old master can stay here in peace." The small space inside the ore was lifeless. Anyone who entered it would definitely not be a living being. Hence, without asking, the Grand Cloud Scholar knew that Xia Ruofei must have entered in a spiritual state. Xia Ruofei had already used his own experience to prove that at least a spiritual body could survive for 1,000 years in the space inside the ore. Of course, Master Yuntai was in a good mood. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. At the same time, he felt that he was lucky. He knew nothing about the time turbulence. In fact, for cultivators of his level, they were basically in the beginner stage in terms of the rules of space and time. It was just that Xia Ruofei had already begun to control the spirit map space before he had even embarked on the cultivation path. In addition, his spiritual power was stronger than cultivators of the same level, so his attainments in the rules of space were naturally higher. As for the laws of time, he had yet to come into contact with them. He did not even know where the door was. Time was of the essence just now. Xia Ruofei had only chosen a small space, based on his intuition. Then, he quickly made a mark and let the spiritual body of the Grand Cloud Scholar hide in it. Fortunately, Scholar Yuntai had also dabbled in the rules of time and was able to detect the time turbulence. Otherwise, if Layman Yuntai had been trapped in the chaotic flow of time like Xia Ruofei, the result would have been completely different. If the time turbulence that Scholar Yuntai was trapped in was similar to the time turbulence that Xia Ruofei was trapped in, then it would be fine. He had been in there for hundreds or thousands of years, but only a short time had passed on Xia Ruofei's side. To Xia Ruofei, it would only take a moment for Scholar Yuntai's spirit body to be completely recovered. Of course, for the cultivators on the cloud platform, it was obviously not so wonderful. However, if the situation was the opposite and the cultivator of the cloud platform was caught in the turbulence of the extremely slow flow of time, Xia Ruofei would basically never be able to contact him again. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, Senior Yuntai, fortunately, you are also proficient in the rules of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I was too reckless this time. You can't say that, said Scholar Yuntai with a smile. The situation was so urgent at that time. You were able to find a treasure that could keep the spirit body from being destroyed for me to use. It was already a life-saving grace to me. Why would I care so much? After saying that, Scholar Yuntai paused for a moment and continued, actually, my attainments in the laws of time and space are about the same. My attainments in the laws of space are not even as good as yours. Otherwise, how could my hidden space have been so easily broken by you? Ha ha ha. I guess this is a special case. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. It's a blessing in disguise for me when it comes to the laws of space. As for the laws of time, I know nothing about them. Layman Yuntai said, for an Aura's core stage cultivator to be able to grasp the rules of space to a certain extent is already considered extremely talented. The laws of time are basically unknown domain to Aura's core stage cultivators. What you're doing is within the normal range. In comparison, even if you didn't have the experience of being trapped for 1,000 years, you should have already made some achievements in the laws of space, right? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. I have some understanding. I was only able to detect a trace of abnormality in the nested space in Senior's storage ring. It was impossible to crack it, even with conventional methods. Then, I was unfortunately trapped in this small space group. After 1,000 years, when I finally escaped, I found that I could easily crack the nested space. Upon hearing this, Scholar Yuntai couldn't help but sigh. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Your talent in the laws of space is already stronger than the average cultivator, and in the past 1,000 years, you've spent most of your time studying the laws of space. There are so many small spaces here for you to study the laws of space that are more primitive. The efficiency of this comprehension was at least 2 to 3 times that of normal circumstances. How could a cultivator study the laws of space for 2 to 3,000 years? Therefore, if you only look at your attainments in the laws of space, most of the immortal soul stage cultivators would not be able to reach your level, let alone nascent soul stage cultivators. When the golden core evolved into the nascent soul, the cultivator could reach the nascent soul stage. When the yuanying stage was cultivated to the extreme, one could break through to the primordial spirit stage. As the name suggested, the cultivators yuanying had evolved into a more powerful primordial spirit. After the primordial soul stage, it was the leaving aperture stage. At this stage, the cultivator's spiritual body, or primordial spirit, to be precise, could leave the body. This was an even more powerful stage. Of course, Xia Ruofei was still far from the nascent soul stage. As for the primordial spirit and out-of-body stages, they were even further away. Hence, when Xia Ruofei heard the cultivator of the cloud platform say that his attainment in the rules of space had surpassed most of the primordial soul stage cultivators, he was stunned. 30:30 The end of closed door cultivation. 1. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask Senior Yuntai, when you were alive. No, before you separated from your spiritual body, what was your cultivation? Layman Yuntai said with some embarrassment, I was already in the immortal soul stage then. I didn't expect to be crushed by a little kid like you. In terms of the rules of space, speaking of this, Layman Yuntai asked, by the way, little brother, what era is it now? I don't know how long I've been sealed in the space rock. I've always been in a dormant state. Senior Yuntai, it's 20 AD this year, Xia Ruofei said. Halfway through, Xia Ruofei stopped. The AD calendar originated from Western Christianity. The first year of AD was actually the year that Jesus was born. Master Yuntai was an Eastern cultivator and existed much earlier than the first year of AD. How could he know the AD calendar? Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, Senior Yuntai, what era do you live in? Can you tell me about it? This way, I can calculate how long you've been sealed in the space stone. Oh. Let me think. Scholar Yuntai said, in our era, what major events happened in the secular world? Let me think. Oh. I think there's a kid called GFA who joined forces, with a few vassals, to suppress the king of Shang, Xian, of the secular world, and established a dynasty or something, the Zhou dynasty? Xia Ruofei asked tentatively. Actually, Xia Ruofei already had an answer when Master Yuntai said GFA's name. However, Xia Ruofei felt that it was unreal when a person from thousands of years ago was talking to him with confidence. Yes. Yes, yes. Scholar Yuntai said, let's call it Zhou dynasty. Senior Yuntai, Xia Ruofei said, according to our current age, King Wu's attack on the king happened in 1046 BC, which is more than 3,000 years ago, a martial king attacking a king? It's GFA's crusade against King Xian. In history, it's known as King Wu's crusade against King Xian. Xia Ruofei said, that is to say, Senior, you have lived for more than 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Layman. Yuntai was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself. It was obvious that it took much longer than he had expected. Senior Yuntai, are you okay? Xia Ruofei asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm fine. Scholar Yuntai said, but I need to rest for a while. My spirit body is incomplete, and I was seriously injured this time. I've only just started to recover. Oh, then have a good rest. I'll try to recover my spirit body as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, you can stay here in peace. I've stored this ore in a small space, so it's absolutely safe. As long as you're careful not to fall into the space overlapping area, and even more so not to be accidentally drawn into the chaotic flow of time, it'll be fine. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'm a cultivator of the primordial soul realm, how could I make such a low-level mistake? Said layman Yuntai. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel strange. He felt that Scholar Yuntai's words were mocking him. However, he also knew that he must have thought too much. With his cultivation in the golden core stage, he could have such an achievement in the rules of space. Even layman Yuntai admired him. As for the time turbulence, layman Yuntai himself had said that it was almost impossible for cultivators in the golden core stage to be involved in the rules of time. So how could he ridicule him? After saying that, there was no more sound from Scholar Yuntai. He probably went to absorb the spiritual energy seriously. Xia Ruofei left the mysterious ore in the stone room of the cave. At the same time, he wrapped the ore in 3 layers of spatial energy, completely cutting off its connection with the spirit map space. At first, Xia Ruofei was still in a dilemma. He wanted to let the spirit map space absorb and devour this mysterious ore, but he felt that it was a pity. He had a premonition that if the spirit map space could devour this mysterious ore, there was a high chance that he would be able to evolve once. However, there were still many uses and functions of this mysterious ore that had yet to be explored. Xia Ruofei had not fully understood the rules of those small spaces. To him, it was still useful. However, Xia Ruofei didn't have to worry about it anymore. Since Scholar Xuanji had already moved into the ore space, it was impossible for him to give the ore to the spirit map space to swallow. Xia Ruofei left behind a small formation. Once Layman Yuntai tried to communicate with him through spiritual energy, even if Xia Ruofei was outside, he could use this small formation to know in time and communicate with Layman Yuntai on the spiritual energy level. After making the necessary arrangements, Xia Ruofei left the cave. In fact, he still had many questions to ask Master Yuntai. However, he had said that he was very weak and needed rest. Xia Ruofei naturally could not force him. Xia Ruofei returned to the Archean realm and spent some time in the small square in front of the Linglong Pagoda to get used to his mental energy. At the same time, he cultivated the Great Tao Sutra. He had been trapped in the ore space for 1,000 years. Although only a short period of time had passed since he entered the Archean realm, Xia Ruofei could feel that he had truly been trapped for 1,000 years. When he was in the spirit body state, Xia Ruofei could not cultivate. Therefore, he was more or less unfamiliar with the great Tao arts. However, after cultivating for a while, that familiar feeling returned. 3031 The end of closed door cultivation. 2. Although his cultivation was still at the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm, his spiritual power had been greatly improved. After thousands of years of tempering, Xia Ruofei felt that he had gained some more foundation. Other than familiarizing himself with the Great Tao formula, Xia Ruofei also spent some time to recall the people and things that had happened before he was trapped in the ore. He felt that all these things had happened thousands of years ago. It really felt like time had passed. Xia Ruofei had to slowly adapt to this. Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space and rested for a day in the quiet room that was originally reserved for Luo Qingfeng. Of course, he also took this time to sort out the things that had happened before he was trapped in the ore. The next morning, Xia Ruofei opened the door of the quiet room and walked out. Luo Qingfeng had been standing guard outside the door for a day and a night. When he saw Xia Ruofei come out, he quickly stood up and called out respectfully, "Master." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "You've been here all this time? Rest when you need to rest. The guardian doesn't need you to guard the door at all times, as long as you can maintain vigilance. Isn't that enough? What if I were to go into seclusion for a few months? Are you going to wait like this for the next few months?" "Master," Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, "I was also meditating outside the door. It doesn't matter if I go back to my room or not. By the way, Master, have you finished your closed door cultivation?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I'm just going through the harvest this time. Qingfeng, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving in the next 2 days." Luo Qingfeng subconsciously said, "Master is leaving? Then this old servant will follow Master. Although this old servant's cultivation is low, I can still serve Master tea." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're just an Oris core stage cultivator. Why are you serving tea and pouring water? For now, you'll be in charge of the Star Caesar sect. We've made a name for ourselves in the auction this time, and it's hard to guarantee that no one will covet the Star Caesar sect. Without you, a golden core stage cultivator, personally overseeing the auction, I can't be at ease." "Yes. This old servant will listen to Master." "Don't worry, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. "I'll definitely take care of This property. In Luo Qingfeng's eyes, if he was Xia Ruofei's servant, then the Star Caesar sect would naturally be Xia Ruofei's property. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'm not leaving immediately. Before I leave, I'll take a look at our sect's protective array. If possible, I can improve it to make the sect safer. Great! Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed when he heard that. That's great. Since Master is personally taking action, the power must be extraordinary. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. Not necessarily. Let's take a look first. Although Xia Ruofei had obtained a lot of knowledge about arrays from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, and he had a lot of practical experience, the knowledge of arrays was very broad and profound. He did not dare to boast that he would be able to improve the sect's protective array before he had seen it. Perhaps after looking around, Xia Ruofei would find that he could not change anything. If the person who had set up the sect, protecting formation, was more skilled in the array Dao than Xia Ruofei, then this possibility was entirely possible. Yes, Master. Yes, Luo Qingfeng replied. Xia Ruofei continued, in addition, I want to conduct an inspection and assessment on all the disciples of the sect. We must ensure that the sect is absolutely reliable. I might not be able to make it in time for the time being, but I still have to register them and find a suitable time to recall them in advance. Then I'll conduct an inspection. Luo Qingfeng knew that Xia Ruofei had a secret technique in the area of spiritual power. It could make anyone who was hit by it have no secrets to speak of in front of him. So after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation, Yes, Master. I'll arrange for all the disciples to undergo an inspection. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Speaking of this, I remember. Have you dealt with Wang Boshan? Wang Boshan was the Star Caesar sect's outer sect disciple who had been captured by Xia Ruofei together with Xing Yongshou. Wang Boshan had always been in charge of some of the Star Caesar sect's businesses in the secular world. However, when Xia Ruofei questioned him, he found out that this guy was notorious for his crimes. The crimes he had committed were enough for him to be shot a few times in the secular world. Considering that Wang Boshan was in charge of the Star Caesar sect's businesses in the secular world and held the position of a majority of the company's shareholders and directors, Xia Ruofei held back his anger and did not immediately get rid of Wang Boshan. However, he had strictly ordered Luo Qingfeng to transfer Wang Boshan back to the Star Caesar sect in the name of placing him in an important position. He had also sent a capable disciple to take over Wang Boshan's business in the secular world and then get rid of him in the Star Caesar sect. This time, when Xia Ruofei talked about the loyalty and reliability of his disciples, he naturally thought of Wang Boshan, so he asked. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng looked embarrassed and said carefully, Master, I haven't had the time to deal with him. Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, Why? He knew very well that it was impossible for Qingfeng Luo to be disloyal to him, and his loyalty was unquestionable. However, he still did not like his subordinates to be not resolute enough or be less decisive when carrying out orders. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was not particularly harsh, Luo Qingfeng could not help but shiver. He quickly explained, Master, our Star Caesar sect has a lot of properties in the secular world, and the stock structure is also more complicated. Other than Wang Boshan, the others in the sect don't know much about the affairs of the secular world. This time, we've reluctantly chosen a disciple to replace Wang Boshan. For the sake of safety, this old servant will let Wang Boshan take care of him for a period. of time and let that disciple take over before he returns to the sect. Wang Bosan had just returned to the sect a few days ago, and this old servant was not in the sect during this period of time. So the matter of dealing with Wang Bosan was delayed. This old servant should die. Master, please punish me. After listening to Luo Qingfeng's explanation, Xia Ruofei's expression eased a little. He said indifferently, since there's a reason for this, there's no need to punish. However, if all the affairs in the secular world were handed over, he had to hurry up and deal with them. You'll execute it yourself. Initially, according to Luo Qingfeng's intention, those businesses in the secular world were dispensable. At that time, he wanted to get rid of Wang Bosan. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the secular world could not be given up easily, especially after running it for so many years. It was not easy. That was why he proposed to find someone to replace Wang Bosan and then let Luo Qingfeng deal with it. This was Xia Ruofei's own idea. Since this had caused the matter to be delayed, he would naturally not vent his anger on Luo Qingfeng. Yes. Yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly replied, I'll do it right away. Wait. Xia Ruofei called out to Luo Qingfeng, who was already walking towards the stairs. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I told you to hurry up and deal with it, not to go now. There's a need to have an order of priority, isn't there? Master. Luo Qingfeng turned around and said, Master, it's my fault for not being considerate. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, let's take a look at the sect, protecting formation first. Strengthening the defense is the most important thing. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said, Master, the control core of the sect, protecting array, is in Jiaxing Tower. In addition, there are also array blueprints and operation manuals in Jiaxing Tower. Let me take you to take a look. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Yes. Let's settle this first. Master, this way please. The core of the array is on the 6th floor, Luo Qingfeng said quickly. It was originally guarded by a few disciples, but since Master went into seclusion yesterday, I have asked them to leave. We can go there directly. After Luo Qingfeng finished speaking, he led Xia Ruofei up the stairs to the 6th floor. Xia Ruofei observed for a while and realized that the building materials of the entire 6th floor were different from those of the other floors. Although they looked similar on the outside, they were actually made of some rare metals with extremely high defensive power. The control core of the sect protecting Great Array was naturally the most important of the defense. Luo Qingfeng led Xia Ruofei along the corridor and arrived at one of the rooms. After pushing the door open, Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, Master, the core of the formation is here. 3032, the Star Evolution Formation, 1, Xia Ruofei nodded and walked into the room. In the center of the room was a main control array disk the size of a millstone. It was surrounded by many supplementary array talismans. Xia Ruofei took a quick look and realized that even though the control center was in this room, the entire Jiaxing Lu was closely related to the sect's protective array. The ancestor of the Jiaxing sect who had set up this protective array must have had a very high level of attainment in the Tao of arrays. Luo Qingfeng said with a hint of pride, Master, this sect, protecting formation, is called the Stellar Evolution Formation. It was personally set up by a genius elder of our sect 500 years ago. As a result, Star Caesar Tower underwent a thorough transformation. Although we, the younger generation of disciples, have failed to live up to expectations these years, and The star Caesar sect's position in the cultivation world is only in the middle, in terms of defense. The existence of the stellar evolution formation is enough to deter most top-notch sects from rashly invading. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, although I've only taken a preliminary look, I can feel that this array is really amazing. Thank you for your praise, Master, Luo Qingfeng said. More than 200 years ago, the top sect of that time, the Myriad Beasts sect, had formed a deadly enmity with the ancestors of my Star Caesar sect, and once attacked with the entire sect. Not only were the Myriad Beasts sect's cultivators stronger than the Star Caesar sect, but they could also control wild beasts and even had a spirit beast. Ordinary sects couldn't stop them at all, but in the face of the stellar evolution formation, even the Myriad Beasts sect was helpless. They attacked for more than a month. And in the end, they could only bitterly retreat. Xia Ruofei said with great interest, I didn't know that the Star Caesar sect had such a glorious history. What about the Myriad Beasts sect? Why had he disappeared now? Don't tell me you guys killed them instead? Luo Qingfeng laughed drily. Master, you must be joking. The Star Caesar sect's strength has been on a decline for the past 300 years. How could they possibly have the ability to provoke the Myriad Beasts sect? However, the Myriad Beasts sect had indeed disappeared without a trace. About 100 years ago, it was said that the Myriad Beasts sect had discovered an incredible ancient cultivation ruin, and all the stronger cultivators in the sect had been sent there. None of them had returned, and they had lost their most powerful combat strength. The Myriad Beasts sect was usually quite domineering, and they had offended many forces. When this news spread, the sect was quickly torn apart. I heard that our Star Caesar sect received the news a little too late and didn't get a share of the loot. My Grandmaster was regretful about this for a long time. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt a little emotional. Although Luo Qingfeng had only briefly described the history of the destruction of a sect, Xia Ruofei could still feel the cruelty of the law of the jungle in the cultivation world. This also reminded him once again that no matter what, he could not forget to work hard to improve his own strength. At the very least, he had to have the ability to protect himself. Whether it was the Peach Blossom Island or the Star Caesar sect, they were now Xia Ruofei's capital. Master, the Star Evolution Formation's formation diagram is also stored here. This old servant will find it for you, Luo Qingfeng said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, all right, I'll take a look at the structure of this formation. Since it was a formation set up by the ancestors of the Star Caesar sect, it must be pretty good. I might not be able to improve it, Master. The Star Evolutionary Formation is still much weaker than the Taishu Xianqing Formation on the Peach Blossom Island, Luo Qingfeng said. Therefore, I believe that Master will definitely be able to come up with a better plan to further strengthen the Star Caesar sect's defense. Xia Ruofei chuckled. The reason why the Taishu Xianqing Formation was set up successfully was because the terrain there had formed a natural formation. I only made some changes to it. You can say that I'm taking advantage of the situation. If I were to set up such a great formation out of thin air, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to do it even if I were given 50 years. Master, you are too humble, Luo Qingfeng said. You are the most talented young man I have ever seen. Whether it is in terms of cultivation or array Dao, you have made me feel ashamed. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, actually, I'm the strongest in the laws of space. What you said is only slightly better than the average cultivator. As he spoke, Qingfeng Luo took out a key from his storage ring and opened a cabinet in the corner of the room. He carefully took out a drawing from it. Xia Ruofei took it and looked at it. The drawing was made of animal skin, but he could not recognize what animal skin it was because it had been too long. The drawing was full of mottled marks, and the drawing and words were a little blurred. However, if one looked closely, they could still recognize it. Xia Ruofei opened the blueprint and looked at it carefully with the help of the light. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that the star Caesar sect had already used electric lights. Even the interior of the Star Caesar Tower was equipped with LED lights that were of decent brightness. According to Qingfeng Luo, this was a set of power generation equipment that Wang Boshan had specially introduced. The power station and substation were located near a mountain stream not far from the sect. They used the drop-in water flow to generate power and then transmitted it to the sect. Of course, those facilities were also maintained by specialized disciples. At the same time, they were also hidden by arrays. In order to introduce electricity into the sect, Wang Boshan also specially transferred a group of disciples from the sect to the electricity school for training. The subsequent construction and equipment maintenance were all done by this group of disciples. 3033 The Star Evolution Formation. 2. Xia Ruofei's current array Dao level was much higher than when he had set up the void Shanqing array on the Peach Blossom Island. Although he had spent most of his time studying the rules of space, he still needed to change his mind sometimes. Therefore, he had taken out the knowledge in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance to study. Even though the time he had spent on learning was very little, it was still a very long time in the span of 1,000 years. Hence, Xia Ruofei had basically studied all the books on arrays in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance thoroughly. He had also done the same for the other miscellaneous studies. However, he did not have the opportunity to practice it in the inner space of the ore. But no matter what, his current level of array Dao theory was much higher than before. Xia Ruofei had no idea how much it had improved, but he could easily understand the blueprint. This was also a direct reflection of Jianjia's past. He would probably have to spend a long time to understand the blueprint. But now, Xia Ruofei could clearly simulate the operation of the entire array just by looking at the structure. Furthermore, unlike Luo Qingfeng, who only knew how to operate the array and did not know the reason behind it, Xia Ruofei could basically tell at a glance why the genius elder of the Star Caesar sect had set it up in such a way. He only needed to think a little to figure out the deep meaning behind each array pattern. Luo Qingfeng did not dare to disturb them and stood quietly beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was engrossed in studying the blueprint. He looked at it for a full half an hour before letting out a long sigh of relief. He then carefully folded the blueprint. Xia Ruofei had to admit that the formation that the genius elder had set up was indeed very advanced. There were many clever ideas, and even Xia Ruofei couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. One could imagine that the Star Caesar sect's ancestor must have been extremely talented in the Tao of formations. However, the Star Caesar sect's foundation wasn't particularly deep. No matter how talented that genius elder was, he didn't have the unique learning conditions that Xia Ruofei had. It was impossible for him to come into contact with so many array books of different schools. To put it bluntly, his vision was still a little narrow. One's vision determined one's outlook. This stellar evolution formation was exquisite, but the overall structure was not grand enough. At least, that was what Xia Ruofei thought. After he finished studying the blueprint, he had already formed a few directions for improvement in his mind, even though he had not checked the array and the control core on the spot. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. If he looked at it for a long time and realized that he couldn't change it, then it would really be a little embarrassing. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, with a hint of anticipation, "Master, what do you think? Is there any room for improvement in our sect, protecting formation?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I'm almost done with the blueprint. I'll look at it again in a while and try out this formation when necessary. If I'm not wrong, there should be a few areas that are worth improving." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and quickly said, "That's great. Master, how do you need this old servant to cooperate? Please tell me." Then one of Luo Qingfeng's most trusted disciples, only he could control the sect, protecting array. This was also a rule passed down from generation to generation within the Star Caesar sect. Furthermore, the only one who could truly control the array was Luo Qingfeng himself. The reason why he had arranged for a trusted disciple to learn some of the array's control functions was also to prevent a strong enemy from attacking when the sect leader was not in the sect. Although the sect protecting array would automatically activate its defense when it was attacked, if no one was controlling the array, the defensive power would be much weaker. When Luo Qingfeng heard that there was room for improvement, his first thought was to fully cooperate with Xia Ruofei. He would do his best to cooperate with Xia Ruofei no matter how he tested the array technique. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You just watch from the side. If there's a problem with my control, you can remind me in time." Ah? Luo Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. He had not taught Xia Ruofei how to control the formation. Could it be that this thing could be self-taught? Before Luo Qingfeng could react, Xia Ruofei had already flipped his hand and took out a few spiritual stones. He skillfully inserted them into the core control of the array. Then, he pressed on the core control with both hands and released his spiritual power. This stellar evolution formation was usually in a hidden state and only retained its basic defensive functions. Thus, the energy required was naturally very small. However, when he wanted to test the various functions of the formation, he had to put in more spirit stones to ensure the supply of energy. When Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei's skillful operation, the control core lit up slightly and started to operate smoothly. Luo Qingfeng was dumbfounded by the scene. He had controlled this formation for decades, and he didn't even need to release his spiritual power to check it out. He could confirm that the formation's defensive function had been fully activated. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the way he operated his spiritual power a few more times. The formation was like an obedient child. Under Xia Ruofei's control, it kept changing its functions. While Xia Ruofei was controlling the formation, his spiritual power had already spread out. Not only did he observe the operation of the formation in the entire Zhai Xing Lu, but he also extended his spiritual power further to observe the state of the formation. He also verified some of his judgments when he was looking at the blueprint. After a while, Xia Ruofei kept the spiritual stone. At this time, the stellar evolution formation had also obediently returned to its dormant, standby state. Luo Qingfeng's head was spinning, as if he was in a dream. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Qingfeng, I've already taken a good look. However, I still need to think about how to improve it. There are a few prototypes that I need to confirm the direction of improvement and then perfect It might take 2 to 3 days. Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and was still a little dumbfounded. The operation of the star evolution formation was very complicated. After he was confirmed as the successor of the sect master, he had to learn for more than 2 months before he could barely get started. And this was under the circumstances of having someone to teach him. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was completely self-taught. He had only studied the blueprint for half an hour and could actually operate it so skillfully. It was really infuriating to compare people. Besides, he had heard from Xia Ruofei that he had come up with several prototypes of the improvement plan in such a short time. From what Xia Ruofei had said, he was going to pick a plan to perfect. Since when did modifying a sect, protecting a ray, become as easy as eating and drinking? And they could even be picky. If he wasn't a genius, then how could the so-called geniuses of the other sects bear it? Qingfeng? Seeing Luo Qingfeng's dazed look, Xia Ruofei could not help but call out to him. Luo Qingfeng finally came back to his senses and quickly replied, "Master, this old servant is really too astounded. Originally, this old servant wanted to explain to Master how to control this star evolution formation, but I didn't expect that Master could master it without a teacher. This old servant is really a frog in the well. I saw this from the blueprint." Xia Ruofei said, "As long as you can understand the blueprint and the operation of the formation, it's not difficult to control it. It's not difficult for those who know it." Qingfeng Luo suddenly felt like he had received a critical hit of tens of thousands of points. Until now, he had not understood the principle of the star evolution formation. He only knew how to control it according to the control method taught by the old head. As far as he knew, not many of the past sect leaders of the Star Caesar sect had truly understood the principles behind this formation. The vast majority of them knew how it worked, but not how it worked. Xia Ruofei only spent half an hour to understand the principle of the entire formation. Now, he had casually said, "It's not difficult to meet him." If Xia Ruofei was not Luo Qingfeng's master, he might really break off all ties with Xia Ruofei. This was really infuriating. 3034 Su Xing sleeping at night. 1. Seeing Luo Qingfeng's dazed look, Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh and say, "Qingfeng, there's nothing else for you to do here. Leave behind the formation map and go do your work. I need to think about how to improve the formation." Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and quickly said, "Yes, Master. This old servant will take his leave." Luo Qingfeng bowed respectfully to Xia Ruofei and then left the control room. After he left the house, the first thing he did was to go to Zhai Xinglu and order the disciples guarding the perimeter to call Wang Boshan to Zhai Xinglu. It had been a few days since Wang Boshan had returned to the Star Caesar sect. However, Luo Qingfeng had been following Xia Ruofei all this time and was not in the sect, so he naturally did not arrange any specific affairs for Wang Boshan. He had been idle. Yesterday, when Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng returned to the star-picking sect, the soul seal in Wang Boshan's body had naturally sensed it. In fact, if Xia Ruofei wanted to sense Wang Boshan, it would be easy. It was just that he did not pay attention to these small things. Upon hearing the sect leader's call, Wang Boshan rushed to Zhai Xinglu. Luo Qingfeng was waiting on the first floor of Zhaixing Tower. When Wang Boshan saw Luo Qingfeng, he immediately bowed and greeted, "Sect leader, you were looking for me?" "Yes." Qingfeng Luo nodded and said, "Boshan, you've been back to the sect for some time now." "I've been busy all this time, so I don't have time." To arrange your affairs, yes. Wang Boshan quickly said, it's already a great favor from master and sect leader for me to be able to get away from worldly affairs. It's no big deal to wait for a while. By the way, sect master, did master come to our sect? Yes. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, master is also at Jiaxing Tower, but he's in seclusion. He doesn't have time to meet you. Yes, yes, yes. Master's business is more important. Wang Boshan quickly said. Boshan, have you settled all the matters in the secular world? Luo Qingfeng asked. Yes. Wang Boshan quickly replied. Junior brother Chen is very smart, and before he joined the sect, he went to college and majored in business administration. However, he has been in this sect for more than 10 years and doesn't know much about the outside world. After I taught him for a while, he got it. In addition, according to your instructions, I've already transferred the sect's secular industries to junior brother Chen's name. This disciple believes that with junior brother Chen's ability, you will definitely be able to manage our sect's secular industries better. That's good, Luo Qingfeng said lightly. This way, I can arrange your matters with peace of mind. Wang Boshan was overjoyed. Even in his dreams, he wanted to learn better techniques in the sect. In the past, he was not talented and it was impossible for him to do so. But now, because of Xia Ruofei, he was called back to the sect. Furthermore, even the sect master, Luo Qingfeng, was Xia Ruofei's sole slave. In Wang Boshan's opinion, he and Luo Qingfeng were essentially of the same status. With this layer of relationship, his status in the Star Caesar sect would definitely be extraordinary in the future. From the looks of it, it was a good thing that he was captured on Peach Source Island. Wang Boshan's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly lowered his head. Thank you, master and sect leader, for your cultivation. Regardless of the situation, he had to put his master first. Even if Luo Qingfeng was the sect leader, he was no exception. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said indifferently, come closer. Wang Boshan thought that Luo Qingfeng was going to teach him the cultivation technique personally and was very happy. He quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Luo Qingfeng. He lowered his head and looked like he was listening. Luo Qingfeng gently placed his hand on the top of Wang Boshan's head. Wang Boshan felt strange. If he was a child, Qingfeng Luo's action could be explained as love. However, he was already a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and he was a little balding. Could it be that Qingfeng Luo had some kind of bad taste in touching his head? Although he was not used to it, Wang Boshan did not dare to avoid it. Instead, he forced a smile and put on a very respectful look. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Qingfeng Luo's eyes. He released the yuan qi in his palm and a strong force directly rushed into Wang Boshan's head from the Baihui point on the top of his head. The smile on Wang Boshan's face froze. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief and a trace of confusion. With a golden core cultivator attacking at such a close distance, how could Wang Boshan, whose cultivation was so weak, still have any physiology? Basically, the moment he spat out the vital qi, the inside of his head had already turned into a paste. Until his death, Wang Boshan did not understand why Luo Qingfeng wanted to kill him. However, he could only carry this question and sink into the endless darkness. Luo Qingfeng looked on expressionlessly as Wang Boshan fell to the ground in front of him. His heart was calm. Even if it was not for Xia Ruofei's order, killing a low-level cultivator was not a big deal for Luo Qingfeng. 2. Be able to become a sect leader in the world of cultivation and reach the golden core stage. Which one of them wasn't ruthless and decisive? Which one of them hadn't experienced life and death battles and narrowly escaped death? Qingfeng Luo took out a small bottle of powder from his storage ring, opened the bottle and gently sprinkled some on Wang Bashan's body. Soon, Wang Bashan's corpse let out a sizzling sound and turned into a pool of blood in a short while. Even his clothes and other items were all melted in the blood. Luo Qingfeng unhurriedly scattered another kind of powder. The blood on the ground quickly solidified, leaving a small pile of powder. With a wave of his hand, Luo Qingfeng sent all the powder out of Star, Picking Tower and scattered in the wind. A living person like Wang Bashan had disappeared without leaving a trace. Upstairs, Xia Ruofei had already taken out a pen and paper from the spirit map space. As he pondered, he wrote and drew on the paper, jotting down some of his thoughts. When Wang Bashan was killed by Luo Qingfeng's palm, an invisible line in Xia Ruofei's soul sea broke instantly and disappeared quickly. Xia Ruofei stopped and scanned the building with his spiritual power. In fact, he knew that Wang Bashan was already dead, but he wanted to confirm it. The order to execute Wang Bashan was personally given by Xia Ruofei. For such a scum who had committed heinous crimes, Xia Ruofei naturally did not have any psychological burden. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to see that Luo Qingfeng was dealing with Wang Bashan's body. He nodded and said to himself, Qingfeng's ability to execute is not bad. Dealing with Wang Bashan was just a small matter. Since Luo Qingfeng had completed it in time, Xia Ruofei naturally would not ask about it. He quickly bent over the table and began to draw again. It was rather cumbersome to improve the stellar evolution formation. Although Xia Ruofei had some ideas, he still had to consider all aspects of the original formation when he was implementing it. This was a test of his array Dao skills. Fortunately, after being trapped for 1,000 years, Xia Ruofei's array theory had made a qualitative leap. In addition, his spiritual power had also reached the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, which was not inferior to some late-stage golden core cultivators. Therefore, his calculation speed was much faster than before. Xia Ruofei was so engrossed in his study of the array that he did not notice the passing of time. After Luo Qingfeng dealt with Wang Bashan, he immediately returned to this floor and personally waited in the corridor. As for the other disciples who had been working in Zhaixing Lu, they were still restricted to be on guard outside. They were strictly prohibited from coming within a 50-meter radius of Zhaixing Lu. To Xia Ruofei, studying array Dao was a very interesting thing. Especially, the improvements on the original foundation. It made Xia Ruofei feel like he was talking to his ancestors from hundreds of years ago. He was confident that if that senior of the Star Caesar sect were still alive, he would definitely feel like he was a bosom friend. Because Xia Ruofei had almost completely understood every consideration that the ancestor had taken into account when he set up the star evolution formation. It could be said that his understanding of the formation was no less than that of the genius elder of the Star Caesar sect who had set up the formation himself. The formation control room was one of the most heavily guarded rooms in Zhaixing Lu. Other than a thick and heavy door, there were no windows. The surroundings were also made of very strong defensive building materials. The light in the room was on. Xia Ruofei did not know whether it was day or night outside. He was completely immersed in the joy of improving the formation. Unconsciously, a large pile of waste paper had been thrown around the table. Xia Ruofei had thrown them aside after he had overturned his own thoughts. On the table, there was a stack of printed paper. Some of them were filled with words, while some were drawn with various formation patterns. Whether it was the words or the pictures, they all seemed to be a little scribbled. Only Xia Ruofei knew that every stroke in these pictures and texts was the crystallization of his wisdom. Finally, Xia Ruofei put down the pen in his hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt relaxed. He had already drafted a plan that he thought was perfect. Xia Ruofei quickly tidied up the papers on the table and arranged them in order. Then, he walked over and opened the door. Qingfeng Luo was waiting in the corridor not far away. When he heard the voice, he quickly walked over and bowed. "Master." "Qingfeng, have you dealt with Wang Boshan?" Xia Ruofei nodded and asked. "Yes. It had already been settled yesterday. I wanted to report to Master as soon as possible, but I was worried that I would interrupt Master's thoughts." Luo Qingfeng said. Xia Ruofei had been in the control room for a day and a night. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. You've done well." Then, he showed the stack of papers in his hand and said with a smile, "I've already come up with a plan to improve the formation. In the next 1 or 2 days, we'll make use of the time to improve this formation." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly said with tears of gratitude, "Many thanks, Master. Master has not rested for the sake of the Star Caesar sect. This old servant, on behalf of all the disciples of the Star Caesar sect, thanks Master." With that, Luo Qingfeng's knees went weak and he was about to kneel down. Xia Ruofei released his essence force and held Luo Qingfeng up. He said lightly, "Qingfeng, I don't do this here. In fact, I had no choice but to use my soul seal on you. After all, my strength was far inferior to yours at that time. If I didn't do that, I would have been in danger. Although we are master and servant in name, I have never treated you as slaves. As long as you work hard under me, you will be the same as before, and even better than before." 3035 The Young Great Elder. 1. Luo Qingfeng continued to explain, "Master, I want to announce to the public that you are the direct disciple of a nascent soul grandmaster of our sect who has been living in seclusion in the mountains. This time, you have come out to cultivate under the orders of the master. This way, your identity will be closely related to the Star Caesar sect. In addition, the modification of the sect's protective array has been of great help to the sect, so it is reasonable to grant you the title of Great Elder. In addition, the next step is for Master to screen out the disciples in the sect on a large scale. With this identity, it will be more legitimate." After Luo Qingfeng finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Xia Ruofei with apprehension and asked, "Master, these are just some of this old servant's rough thoughts. It's just that the identity of Great Elder is somewhat unfair to Master. What does Master think?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's a good arrangement. Let's do it." Luo Qingfeng immediately heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said with a happy expression, "Master, this old servant will immediately gather all the disciples and announce this matter." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Go. I'm going to study this stellar evolution formation for a while longer. Call me when you're ready." "Yes. Master, this old servant will take his leave," Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Soon, the melodious sound of a bell rang out in the Star Caesar sect. All the disciples In the sect stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. Every time the bell rang, it was a major event. When everyone finally confirmed that the bell had tolled 9 times, they quickly put down what they were doing and hurried to a hall not far north of Jiaxinglu. The bell rang 9 times, and all the disciples in the sect had to gather at the heaven-seeking palace within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Those who were late would be severely punished, and in serious cases, they would be expelled from the sect or even executed. In the past 2 days, after Luo Qingfeng had returned to the sect, Jiaxinglu had been completely shut down. Even the core disciples were not allowed to approach. Now that the bell had rung again to gather all the disciples, everyone realized that something big had happened. After all the disciples entered the heaven-seeking palace, they could not help but shut their mouths. The solemn atmosphere here made everyone afraid to make a sound. Even if they had many questions in their hearts, no one dared to whisper to each other. Rows of futons were placed neatly in the spacious hall. Everyone found their seats according to their seniority, time of entry, and cultivation level, and sat down cross-legged. The entire heaven-seeking palace could hear a pin drop, and everyone was waiting quietly. After a while, Sect Master Luo Qingfeng appeared on the high platform at the front of the hall. Standing beside him was a young cultivator whom none of the Star Caesar sect disciples recognized. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the high platform, wanting to know why the sect leader had gathered everyone. Luo Qingfeng's face was dignified. After looking around, he said, "I've gathered all the disciples in the heaven-seeking palace today because I have an important announcement to make." After saying that, Luo Qingfeng turned his body to the side, making Xia Ruofei stand out. Then, he said, "The person beside me is Xia Tian, the direct disciple of a reclusive nascent soul grandmaster of our Star Caesar sect." When Xia Ruofei walked in the world of cultivation, he used the identity and appearance of Xia Tian. With his current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to maintain his appearance for a long time. The Star Caesar sect disciples were so shocked that they even forgot the rules. After a brief moment of shock, they couldn't help but start whispering to each other. Of course, the focus of everyone's attention was not the young Xia Tian, but the nascent soul grandmaster that Luo Qingfeng had mentioned. In today's cultivation world, the top combat power on the surface was the golden core cultivators. The forces in the cultivation world were also divided according to the number of golden core cultivators in the force. The so-called top, first rate, and second rate sects were nothing more than whether they had golden core cultivators and how many golden core cultivators they had. However, other than Aurus core stage cultivators, there were all sorts of legends circulating in the cultivation world, all of which were related to nascent soul stage old monsters. For example, the number 1 sect, the First Heaven sect, not only had many Aurus core stage cultivators, but everyone also thought that the First Heaven sect had a nascent soul stage cultivator. In other sects, the news about the reclusive nascent soul cultivators was also endless, and it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. But no matter what, a nascent soul cultivator was obviously a deterrent force. No one might have seen a nascent soul cultivator in the past few years, but if a sect had a nascent soul cultivator as its backer, even if the sect did not have a golden core cultivator, ordinary forces would not easily provoke them. The Star Caesar sect's strength had been constantly declining in recent years, and its status in the cultivation world was also declining day by day. If they really had a Yuanying stage ancestor, it would undoubtedly be a shot in the arm. How could everyone not be excited when they first heard this news? Luo Qingfeng heard the buzzing sound below and could not help but frown. He shouted in a deep voice, "Silence!" All the disciples immediately fell silent and quickly shut their mouths. Luo Qingfeng continued. Junior brother Xia has been following the nascent soul grandmaster since he was a child. He has been cultivating in seclusion. Now that he has achieved some success, the grandmaster ordered him to enter the world to cultivate. That's why he returned to the Star Caesar sect. In fact, according to seniority, junior brother Xia is several generations older than me, but he insists on treating me as an equal and calls me senior brother. He also said that this was the intention of the Yuanying ancestor. I can't disobey the elders' order, so I can only accept it. 3036, the young great elder. 2. Luo Qingfeng's words were naturally meant to raise Xia Ruofei's seniority to the disciples. They did not really care about these things. After all, Xia Ruofei's status was extremely noble and the seniority of the generation was the same to them. However, everyone was still very excited because Luo Qingfeng's words were very certain. It was obvious that the story of the nascent soul senior was very real. Luo Qingfeng continued, the patriarch has ordered that junior brother Xia needs to enter the world to cultivate. He cannot officially join the Star Caesar sect. However, even though the founding master had wandered for many years, he was still concerned about the sect. He ordered junior brother Xia to return to the Star Caesar sect to help improve the star evolutionary formation protecting the sect, and to use the founding master's secret technique to check the root bone of each disciple once more so that he could better teach them according to their material and further increase the overall strength of the Star Caesar sect. The second thing that Luo Qingfeng said was actually to find a good reason for Xia Ruofei's next step in screening every disciple. When the Star Caesar sect disciples heard this, they were all extremely excited. They had finally shifted their focus to the overly young Xia Tian. The Yuanying stage grandmaster was too far away from them, but the Yuanying stage personal disciple was right in front of them. Moreover, the sect leader had just said that this Yuanying stage personal disciple would personally check everyone's root bone. Perhaps someone with a unique aptitude would be able to enter this person's eyes, change their fate, and soar to the sky in one go. Whether it was the cultivation world or the secular world, the vast majority of people had mediocre aptitudes. In a cultivation sect, the vast majority of disciples would not achieve much in their entire lives. However, no one was willing to be a member of this army of mediocrity. Even if reality had told them countless times that they were mediocrity, they would not accept their fate. Xia Ruofei's appearance had undoubtedly revived the fantasy in everyone's hearts. Although the effect of my current cultivation technique is average, perhaps I haven't found a suitable cultivation technique before? This person is a Yuanying stage cultivator's direct disciple. Maybe he will test my root bone and find out that I'm actually a genius. Luo Qingfeng naturally did not care about the rich fantasies in the hearts of the disciples. It would be fine as long as they remained silent and did not whisper to each other. Yes, Luo Qingfeng continued. Although the patriarch has already forbidden junior brother Xia from officially joining the Star Caesar sect, I have decided to grant him the position of great elder due to his deep relationship with our sect and his contributions to the sect. The disciples of the Star Caesar sect all knew that the position of Grand Elder wasn't an official position. It was more like an honorary title. Giving the position of Grand Elder naturally wouldn't be considered disobeying their master's orders, but at the same time it would ensure that Elder Xia's esteemed status within the Star Caesar sect. This truly was an extremely appropriate choice. In fact, this highlighted the convenience of a small sect like the Star Caesar sect. Luo Qingfeng was the only golden core cultivator in Xuanji, and his fellow disciples were only in the qi refining stage, even though they were elders of the sect. Thus, Luo Qingfeng could naturally keep his word. Absolute control meant that the Star Caesar sect had fewer schemes and plots between the upper echelons. Of course, conflict was an eternal theme. However, Luo Qingfeng could go beyond the struggle. For example, this time, no one doubted Luo Qingfeng's words at all. Everyone believed him without a doubt. The elders had no objection to Qingfeng Luo's decision to grant such a young cultivator the position of Great Elder. Luo Qingfeng then gave Xia Ruofei a token that represented the identity of the Great Elder. After a simple ceremony, Qingfeng Luo said seriously, "The position of the Great Elder is extremely honorable. Although the Great Elder doesn't take part in the daily management of the sect, the entire sect must respect the Great Elder as they respect me. From now on, the Great Elder's orders are equivalent to my orders. Any disciple of the Star Caesar sect who dares to disobey will be severely punished." In fact, Luo Qingfeng's original intention was to set up a position higher than the sect leader. How could he be on the same level as the master? However, he also knew that this was not very realistic, and those disciples would also become suspicious. The current solution was obviously the best choice. Qingfeng Luo's words were filled with killing intent. The disciples below the high platform, including some elders who were of the same generation as Qingfeng Luo, could not help but feel their hearts tremble. Xia Ruofei's identity as the nascent soul's direct disciple was already very intimidating. Now that he had the support of the sect leader who had reached the golden core stage, who would dare to look down on this great elder? Xia Ruofei stood on the high platform with a calm expression. He seemed to be unaffected by flattery or humiliation. This made the disciples of the Star Caesar sect respect a cultivator at Qianqian's age even more. How many of them could be so calm when they suddenly became the Grand Elder of a first-class sect? Everyone had more faith in Grand Elder Xia's identity as a Yuanying stage personal disciple. Presumably, only a disciple of a Yuanying stage master could be so calm. In fact, Xia Ruofei's calmness was not an act, but it had nothing to do with a nascent soul master. His confidence was naturally because of his own strength. No one in the Star Caesar sect, including Luo Qingfeng, was a match for him. Even if they attacked him together, he still had many trump cards and could easily retreat. Moreover, for such a medium-sized sect, he wouldn't even care if he was the sect leader. What was there to be excited about to get the honorary position of Great Elder? Luo Qingfeng then announced that they would be improving the sect, protecting star evolution formation under Xia Ruofei's leadership. By then, the sect headquarters would be impregnable. At the same time, he also announced that there would be a test of everyone's innate ability soon, which would be hosted by Xia Ruofei. In the future, resources would be redistributed based on the results of everyone's innate ability test, and more suitable cultivation techniques would be arranged. This included those who were on duty or on missions. They would be recalled in batches. In short, no one would be left behind for the root bone test. Many of the Star Caesar sect's disciples still felt like they were in a dream when Luo Qingfeng announced the disbandment. His own sect suddenly had a Yuanying stage master as a backer, and there was also a 20-year-old Great Elder. In addition, the sect, protecting Grand Array, was already very powerful, and it actually needed to be further enhanced. There was also the test of innate ability, which was closely related to everyone. In the heaven-seeking palace, no one dared to act rashly. After coming out, they naturally could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts and began to discuss it in groups of 2 or 3. Luo Qingfeng and Xia Ruofei did not stop him. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. For such a large sect, the news that was announced in public would definitely be leaked. In fact, Xia Ruofei did it on purpose. At the auction, many big shots of various sects had noticed Xia Ruofei, including the head of the Falling Leaf sect, Xiao Qingyang, and the others. They were all wondering if there was a nascent soul-stage-old monster behind Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why a young man in his 20s could come up with all kinds of cultivation techniques and rare prescriptions. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not hide his cultivation deliberately. However, he had reached the golden core stage himself. With the special nature of the Great Way technique, even a late-stage golden core cultivator would find it difficult to see through his cultivation. However, the leaders of the sects would never have thought of that. They would never think that Xia Ruofei had already broken through to the golden core stage. After all, he was too young. Therefore, these people would naturally think that Xia Ruofei had used some powerful means to hide his actual cultivation. Since everyone had such a guess, Xia Ruofei might as well make use of this public appearance to spread the news. In this way, the powers that had already begun to covet the Star Caesar sect would definitely be extremely wary, which would give the Star Caesar sect more time to develop. Luo Qingfeng accompanied Xia Ruofei back to Zhaixing Tower and respectfully asked him to rest first. He then went to prepare the materials needed to modify the array. 3037 Prestige rises. 1. Although the Star Caesar sect wasn't particularly powerful, it was still a large sect that had been passed down for several hundred years. The materials that Xia Ruofei had listed out were all gathered in the Star Caesar sect's warehouse, which saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if the materials were not particularly rare, it would be a waste of time to go out and search for them or buy them. Since the materials had been gathered, Xia Ruofei used the time Luo Qingfeng had left to prepare the materials to rededuce his plan for the modification of the array. After confirming that it was safe, Xia Ruofei began to bring Luo Qingfeng to begin the modification of the entire sect, protecting Great Array from Zhaixing Tower. The modification process took about 2 days. Xia Ruofei had made use of the original stellar evolution formation to the greatest extent. He had ingeniously blended some of his formation theories into it. Hence, the extent of the changes was not very big, and the time and materials used were not much. During the modification process, Xia Ruofei would also explain the idea of the modification to Luo Qingfeng. He did not expect Luo Qingfeng to fully understand the entire array, but it would at least increase his understanding of the array's principles. It would be of great help to him in controlling the array in the future. After the modification was completed, Xia Ruofei tried out the formation himself. The entire formation was operating smoothly, and the effect was also very obvious. In terms of defense, Xia Ruofei estimated that it was at least 30% stronger than the original stellar evolution formation. In addition, the offensive power of the formation had also become stronger. In terms of gathering spirit chi, the original stellar evolution formation was not obvious. It was probably because the genius elder of the star-picking sect did not have a deep understanding of spirit-gathering formations. In addition, this kind of comprehensive formation needed all its functions to be combined. Therefore, this was the weakness of the original stellar evolution formation. Xia Ruofei made some adjustments. As soon as the formation was activated, the effect was immediately apparent. It turned out that the training environment of the Star Caesar sect was only slightly better than that of the outside world. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why the Star Caesar sect had been declining over the years. Although the defensive power of the formation was very strong, its ability to gather spiritual qi was its shortcoming. As a result, the cultivation environment in the sect was worse than that of many first-class sections. It might not be obvious in the short term, but as time passed, its overall strength would be seriously affected. After Xia Ruofei's major modification, Luo Qingfeng immediately felt traces of spirit qi gathering from outside the array as soon as it was activated. The spirit-gathering effect was several times better than before. Even the ordinary disciples of the Star Caesar sect could sense this change. Cultivators were very sensitive to spirit qi. Although the formation had just been activated, and there was no obvious change in the concentration of spirit qi in the entire sect, everyone could still feel that the concentration of spirit qi was slowly increasing. Everyone knew that the sect master and the newly appointed Grand Elder had been busy modifying the sect's protective formation for the past 2 days. At first, some disciples were more or less worried. After all, the Star Evolution formation was the foundation of the Star Caesar sect, and it was this famous sect, protecting formation, that had allowed the Star Caesar sect to survive many crises. The Grand Elder was so young, could he really modify the sect, protecting formation that had been in operation for hundreds of years? What if the modification didn't have any effect and instead broke the sect protecting Great Array? What should he do? Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the sect protecting Great Array's transformation was completed. And as soon as it started operating, everyone immediately had a completely different feeling. The concentration of spiritual qi was still slowly increasing, and he didn't know where the limit was yet. If they could double or triple the number, then the Star Caesar sect's cultivation environment wouldn't be any weaker than any of the other first-rate sects. In fact, these disciples were a little too conservative. When Xia Ruofei was designing the transformation plan of the formation, he had planned to increase the gathering of spiritual qi by at least 3 times. Moreover, he had also successfully come up with a plan. Through his extensive and profound understanding of formation path theory. After completing the modification and operating the formation, Xia Ruofei could finally rest assured. The theoretical design had been tested in practice. Xia Ruofei roughly estimated that the modified formation was at least 3 times stronger than the original sect, protecting formation in terms of gathering spiritual qi. This was already the most conservative estimate. Basically, after the formation had been in operation for a while, the concentration of spiritual qi in the sect had reached a new balance. There might still be a big gap between the concentration of spiritual qi in the sect and that in the Peach Blossom Island. However, among the first-rate sects, there should be no one who could surpass the Star Caesar sect. Even some of the top sects might not have a cultivation environment that could reach this level. The success of the transformation of the array greatly invigorated Luo Qingfeng. He expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei with tears in his eyes, and quickly got his trusted disciples to announce the news to the whole sect. The Star Caesar sect's disciples had already sensed the spirit qi's concentration slowly increasing. so they had already guessed it in their hearts. After the announcement, it only confirmed everyone's guess. The Star Caesar. Sect's disciples learned that the young Grand Elder had spent only 2 days modifying the formation. Not only had its defensive and offensive capabilities increased by several times, but what was even more exciting was that its spirit-gathering ability had actually increased by several times. One could imagine that it wouldn't be long before the Star Caesar sect would become a cultivation paradise that would make others envious. 3038 Prestige rises, too, as the disciples who lived and cultivated in the sect, they were naturally the ones who benefited the most. Moreover, the Great Elder would be conducting a root bone test for everyone, which meant that everyone would have the opportunity to obtain a cultivation technique that was more suitable for themselves. If they discovered a talent that they had not discovered before, there would be a bias in the resources. Many of the Star Caesar sect's disciples had already lost faith in their cultivation path due to the continuous deterioration of the cultivation environment. However, this young Great Elder, who had appeared out of nowhere, had brought them great hope. Xia Ruofei's reputation in the Star Caesar sect had reached its peak. When he first took office, everyone was in awe of him, but that was mostly because of the non-existent nascent Soul Grandmaster behind him and the power of the sect leader, Luo Qingfeng. But now, he had established a solid prestige. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's reputation in the Star Caesar sect was only second to Luo Qingfeng's. It could even be said that he was already on par with Luo Qingfeng. This was under the circumstance that everyone was not aware of his cultivation level. If the disciples knew that he was already a golden core cultivator at such a young age and that he was even stronger than Qingfeng Luo, they would probably be even more impressed with him. While he was modifying the array, Xia Ruofei didn't forget to pay attention to Master Yuntai, who was still in the stone room in the Mountain Sea realm, in the spirit map space. However, it seemed that the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai was seriously damaged. After the last time he took the initiative to communicate with him, there was no longer any sound. Xia Ruofei was still worried that he would lose contact with Scholar Yuntai after the small space inside the orb moved. Hence, he took the time to enter the spirit map space and personally used his spiritual power to investigate. He realized that Master Yuntai seemed to have built a stable passage. Even though the position of the space was changing from time to time, Xia Ruofei could still find that small space easily by following the beacon left by Master Yuntai. The result of the investigation was that Scholar Yuntai had entered a state similar to deep dormancy. Perhaps this state was more beneficial for the recovery of his spirit body. Xia Ruofei knew that under such circumstances, unless it was a life and death situation, Master Yuntai would not react to external stimuli. Originally, Xia Ruofei had a lot of questions to ask Master Yuntai. But in this situation, he could only ask after he woke up. Of course, it was good news for Xia Ruofei to confirm that layman Yuntai was not in danger and that the connection with that small space would not be cut off. He could finally put his heart at ease. The transformation of the stellar evolution formation was completed, and Xia Ruofei was ready to leave. Many things had happened during this auction, and he had gained a lot. He needed to spend some time to digest it. On top of that, he also wanted to give the 2 storage rings to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. There was also the wild tea he got from Qin Xian, which could help a qi condensation cultivator break through a small realm. Naturally, he wanted to share such a good thing with his female friends. In addition, during the time he was trapped in the Ur space, he had used his spare time to study all the ancient books on array Dao in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. His array Dao level could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. This time, the modification of the stellar evolution formation at the star-picking sect was also a chance for him to practice. He had combined many theoretical knowledge with practice. In fact, it was very helpful for him to comprehend array Dao. Xia Ruofei felt that he had gained a lot. Previously, when he activated the Taishu Xianqing formation, it was based on his level of array Dao and understanding of the Taishu Xianqing formation. Looking back now, it seemed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. In reality, array masters of different standards could set up the same array, but the effect would be very different. It was the same Taishu Xianqing formation, but if it was set up by an array master, it would definitely be much more effective than Xia Ruofei's previous method of barely activating the formation. Although the Taishu Xianqing formation on the Peach Blossom Island was a natural formation and Xia Ruofei had only activated it, his understanding of it was different now. From his current point of view, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Xia Ruofei felt that if he went back and made some changes to the previous arrangement, he could at least increase the power of the Taishu Xianqing formation by another 10 or 20%. And this was not the limit. If Xia Ruofei's skills could improve further in the future, there was still room for improvement. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to make a trip back to Paradise Island after leaving the Star Caesar sect. But before he left, he had one more thing to do, and that was to conduct a full screening of the Star Caesar sect's disciples. Now that the Star Caesar sect could be considered his property, he naturally wouldn't allow any hidden dangers to exist. Luo Qingfeng had already made arrangements in advance. After the transformation of the array was completed, the screening work immediately began at Xia Ruofei's command. Initially, Luo Qingfeng had wanted to let Xia Ruofei rest, but Xia Ruofei was eager to return home and wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. Naturally, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to go against his wishes. Hence, all the Star Caesar sect's disciples were gathered and entered the Star Caesar Tower one by one to undergo Xia Ruofei's innate ability test. Starting from Luo Qingfeng's senior and junior brothers, who were also the elders of the Star Caesar sect, everyone was tested. In the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng was the only golden core cultivator. The highest level of cultivation among the elders was only at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had entered the late stage of the spirit gathering realm after thousands of years of grinding in the earth space. He was basically unparalleled in the entire cultivation world. Therefore, these elders and ordinary disciples were no different from Xia Ruofei. Especially since no one was on guard against Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei told them to relax before they could take the innate ability test, and everyone did as he said. That was why Xia Ruofei could hypnotize them in an instant. The test was carried out very quickly. In less than a day, everyone, except for those who were working outside, had gone through the test. When Xia Ruofei was examining the Star Caesar sect's disciples, Luo Qingfeng was personally standing guard outside and was responsible for calling the numbers. Hence, he did not know everyone's examination results. Xia Ruofei did not say anything either. It was like an assembly line process. After everyone was examined, he called Luo Qingfeng in. Luo Qingfeng had already ordered all the disciples to leave Zhaixing Lu. As soon as he entered the house, he bowed to Xia Ruofei and asked respectfully, "Master, what's the situation?" Qingfeng Luo was a little nervous. Although he had absolute control over the entire sect, he could not guarantee that all his subordinates were reliable. He was even certain that there would definitely be spies. In such a large sect, just like how the Star Caesar sect had sent spies to other sections. What Qingfeng Luo was worried about was that if there were too many problematic people, his master would inevitably have the impression that he was incompetent. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "They're all tested. The overall situation is not bad. The loyalty of the basic disciples is quite high. Among the elders, there's one who's quite ambitious and wants to replace you. Although his strength is average, if you don't pay attention, you might be ambushed." Luo Qingfeng's forehead was covered in sweat. He was not confident in the lower-level disciples. As for the elders, he was actually very confident. He had always treated them well, but he did not expect that there would be someone among his senior and junior brothers who had second thoughts. Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and continued, "In addition, 5 spies have been found among the disciples. With such a large number of people, 5 spies aren't too many, but 3 of them come from the same sect. They colluded with each other and sent out a lot of information, but you didn't notice it at all. In addition, among these 5 spies, there is actually one who works in a core position like Xi Xinglu. Fortunately, I have already asked and he has only just been transferred in. He has not dared to make a move for the time being, so there is not much loss. However, there's actually a spy in the core area. This will cause you to be on high alert." When Xia Ruofei said this, his tone was already very stern. Luo Qingfeng felt a chill down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. 3039, kindness as heavy as a mountain. 1. My fault. There were so many spies in the sect, but I didn't even notice. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Fortunately, we didn't cause any major losses. If even core secrets such as the blueprint of the sect's defensive formation were leaked out, the Star Caesar sect would be in grave danger. It's not too late to make up for it. Since we've already found out, we'll just have to deal with it as soon as possible." "Yes. This old servant will obey master's instructions," Luo Qingfeng said quickly. He was also filled with lingering fear. If Xia Ruofei had not come to the star-picking sect and conducted a thorough screening of all the disciples, he would not have known anything, especially the spy who had successfully infiltrated the star-picking tower. He was too dangerous. He himself lived in Jiaxing Tower, but there was actually an enemy spy beside his bed. Even though under normal circumstances, no one would be able to plot against an Aurus core stage cultivator, but there was no such thing as 1,000-day guard against thieves. What if the other party used a strange poison to plot against him? Or should he take advantage of the critical moment of his closed-door cultivation to suddenly fight with his life? If he were to be careless, he might really fail miserably. Even if his own safety wasn't a big problem, there were too many secrets in Jiaxing Lu. If any of them were leaked out, it would bring great harm to the star-picking sect. It could be said that those who were selected to enter star-picking tower were all disciples that Luo Qingfeng had personally inspected and thought to be highly reliable. And just like that, a spy had managed to sneak in. Luo Qingfeng could not help but sweat. Xia Ruofei picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Luo Qingfeng. He said lightly, "The elder who wants to replace you every day and the list of 5 spies are all here. You can deal with them as you see fit." In addition, among these disciples, I've also listed out some of them who have a strong sense of belonging to the sect and are dead set on you. They should be the most reliable. If these people have good talent, you can put them in an appropriate position. Luo Qingfeng was touched. With tears in his eyes, he took the list with trembling hands and knelt on the ground with a thud. Master has given this old servant and the Star Caesar sect a new lease of life. This old servant thanks you. Get up. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, it seems that this internal investigation is still very important. Quickly arrange for the disciples outside to come back for the investigation. We must not leave any hidden dangers. Yes. This old servant has already arranged for the personnel to temporarily rotate. Within 7 days, all the people outside will return to the sect. Luo Qingfeng said. Xia Ruofei said, I can't wait that long. I have to go back to Peach Blossom Island. After I've taken care of some matters, I'll return to the Star Caesar sect and screen the remaining disciples. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said with his head lowered. He never looked at the paper in his hand. Since Xia Ruofei had even provided the name list, the 5 spies would not be able to escape. As for that ambitious elder, he did not intend to keep him. No matter if it was a Qi refining level 9 or 8, as long as they had not broken through to the golden core stage, they were no different from ants in his eyes. Losing a Qi refining elder was not a big deal to the Star Caesar sect. Xia Ruofei had helped the Star Caesar sect to modify the sect's protective formation. Very soon, the Star Caesar sect's cultivation environment would undergo a tremendous change. Xia Ruofei had also given him the method to cultivate spiritual power. This way, the Qi refining cultivators of the Star Caesar sect would improve very quickly. At that time, there would be more high-level Qi refinement cultivators and even golden core cultivators. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingfeng would naturally not care about an elder at the advanced Qi refinement realm. Luo Qingfeng clenched the paper tightly and said respectfully, Master, even if you're going to leave, you should rest for a day or 2. You've been so busy with the Star Caesar sect's affairs these past few days that you basically haven't rested at all. This old servant's heart is very uneasy. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's okay. It's the same to rest on the road. Luo Qingfeng was stunned when he heard this. He did not know that Xia Ruofei had already obtained an airboat. In fact, it was even more advanced than Qin Xian's. Naturally, he thought that Xia Ruofei was flying back to Peach Blossom Island on her sword. Flying on a sword was very exhausting. How could she rest on the way? However, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to ask too much. Since Xia Ruofei had decided, he could only follow it unconditionally. Xia Ruofei took out a stack of documents that he had prepared earlier and said, I'm leaving these for you, use them well. In the future, the cultivation environment of the Star Caesar sect will not be any worse than that of the other top sects. Before the Star Caesar sect produces a second Oris core stage cultivator, you will have to stay in the sect for most of the time. If there's anything, I will naturally inform you. The rest of the time, you will work hard to improve your strength and protect the sect. Yes. Master. Yes, Master, Luo Qingfeng replied respectfully. He then looked curiously at the stack of documents in Xia Ruofei's hands and asked, Master, this is, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this is the modified control method of the star evolution formation. There are some changes from before, but not much. Take a look and you should be able to get used to it soon. This is the content of the second volume of the Glittering Jewel True Understanding. The first volume is more suitable for chi refining cultivators. You're already in the golden core stage. After mastering the first volume, you should focus on the second volume. Also, these are all cultivation techniques and battle skills. I've extracted those that are suitable for chi condensation disciples. You can pass them on to talented and loyal disciples as you see fit. And there are a few more that are suitable for golden core cultivators. You can learn them when you have time. You don't have to be proficient in them. It's good to use them as a reference. 30-40 Kindness as heavy as a mountain. 2. Ground with red eyes, and said in a choked voice, Master, what did this old servant do to deserve such love from Master? Get up. Xia Ruofei said, Not all of these are for you. Many of them are also for the sake of increasing the overall strength of the Star Caesar sect. The stronger the Star Caesar sect is, the more help it will be to me. In fact, besides the glittering Jewel Wonderland, many of these cultivation methods were obtained from the nested space of Yuntai Scholar. However, Xia Ruofei had also made a copy of them in the space and kept the original for himself. Luo Qingfeng stood up and said firmly, Master, this old servant will definitely look after this family business for Master in the future. Do your best to increase the sect's strength. When Master needs it, you only need to say the word and the entire Star Caesar sect will go through fire and water. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Luo Qingfeng. He smiled and said, I definitely won't let my own people go through fire and water. You've been by my side for a while, don't you know that? Qingfeng, don't think too much. Just focus on developing the Star Caesar sect. That's the greatest help you can give me. Of course, I'll contact you at any time if there's anything in the future. When you've cultivated enough disciples to guard the Star Caesar sect, you can also go to the Peach Source Island to cultivate for a period of time every year. After all, the environment there is better. Yes. This old servant understands. Thank you, Master. Qingfeng Luo said excitedly. Xia Ruofei nodded and continued, Oh right, I almost forgot about this. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a big bag from the medium and placed it on the table with a clang. The opening of the bag wasn't tied tightly, and a spirit stone fell out. Qingfeng Luo's eyes twitched. He walked up and opened the bag. He was stunned to find that it was full of 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. Very quickly, Luo Qingfeng understood Xia Ruofei's intention. He quickly waved his hands in fear and said, Master, you can't do that. You've already given this old servant and the Star Caesar sect too many favors. I definitely wouldn't dare to accept this spirit stone. Luo Qingfeng did not know that Xia Ruofei had made a fortune from the storage ring. He knew that Xia Ruofei had spent a lot of spiritual stones to buy the storage ring and the mysterious ore. Later on, he had also lent a large number of spiritual stones to Qin Xian. Hence, he guessed that Xia Ruofei did not have many spiritual stones left. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to accept the 50,000 to 60,000 spiritual stones that Xia Ruofei had given him? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, just take it. Spiritual stones are not only useful for cultivation. More importantly, they can be used as money in the cultivation world. If you want to develop your sect, you'll definitely need spiritual stones in many ways. I still have a lot of spirit stones on hand, and these are only a small portion. You can keep them with peace of mind. Luo Qing Feng could not believe it. He knew that Xia Ruofei did not even know what spiritual stones were before he attended the auction. In order to raise the spiritual stones needed to buy the storage ring, Xia Ruofei had even refined qi, gathering pills, and sent them to the auction. After the auction, Luo Qingfeng had not left Xia Ruofei's side. Where did Xia Ruofei get so many spiritual stones from? Therefore, Luo Qingfeng thought that Xia Ruofei was just telling a white lie so that he would accept it. However, it was precisely because of this misunderstanding that Luo Qingfeng was even more touched and followed Xia Ruofei even more loyally. This, Luo Qingfeng looked troubled. Xia Ruofei's face darkened. He frowned and said, "What's wrong? Are my words not effective?" Luo Qingfeng hurriedly lowered his head and said, "He didn't dare." "Master, how would this old servant dare to disobey your orders?" "Then accept it," Xia Ruofei said in an unquestionable tone, "and this, it's specially for you. Stay in the Star Caesar sect and cultivate. You're still too weak." Luo Qingfeng looked up and saw that Xia Ruofei was holding a crystal in his hand. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Not to mention crystals, even spiritual crystals were precious treasures to Luo Qingfeng. Now, Xia Ruofei had given him a crystal with such pure energy? He could not believe his eyes. In fact, he had no idea that Xia Ruofei had obtained at least a few 100,000 spiritual stones, a few thousand spiritual crystals, and 1,000 origin crystals from the nested space left by Master Yuntai. Therefore, taking out 50,000 spiritual stones to develop the Star Caesar sect and giving Luo Qingfeng an origin crystal was not a big expense for Xia Ruofei. After all, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely loyal to him. One crystal was just a necessary investment to make Luo Qingfeng stronger. To Xia Ruofei, this was a sure win. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng was in a daze and did not speak for a long time, Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. He directly stuffed the crystal into Luo Qingfeng's hand and said, "Keep these well. I should go. If there's an emergency, you can contact me through your phone." Xia Ruofei could use his phone normally on the Peach Blossom Island. In the past, there had been no cell phone signal here at the Star Caesar sect. However, signal towers had been installed on the nearby mountains. With that, cell phones could be used normally in most parts of the Star Caesar sect. Speaking of which, this was the credit of Wang Boshan. It was when he was in charge of the sect's secular affairs, through coordination, that he was able to build 2 base stations in this barren mountain. Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and quickly said, "Yes, Master, these origin crystals." This time, he didn't dare to decline directly, but his hesitation was still obvious. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I'm giving it to you. You should keep it. When have you ever seen me take back something I've given away?" "Yes. Thank you, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. After saying that, Luo Qingfeng did not hesitate any longer. He immediately kept all the crystals, spiritual stones, and the martial arts manuals that Xia Ruofei had given him into his storage ring. Then, he bowed to Xia Ruofei. He didn't say much. As the saying goes, words can't express gratitude for a great favor. If he said too many words of thanks at this time, it would be useless. It would depend on his future actions. After a long time, Luo Qingfeng straightened up and said, "Master, this old servant will send you off." N. Xia Ruofei nodded. The matters at the Star Caesar sect were basically done. The foundation had been laid, and they had been given a lot of cultivation resources. It was time for Xia Ruofei to return to the Peach Source Island. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was anxious to go home. Luo Qingfeng accompanied Xia Ruofei to the top floor of Zhaixing Tower. Then, the two of them leaped onto the roof. In fact, Xia Ruofei had jumped onto the roof first, and Luo Qingfeng had followed without knowing the reason. Because if it was just sword kinesis flight, the cultivator could directly release the flying sword, then jump out of the window, step on the flying sword, and fly away. This was the highest point of the entire Star Caesar sect. Standing on the roof of the house, one could see many antique-looking buildings scattered in a picturesque disorder in the valley where clouds and mist were curling up. The spiritual qi in the air was still slowly rising at a steady rate. Xia Ruofei looked back at the beautiful scenery and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, look at this. Isn't it beautiful? This is not only a force that I, Xia Ruofei, have cultivated, but it is also the foundation of your survival. You must guard this foundation well." "Yes," Luo Qingfeng said with a serious expression. "Master, this old servant will definitely remember Master's teachings." Xia Ruofei nodded and did not say anything else. He simply said, "I'm leaving." Then, Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei flip his hand, and a small and exquisite black flying boat appeared in his palm. Then, Xia Ruofei threw the flying boat out. The black flying boat expanded in the wind and became more than 20 meters long in the blink of an eye. It was a matte black with sharp edges and corners, and it exuded a futuristic feeling. 3041 Eager to return, 1. Qin Xian's Clearwater flying boat, so he was no stranger to flying boats. When he saw Xia Ruofei suddenly take out an airboat, he was dumbfounded. Furthermore, this flying ship was clearly of a much higher grade than Qin Xian's. Not only was it much larger, but the materials used to construct it were also of a higher grade. To be honest, Luo Qingfeng would not be surprised no matter what good things Xia Ruofei brought out now. In his eyes, ever since he knew Xia Ruofei, this young master was almost omnipotent. But this time, Luo Qingfeng still felt that his mind was in a daze. The last time he had boarded Qin Xian's Clearwater flying boat, it was obviously the first time Xia Ruofei had seen such a flying boat. In fact, even Luo Qingfeng had only heard of it. It was also the first time that he had actually boarded a flying boat. Then, they returned to the Star Caesar sect. Until today, Xia Ruofei had not left the Star Caesar sect. The question was, where did this airboat come from? Luo Qingfeng would not believe that Xia Ruofei had an airboat. Xia Ruofei's shocked expression when he saw Qin Xian's Clearwater flying boat did not seem to be fake. Besides, Xia Ruofei didn't need to pretend. Seeing this huge, black airboat, Xia Ruofei became even more mysterious in Luo Qingfeng's mind. While Luo Qingfeng was still in a daze, Xia Ruofei had already leaped up and landed on the deck of the black flying boat. Xia Ruofei waved at Luo Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, I'm leaving. Contact me by phone if you need anything." Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and quickly bowed to the ground. He said respectfully, "This old servant will see you off, master." Qingfeng Luo remained in a bowing position. Soon, he heard a slight sound of the air braking. He looked up and saw that the black flying boat had already flown into the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter-long flying boat had become a small black dot in his vision. Luo Qingfeng stood on the roof of Jiaxing Tower in a daze, looking in the direction where the black flying boat had disappeared. After a long time, he leaped up and returned to Jiaxing Tower, through the window. After sending Xia Ruofei off, Luo Qingfeng regained the dignity of a sect master. There was even a hint of cold killing intent on his face. Xia Ruofei had already done the screening work in detail. Next, he would naturally go on a killing spree. The 5 spies and the ambitious elder, naturally, could not be spared. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng had to carry out a major reorganization from top to bottom. For example, which sect had sent the 5 spies, how they had joined the Star Caesar sect, and those who were related to them would be investigated. Of course, Xia Ruofei had already confirmed that other than the 5 of them, the others were not spies sent by the outside world. At most, these people had failed in their duties. However, there were so many disciples in the sect. Some of them were extremely loyal and had a strong sense of belonging to the sect, while some of them were less loyal. Although they were not spies, once the sect was in a life and death crisis, these people could very likely betray it. Therefore, Qingfeng Luo wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of those who held key positions but were not very loyal. He wanted to promote those who were truly loyal. It didn't matter if his cultivation wasn't very high. In the future, the Star Caesar sect's cultivation environment would be much better than before. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had left him with so many cultivation resources and techniques. As long as he focused on nurturing them, these loyal disciples would be able to improve their strength very quickly. Therefore, after Xia Ruofei left, Luo Qingfeng still had many things to do. Fortunately, he had been the sect leader for so many years and was very familiar with these things. In addition, he was an invincible existence in the Star Caesar sect. As long as he knew the priority and carried out the tasks one by one, there would not be any problems. It was also because of this that Xia Ruofei was at ease to leave all the cleaning up to Luo Qingfeng. After Xia Ruofei steered the black flying boat away from the Star Caesar sect, he quickly activated the shielding function of the flying boat to prevent it from being detected by satellites and radars of the secular world. Xia Ruofei had wanted to ask scholar Yuntai what the name of this flying ship was, but his spiritual body was in a state of deep cultivation. It was no different from a deep sleep, and there was no way to communicate. He couldn't give the flying boat another name. After all, Master Yuntai must have already given it a name. Xia Ruofei quickly confirmed the direction to Paradise Island with the GPS. Then, he steered the black flying boat and headed towards Paradise Island at full speed. He was really eager to return home, so he directly used the spirit crystal as the power to power the flying boat. In fact, it was very energy-saving, and one spirit crystal could be used for a long time. He had obtained thousands of spirit crystals from the nested space of Master Yuntai, so he didn't feel any heartache at all when using one. In addition, if it was an aircraft flight, it had to follow a fixed route and follow the instructions of the ground air traffic control personnel along the way. Therefore, the actual flight distance of the aircraft was definitely much greater than the straight line distance between the two places. However, there was naturally no need to care about the route by flying boat. A straight line was the shortest distance between 2 points, so all they had to do was find the right direction and fly straight. 3042 Eager to return to the secular world. Xia Ruofei had noticed it when he was trying out the flying boat. In fact, there was a radar-like detection array around the flying boat. If there were other aircraft flying at the same altitude, the control array of the flying boat could actively control the ascension or descent to avoid it. It was similar to the anti-collision system of aircraft. In addition, when controlling the flying boat, pay attention to using mental power to detect it. The probability of a crash incident could be said to be extremely low. Flying in an airboat was much shorter than flying in a private jet. In terms of speed, the airboat's flying speed was at least 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary civil aircraft, so it could save a lot of time on the way. After Xia Ruofei confirmed the direction of the flight, there was basically no need for him to sit by the control panel. No matter how much time was saved on the flight, it would still take 2 to 3 hours to fly from China to Peach Blossom Island. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to just stroll around the swift boat. After he got the swift boat, he only tried to fly a few rounds in the spirit map space and did not really take a good look at the cabin inside. This black vessel was much longer than Gentleness, so it was only natural that it had much more space in it. The control panel was located in an isolated position, similar to a cockpit, except that there was no transparent glass in front. After all, cultivators mainly relied on mental power to detect the surrounding situation. When flying at such a fast speed, if they really found anything abnormal with the naked eye, ordinary people would not have time to react. There were 3 cabins behind the control panel. 2 of them were bedrooms, and the other one should be a reception area with tables, chairs, benches, and beds. However, these were all integrated with the flying boat and could not be moved at will. Although these cabins didn't have any porthole, they didn't feel suffocated at all. Xia Ruofei strolled around and returned to the cockpit. He took out the spirit map scroll and entered the spirit map space. Flying at full speed in the sky was much faster than most golden core cultivators. Even Qianxian's green water flying boat was not as fast. Hence, Xia Ruofei could take out the spirit map scroll without worrying about his safety. Of course, he still left a wisp of his divine sense. If anything unexpected happened in the outside world, he would be able to react immediately. Xia Ruofei went straight to the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm. The first thing he did was to check on the mysterious ore. He found that the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai was still slowly absorbing spiritual qi, and his condition was also slowly recovering. Xia Ruofei roughly sensed it and felt that Scholar Yuntai's spiritual body should be more solid than when he had just broken the spatial stone. Xia Ruofei guessed that even though the spiritual body of Master Yuntai had fallen into a deep sleep and was protected by layers of seals, it was inevitable that some of it had been worn out over the long years. This time, with the protection of the ore space and sufficient spiritual qi, layman Yuntai could naturally recover to his best state. In one breath, it seemed that layman Yuntai was about to wake up. However, Xia Ruofei did not know how long it had been. After a brief check, he sat cross-legged on the futon in the stone room and began to cultivate the Great Tao Sutra. The spiritual qi in the spirit map space was enough to support Xia Ruofei's cultivation. As long as he didn't cultivate here day and night, or break through a major realm, he could replenish the spirit qi in time without damaging the foundation of the spirit map space. Hence, as long as the conditions allowed, Xia Ruofei was more willing to cultivate in the spirit map space. After all, the spiritual qi here was richer than the inside of the void Xianqing formation, and it did not require spiritual crystals, origin crystals, and other cultivation resources. The vital qi vortex in his dantian kept spinning. Xia Ruofei absorbed spiritual qi into his body, following the circulation route of the second level of the Great Tao formula. Finally, it returned to his dantian and produced a new wisp of vital qi. Xia Ruofei's cultivation was also slowly increasing. However, such an increase was insignificant compared to a breakthrough in cultivation. However, the progress of a cultivator mainly relied on this slow and stable cultivation. It was basically impossible to achieve it overnight unless there was a great opportunity. Moreover, by cultivating step by step with a down-to-earth approach, one's foundation would naturally be the most solid. Xia Ruofei's cultivation in the Aura's core beginner stage was already very stable. He could feel his real progress. Although the rate of progress was slower than when he was in the qi refining stage, he was still walking firmly on the path of cultivation. More than 2 hours passed by in a flash. After calculating the time, the black flying boat should be approaching the Peach Blossom Island. Xia Ruofei stopped his cultivation and absorbed the last wisp of spiritual qi into his dantian. Then, he let out a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and stood up. He checked the mysterious ore again and found that there was still no sign of Scholar Yuntai waking up. Hence, Xia Ruofei returned to the cockpit of the flying boat. Having just finished his cultivation, he was in high spirits. He immediately took out his handheld GPS and confirmed his current location. Even though they had left for more than 2 hours, the flying boat was still flying steadily. It had been following the direction that Xia Ruofei had set without any deviation. The Paradise Island was about 100 nautical miles ahead. Such a short distance, compared to the speed of the black flying boat, would only take a short while. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked to the control panel. At the same time, he released his spiritual power to investigate. After a short while, the black flying boat had already entered the range of the Taishu Xianqing formation. Xia Ruofei was already familiar with the structure and operating principle of the Taishu Xianqing formation. He had already reduced the speed and altitude of the flying boat. He controlled the black flying boat in front of the console and agilely followed a special flight path into the Taishu Xianqing formation without any obstruction. The black airboat had turned on its shielding function. Ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not avoid the staff on the island. He even flew past the guard camp a few dozen meters above. Of course, the main reason was that when the black flying boat passed through the outer protective layer of the array, it was on the side of the guards. He wanted to go to the Yanhuang building, so flying above the guards was the shortest route. Anyway, ordinary people could not see the flying boat, so Xia Ruofei naturally would not deliberately take a detour. At the Yanhuang building, Li Yifu, who had been carrying the simple control array board with him all this time, keenly sensed that the array seemed to have been slightly touched. However, the formation plate soon stopped reacting. Li Yifu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At the same time, he was also a little confused. According to Xia Ruofei, it was not easy for even a nascent soul stage cultivator to break through. Although the formation had been activated, it shouldn't have been an invasion. Especially when there was no response at the back, it was even less likely that someone had invaded. This was because if someone tried to force their way through the formation and activated it, the attacks from the formation would be endless. If an average Aura's core stage cultivator were to charge in, they would be beaten up without even needing the controller to control the formation. However, there was no movement from the array at all, so Li Fu was not particularly worried. Of course, he was still a little uncertain. After all, the array board's reaction was very sensitive, and it basically wouldn't make any mistakes. Therefore, he immediately went to the roof of the Yanhuang building. His mental power cultivation was very ordinary, and he couldn't detect that far. Therefore, it was more reliable to go to the roof of the tallest building on the island and use his naked eye to check. Just as Li Fu walked up to the roof, a jet black, angular aircraft made a beautiful flight path from the direction of the guards and arrived on the roof in the blink of an eye without any sound. The flying device was extremely fast, but it stopped when it reached the rooftop. It only took the blink of an eye for him to go from flying at high speed to coming to a complete standstill. He seemed to be completely unaffected by inertia. Li Fu rubbed his eyes and saw the aircraft quietly floating 2 meters above the roof, exuding a cold aura. His whole body shivered and he quickly recovered from the shock. Then, he subconsciously grabbed the simple control array board that Xia Ruofei had left for him. At that moment, a voice that Li Fu was very familiar with rang out, "Foster husband. Don't be nervous. It's me." 3043, returning to Peach Source Island, 1, immediately relaxed. He looked at the black flying boat that was more than 20 meters long in front of him, and he was still a little dazed. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's figure appeared on the deck of the swift boat. He jumped down lightly. Immediately after, under Li Fu's shocked gaze, the black flying ship rapidly shrank like a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, it was only an inch long. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and took the floating flying boat, then stored it in the spirit map space. He laughed and said, "Foster husband, stop looking. This isn't some future technology. It's a product of the cultivation world. This is a flying magic weapon made by an expert of the ancient cultivation world." Li Fu's face was filled with disbelief as he said, "Flying Dharma treasures are so high-tech. Senior granduncle, I thought it was an alien invasion." This black flying boat did not match the aerodynamic shape of an aircraft at all. It did not have wings. But it could easily float in the air and fly at such a high speed. It was indeed like a UFO. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's why you shouldn't look down on cultivators. They don't just focus on cultivation and make their bodies very strong. There were many masters in the ancient cultivation world who had great achievements in refining weapons. Besides, you've seen the arrays in the cultivation world. In fact, these things are not inferior to the technology in the secular world." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Fu nodded and said, "Grand, Martial Uncle, I've heard about the ancient cultivation world several times during the auction that day. Many of the auction items were excavated from the ruins of ancient cultivators. Could it be that you bought this flying magic weapon at the auction after I left that day? That's going to cost a lot of spirit stones, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. In short, I didn't spend much spirit stones, so it's basically a free gift." "How is this possible?" Li Fu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Anyway, we've gained a lot from this auction. Let's go. Let's go downstairs first." Li Fu then realized that they were still standing on the rooftop. This was obviously not a suitable place to talk. He quickly stepped aside and let Xia Ruofei walk in front. Then, the two of them walked to the exit of the rooftop one after another. The two of them returned to The large suite on the top floor of the Yanhuang building that was specially reserved for Xia Ruofei. Li Yifu swiftly made a cup of tea for Xia Ruofei and asked, "Martial granduncle, after this disciple left that day, did anything dangerous happen? This disciple was very worried about you along the way. If there was really an accident, this disciple would have become a deserter. If that's the case, I'm afraid that even in the netherworld, my father will still teach him a lesson." After Xia Ruofei arrived at the Star Caesar sect, he contacted Li Yifu briefly to let him know that they were safe. Therefore, Li Yifu didn't understand the specific situation. Xia Ruofei laughed. There was no danger. After the auction, Qin Xian from the First Heaven Society was the one who auctioned the ore. He used a flying spiritual treasure to send Qingfeng and I back to the Star Caesar sect. No one dared to do anything. On the way, Li Yifu let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That's good. By the way, the flying magic weapon that Martial Granduncle was talking about, could it be the one just now, the First Heaven Society also has a swift boat called the Blue Water Swift Boat. It's different from the one I'm using." Xia Ruofei said, "To be exact, I didn't even get this flying boat when the auction ended." Xia Ruofei saw Li Yifu's confused look and simply told him what had happened after Li Yifu left the auction. Of course, he was also selective. For example, this black flying boat. Xia Ruofei only said that he found a nested space hidden in the storage ring that he had won. Then, he found a way to open this space and obtained a batch of cultivation resources, which included this flying boat. However, Xia Ruofei didn't mention anything about the spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai. After all, a living ancient cultivator was of great significance to the current cultivation world. If they could have the help of a real ancient cultivator during the exploration of ancient ruins, it would be much more efficient and safer. Li Yifu didn't care about the information about Master Yuntai. If Xia Ruofei told him, no matter how loyal he was, there was still a possibility that he would leak the information. In that case, Xia Ruofei might as well not tell him. Xia Ruofei did not tell Li Yifu about his research on the mysterious ore or how he had been trapped in the space of the ore for more than 1,000 years. Even so, after Li Yifu heard Xia Ruofei's story, his eyes were filled with splendor. He didn't expect that he would miss so many interesting things by leaving early. Besides, Xia Ruofei had obtained so many cultivation resources. He was genuinely happy for Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei finished, he asked, "My foster husband, is everything all right on Peach Source Island? Have there been any unusual situations these days?" Paradise Island was Xia Ruofei's future base. For a long time, it would be his most important base camp. Therefore, he placed great importance on the safety of Paradise Island. 3044, returning to Peach Source Island, too, said, "The few days that you were not on the island, it was calm outside. No cultivators spied on us or barged into the Taishu Xianqing formation. I'm guessing that the cultivation world hasn't noticed this cultivation paradise yet. That's good. I don't want everyone to know about this. It's best for us to develop our strength in a low-profile manner." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Of course, if a cultivation sect or force finds Paradise Island and covets our precious cultivation land, we won't be afraid." Through this auction, Xia Ruofei had a better understanding of the forces in the cultivation world. It could be said that in the current cultivation world, there were still people who had a higher cultivation than Xia Ruofei. Many of the sect leaders and elders of the top sects and even first class sex had reached the intermediate or even advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. However, not many people could defeat Xia Ruofei even if they had all their trump cards. If they were just defending, Xia Ruofei would not be afraid of anyone, especially with the Taishu Xianqing formation on the Peach Blossom Island. Even outside, if Xia Ruofei could not defeat them, he could escape. He could hide in the spirit map space and escape with the black flying boat while the enemy was unprepared. With the speed of the black flying boat, most of the Aurus Core stage cultivators would not be able to catch up even if they were to ride their flying swords at full speed. After Li Yifu heard Xia Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He nodded heavily and said, "With senior granduncle here, this disciple has a backbone." Then, Li Yifu added, "By the way, great uncle, master, the staff members for the recruitment of disciples have arrived one after another. However, because they haven't been screened by you yet, I haven't let these people who arrived later come into contact with work for the time being. They're all living together." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, I am." Li Yifu said, "These people are enough to ensure the normal operation of the Peach Blossom Island, and they can also get enough rest. Then let's screen all the newcomers today." Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right, how are the guards?" "Everything is normal." Li Yifu said, "They have already taken on the tasks of guarding, patrolling, and guarding the dock. Also, the guards have recently organized several live ammunition training sessions, so the ammunition consumption is relatively fast. They applied to me once, but I didn't bother you with such a small matter and directly approved it for them." Xia Ruofei nodded approvingly and said, "Well done." Then, Xia Ruofei took out a piece of paper from the spirit map space and handed it to Li Yifu. There should still be a lot of materials left from the activation of the formation last time. Can you see if you can gather all the items on this list? If you can go buy them as soon as possible. Yes, Li Yifu said. Then, he asked, curiously, "What's this about, grand uncle, master?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Recently, I've made some progress in the field of arrays. I feel that there's still a lot of potential to be discovered in the Taishu Xianqing array of our Peach Blossom Island. So, I've thought of a transformation plan and am preparing to upgrade our current array." Xia Ruofei knew the structure of the Taishu Xianqing formation by heart, so he didn't need to wait until he returned to the Peach Blossom Island to start drawing up the plan. In fact, when he was modifying the star evolutionary formation of the star Caesar sect, he often had some inspiration for modifying the Taishu Xianqing formation. At that time, he had casually recorded them down, and then used some of his spare time in the star Caesar sect to come up with a plan to modify the Taishu Xianqing formation. In fact, it was much easier to draw up this plan than to modify the stellar evolution formation. After all, the stellar evolution formation was designed and set up by someone else. No matter how well he understood the principle and structure of the stellar evolution formation, it could not be compared to the Taishu Xianqing formation. After all, the Taishu Xianqing formation was set and activated by Xia Ruofei himself. Every part of the design and every thought was his own. Li Yifu's spirit was lifted when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Yes. This disciple will go and check the materials." Xia Ruofei stopped Li Yifu with a smile and said, "Don't rush. You go and organize all the new employees to come to the Yanhuang building for the last round of interviews. I'll do the screening here. And you go prepare the materials." This won't delay either side, right? Yes, yes, yes. Li Yifu quickly said, Great uncle. Master, can we go to the meeting room on the third floor? Sure, I'll go down now. Xia Ruofei said. Li Yifu immediately started contacting people and asked them to organize the new employees to come to the Yanhuang building for interviews. He specifically asked Ben Aladi to be in charge of the staff organization and on-site management. Then, he went to the warehouse and found all the materials according to the list provided by Xia Ruofei. These new employees were all ordinary people and were easier to hypnotize than the Star Caesar sect's disciples. Xia Ruofei's screening speed was extremely fast. By the time Li Yifu had gathered the materials, he had already screened through everyone. These people were recruited by Li Yifu through his company in the United States and the Hong sect. They had gone through several rounds of screening before coming to the island, so they were very reliable. Xia Ruofei checked each and every one of them. No one had sneaked in with an ulterior motive. Of course, there were different levels of loyalty. Some people came to work purely for the high salary. This was human nature. Xia Ruofei naturally did not think that these people were unreliable. He told the results of the screening to Li Yifu and asked him to arrange for everyone to start their respective positions today. This would also greatly relieve the pressure on the staff on the island in the early stages. Then, Xia Ruofei brought Li Yifu along and started to modify the formation without stopping. This kind of modification was mainly minor adjustments. Moreover, he had the experience of modifying the star evolution formation, so it was naturally easier for him to modify the Taishu Xianqing formation that he was more familiar with. After a day or so, Xia Ruofei had successfully made a small upgrade to the Taishu Xianqing formation. After restarting the formation, Xia Ruofei carefully checked all the functions to make sure that there were no problems. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the effect of the formation had increased by a lot. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was full of confidence before the modification, it was still a theoretical thing after all. It could only be considered a true success after being tested in practice. Li Yifu could also feel that the spiritual qi on the island, which was already saturated, was slowly increasing again. He was both surprised and happy, and his admiration for Xia Ruofei could not be any greater. Li Yifu even suggested that the kitchen prepare a few more dishes today to celebrate. However, after testing the array, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Yifu, this time the adjustment range isn't big, and the operation of the formation plate in your hand hasn't changed much, so there's no need to learn anything else. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving Peach Blossom Island for a few days. During this time, you'll be in charge of Peach Blossom Island. No matter what happens, ensuring the safety of Peach Blossom Island and the safety of the people on the island is your first priority. When you encounter a powerful enemy that you can't resist, you must not hesitate to turn the defense level of the Taishu Xianqing formation to the maximum and then inform me at once. Li Yifu was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Senior Granduncle, you've only been back for a day and you're leaving again? I won't be gone for long. This time. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I have something to deal with. Then, Xia Ruofei said, now that I have a flying spiritual treasure, it's much more convenient to travel. If anything happens here, I can come back very quickly. There's no problem with you controlling the formation, so you don't have to worry so much. In short, if a strong enemy invades, you just have to directly maximize the protection of the formation. they won't be able to break in. For a while. 3045 Share, 1, shoulder and said with a smile, if everything goes well, I might be back in a day or 2. I'll give you a surprise then. Li Yifu didn't try to keep him any longer and said respectfully, yes. Then. This disciple will be waiting for Martial Granduncle on the Peach Blossom Island. Don't worry, Martial Granduncle. I will take care of the house. As long as I'm here, the island will be there. It's not that serious. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the cultivation world doesn't even know about the existence of Paradise Island. The possibility of an enemy appearing is very small. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then I'll be leaving. I'll try to go and come back early. Yes. Disciple will see Martial Granduncle off. Li Yifu quickly said. The two of them quickly reached the rooftop from the stairs. Li Yifu watched as Xia Ruofei took out the black swift boat. In the blink of an eye, the swift boat had become a small black dot in his vision. Its speed was so fast that it left one speechless. Xia Ruofei skillfully maneuvered the flying boat out of the range of the Taishu Xianqing formation on the Peach Blossom Island. Then, he quickly rose to a higher altitude and continued to accelerate until the speed of the flying boat stabilized at a speed that was a bit faster than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Only then did Xia Ruofei control the flying boat to maintain a constant speed. This time, his destination was to return to Huaxia and pick up Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. In fact, if he wasn't so eager to modify the Taishu Xianqing formation and verify his theory, he would have gone to find Song Wei and Ling Qingxue first. After all, the Star Caesar sect was also located in Huaxia. However, he was concerned about the Taishu Xianqing formation, so he went straight to Peach Source Island after leaving the Star Caesar sect. Of course, now that Xia Ruofei had the Black Swift boat, it would only take him 2 to 3 hours to travel between Huaxia and Peach Source Island. Besides, one spiritual crystal was enough for him to fly several times, so it was not a big deal to take a detour. Besides, the black airboat was a side flight. After setting the direction and speed, it could basically cruise at a fixed speed. Xia Ruofei could cultivate during the journey without any delay. The reason he went to find Song Wei and Ling Qingxue was to share the wild tea that Qin Xian had given him with everyone. When a qi refining cultivator drank wild tea for the first time, it could steadily increase his cultivation by one level without affecting his foundation. Xia Ruofei certainly could not forget his two female friends. The wild tea that Qin Xian gave was enough to be shared by 5 people at most. In other words, it could be brewed once and split into 5 cups. Therefore, in theory, the plan to maximize the efficiency should be Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Xia Ruofei's disciple Tang Haoren, and Song Wei's father Song Qiming. There were 5 people in total. These were basically all the people close to Xia Ruofei who had come into contact with cultivation. However, considering Song Qiming's status in the system and the fact that Song Qiming did not know much about cultivation, Xia Ruofei did not want to reveal too much about the cultivation world to Song Qiming. If he were to bring the wild tea to the 3 mountains to share with everyone, Li Yifu would have to leave the Peach Blossom Island. This meant that there would be no one to take charge of the situation. Originally, Jing Yongshou could also take charge of the Peach Blossom Island. His array Dao level was even higher than Li Yifu's. However, the Star Caesar sect was about to undergo a major internal reorganization. A disciple like Jing Yongshou, whose loyalty would not be questioned, would naturally be heavily promoted by Luo Qingfeng. Thus, after the screening of the members, Luo Qingfeng asked for Xia Ruofei's permission. So, he transferred Jing Yongshou back to the Star Caesar sect from the Peach Blossom Island. Under such circumstances, Li Yifu naturally couldn't leave Paradise Island. After weighing the pros and cons, Xia Ruofei decided to share the wild tea this time and not include Song Qiming. He brought Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Tang Haoren to Peach Source Island. Then, he let the three of them share the precious wild tea with Li Yifu. As for Song Qiming's side, Xia Ruofei would not be biased. He just had to wait for a while. Chen Xian had already agreed to give Xia Ruofei a few wild tea tree branches. Xia Ruofei was very confident that he could definitely grow the wild tea in his spirit map space. By then, not only would Song Qiming be able to use the wild tea to increase his cultivation, but Xia Ruofei could also give some wild tea to Luo Qingfeng as a reward for the qi refining stage disciples. Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind when he was on Peach Blossom Island. Hence, after the black airboat took off, it flew directly in the direction of Sanshan City. While the black flying boat was flying, Xia Ruofei was still cultivating in the spirit map space. As usual, he checked the mysterious ore, but there was still no sign of Scholar Yuntai waking up. Therefore, he sat cross-legged on the futon next to the ore and began to practice the great Tao arts. 2 hours later, Xia Ruofei stopped cultivating and left the spirit map space. He kept the scroll in his palm. At this time, the black flying boat was already flying over the East China Sea. It had just passed by the southern end of the island in the southeast of China and was quickly crossing the strait. With the black airboat speed, they would naturally arrive at Sanshan City in no time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia. Xia Ruofei returned to the cockpit of the airboat and released his spiritual power to observe the situation ahead. In less than 10 minutes, the black flying boat had crossed the strait. Xia Ruofei didn't fly directly to the Sanshan City. Instead, he lowered his altitude and speed, found an open space between Heron Island and Sanshan, and slowly lowered the flying boat. 3046 share, 2, so, he found Ling Qingshua's phone number and dialed it. Are you au fait? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Ling Qingxue was pleasantly surprised to receive a call from Xia Ruofei. Are you still on Peach Blossom Island? Where are you, my wife? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I'm on my way to the company. Ling Qingxue replied, he's driving. Then, I'll make it short. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, is there a problem with taking 2 days off? Is there something fun again? Ling Qingshue's interest was piqued. It's a good thing anyway. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, tell Uncle Ling that he'll be back in 2 days at the latest. All right. Good. Ling Qingxue said without hesitation, then. Should I go to the airport directly? Is Paradise already back? Ling Qingxue felt that since he had something to do, he was most likely going to Peach Blossom Island. She naturally thought that Xia Ruofei had sent a public jet to pick her up. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can find a place to turn around, then go back to the neighborhood and wait on my rooftop. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're home? The rooftop? Ling Qingxue said in surprise. Then, she immediately reacted and asked in surprise, you're taking me on a flying sword? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you'll know soon. Don't ask so many questions, just focus on driving. I know. Ling Qingxue said excitedly. She felt that she had already guessed Xia Ruofei's plan. Since Ying was waiting on the rooftop, she would definitely fly away on her sword. She had been looking forward to experiencing sword kinesis flight for a long time. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. As such, Ling Qingxue immediately turned around at the next intersection and drove back. At the same time, she gave her father Ling Xiaotian a call. When Ling Xiaotian heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to take Ling Qingxue out for 2 days, he agreed without hesitation. He even told Ling Qingxue not to rush back and to have fun outside. It was the peak hour of the morning on the Three Mountains. Although Ling Qingxue had not driven far, she was stuck in traffic for a while when she turned around and drove back. By the time she parked her car in the courtyard of Xia Ruofei's riverside villa, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Ling Qingxue hurriedly locked the gates of the mansion and the car, then quickly walked into the mansion. Xia Ruofei's villa had Ling Qingxue's fingerprint and iris scan, so she could move freely at any time. Ling Qingxue took the elevator to the 3rd floor, then climbed another flight of stairs to the large balcony on the top floor. Such a long period of time was enough for Xia Ruofei to take the black swift boat to make a round trip across the strait. Hence, Xia Ruofei was naturally already waiting on the rooftop. After his black flying boat had turned on the shielding function, ordinary people could not see it at all. Thus, it descended from the sky openly and suspended above the balcony on the top floor of his villa. After Xia Ruofei kept the flying boat, he gave Songwei a call. They agreed to meet on the rooftop of Capital University's library in an hour. Songwei did not understand Xia Ruofei's strange request. Of course, she quickly guessed that Xia Ruofei wanted to bring her on a flying sword, so she happily agreed. Songwei did not have any classes in the morning, so she was reading in the library. Therefore, she didn't even need to do anything. She just had to wait until it was almost time to go to the rooftop. The moment Ling Qingxue reached the balcony, she saw Xia Ruofei leaning against the railing, grinning at her. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "Why are you being so mysterious when you're back at the Gong family? Speak. Where are you taking me?" "Let me think." Xia Ruofei counted on his fingers. "The capital, Australia, Paradise Island. There are so many places we have to go." Ling Qingxue's eyes widened. "So many places? Still that far? Going to the capital? Don't tell me that you're going to take me and Wei Wei and fly across the ocean to Australia or even to Paradise Island on your sword." Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, "The route you mentioned is basically correct." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you afraid that you'll die of exhaustion? Are you trying to say that there are only cows that die from exhaustion, not ones that are broken from plowing?" Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. Ling Qingxue blushed and lowered her eyes. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm a tough bull, I won't die of exhaustion. Besides, I don't recall saying that I'm going to fly over on my own sword." "Then you asked me to meet you on the rooftop," Ling Qingxue said. Her words were stuck in her throat before she could finish them. Her eyes were fixed on the black airboat beside Xia Ruofei. That was rapidly growing in size. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to more than 20 meters long, and was now quietly suspended about 2 meters above the rooftop. Songwei did not have any classes in the morning, so she was reading in the library. Therefore, she didn't even need to do anything. She just had to wait until it was almost time to go to the rooftop. The moment Ling Qingxue reached the balcony, she saw Xia Ruofei leaning against the railing, grinning at her. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "Why are you being so mysterious when you're back at the Gong family? Speak. Where are you taking me?" "Let me think," Xia Ruofei counted on his fingers. "The capital, Australia, Paradise Island. There are so many places we have to go." Ling Qingshua's eyes widened. "So many places? Still that far? Going to the capital? Don't tell me that you're going to take me and Wei and fly across the ocean to Australia or even to Paradise Island on your sword." Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, "The route you mentioned is basically correct." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you afraid that you'll die of exhaustion? Are you trying to say that there are only cows that die from exhaustion, not ones that are broken from plowing?" Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. Ling Qingxue blushed and lowered her eyes. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm a tough bull, I won't die of exhaustion. Besides, I don't think I said I'm going to fly over on my own sword." "Then you asked me to meet you on the rooftop," Ling Qingxue said. Her words were stuck in her throat before she could finish them. Her eyes were fixed on the black airboat beside Xia Ruofei that was rapidly growing in size. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to more than 20 meters long and was now quietly suspended about 2 meters above the rooftop. Song Wei did not have any classes in the morning, so she was reading in the library. Therefore, she didn't even need to do anything. She just had to wait until it was almost time to go to the rooftop. The moment Ling Qingxue reached the balcony, she saw Xia Ruofei leaning against the railing, grinning at her. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "Why are you being so mysterious when you're back at the Gong family? Speak. Where are you taking me?" "Let me think," Xia Ruofei counted on his fingers. "The capital, Australia, Paradise Island. There are so many places we have to go." Ling Qingshua's eyes widened. "So many places? Still that far? Going to the capital? Don't tell me that you're going to take me and Wei and fly across the ocean to Australia or even to Paradise Island on your sword." Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, "The route you mentioned is basically correct." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you afraid that you'll die of exhaustion? Are you trying to say that there are only cows that die from exhaustion, not ones that are broken from plowing?" Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. Ling Qingxue blushed and lowered her eyes. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." 3047 Don't envy the immortals. 1. Accelerate. However, the acceleration process was very stable and could not be felt from the cabin. As soon as they arrived on the deck, Ling Qingxue immediately experienced what it meant to be as fast as lightning. The altitude of the airboat was also rising steadily. At this time, it was passing through the clouds. All that hit them was the lingering clouds. However, when they encountered the barrier, they immediately split into two sides. The airboat was like cutting through the waves and the clouds. Moreover, on the deck of the airboat, there was basically no blind angle at all. The shield layer was also invisible to the naked eye, so it gave people the feeling that they were directly outside. It was a completely different feeling from when he was on the plane and looked out through the narrow porthole. Moreover, the speed of the airboat had far exceeded that of an Ordinary civilian airplane. Ling Qingxue was so excited that she kept shouting, like an innocent and lively child. Ling Qingxue only returned to her cabin after the flying boat had completely passed through the clouds and the view below could no longer be seen. Ruofei, this airboat is too cool. Ling Qingxue said excitedly, is this really made by a cultivator? It's simply unimaginable. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, don't you feel the fluctuations of the formation? This flying boat is completely dependent on a formation to maintain its flight, and it's also constantly consuming energy. There, Xia Ruofei pointed at the spiritual crystal on the control panel and smiled. You should know about the crystals, right? This flying boat doesn't burn oil, but spirit crystals. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, this is too extravagant. Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, it's all right. One spiritual crystal can last for a long time. I can still afford it now. After setting the course and speed, the airboat could keep flying forward in this state. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to walk out of the cabin with Ling Qingxue. They sat down on the deck and enjoyed the view while chatting. From the 3 mountains to the capital city, it would only take about 2.5 hours by ordinary commercial aircraft. But the speed of the airboat was much faster than that of a commercial plane. Moreover, the airboat did not need to fly according to the established route, but in a straight line, so the distance was naturally much shorter. In this way, they were close to the capital area after flying for about half an hour. Of course, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had agreed to meet in an hour. In reality, Ling Qingxue had taken more than 20 minutes to return to the villa area, so the time was just right. They arrived at the Capital University Library and did not have to wait too long. After entering the capital, Xia Ruofei did not return to the cockpit. Instead, he used his spiritual power to control the console and lowered the black airboat below the clouds. At the same time, he slowed down. In fact, as the political and economic center of China, Beijing was very strict in air traffic control. All the air routes actually bypassed the sky above the main city. Normally, if one took a civil flight or private plane, they would not be able to enjoy the scenery of the capital's main city. As for flying over the Forbidden City, it was completely impossible. However, since they were on an airboat this time, they naturally didn't have so many concerns. Xia Ruofei simply steered the black flying boat and made a small turn. He flew slowly over the Forbidden City and took a good look at the magnificent city from this special angle. 90 m was the time when the Forbidden City had the most tourists. The black flying boat flew at an altitude of about 50 meters, and the tourists below could be clearly seen from the flying boat. As for the ordinary people, they did not notice the black flying boat that flew over their heads at all. At Ling Qingxue's request, Xia Ruofei steered the flying boat and flew over the Forbidden City twice from 2 diagonal directions. Then, he turned around and headed towards Capital University. Because they had spent some time flying over the Forbidden City, when the black flying boat slowly stopped above the roof of the library of Beijing University, Song Wei just opened the door of the roof and walked out. As a cultivator, Song Wei could naturally see the black flying boat. She was stunned. For a moment, it was obvious that the scene in front of her was different from what she had imagined. She had thought that she would see Xia Ruofei flying over on a flying sword, but she did not expect to see such a big ship. However, Song Wei was calmer than Ling Qingxue and did not make a fuss. Of course, this was also because Ling Qingxue had stuck her head out of the deck and waved at Song Wei. Song Wei felt more at ease after seeing Ling Qingshui. Initially, she was worried that Xia Ruofei was not the one who drove the airboat here. Although the probability was low, it was not impossible. Wei Wei, come up quickly. Ling Qingshui called out. Song Wei was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Her hair was tied into a ponytail and she was holding a stack of books in front of her chest. She was dressed like a student. However, after hearing Ling Qingshui's words, she raised her head and smiled. Then, with a light push of her feet, her body jumped up nimbly and landed lightly on the deck, looking quite like a heroine. Xia Ruofei also walked out of the cabin with a smile. Ling Qingshui held Song Wei's hand and asked, Wei Wei, this is Ruo Fei's new flying Dharma treasure. It's not bad, right? 3048 Don't envy the immortals, too, I tell you, this airboat is really fast. Ling Qingshui said, can you guess how long it took us to fly here from the Three Mountains? Less than an hour? Song Wei asked. Almost. 2. Be precise, it's only about half an hour. How about it? It's fast, right? Ling Qingshui said. She then raised her eyebrows and asked, eh? Wei Wei, how did you guess? How did you guess the time? Because Ruo Fei called me and told me that we'll meet on the rooftop of this library in an hour. Song Wei said with a smile. I didn't hear your voice, so he must have called me before he picked you up. You set off from the Three Mountains after he picked you up, and now you're here on time. The flight time is naturally less than an hour. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Ling Qingshui and said, Qingshui, you seem to have become a little stupid. You're asking such a simple question. Ling Qingshui was embarrassed. She grabbed the soft flesh around Xia Ruofei's waist and said through gritted teeth, I'll let you laugh at me. Xia Ruofei shouted exaggeratedly, no, no, no. I'm most afraid of this move. I admit defeat. Ling Qingshui saw Xia Ruofei exaggeratedly begging for mercy. Although she knew that he was just pretending, she still let go of his hand with a smug look. Then, she glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, let's see if you still dare to make fun of me in the future. Xia Ruofei sighed and said, Qingshui, I'm just concerned about you. It's said that a woman is stupid for 3 years after getting pregnant. You're not even pregnant yet, and you're already like this. What are you going to do if you get pregnant in the future? It's really worrying. Ling Qingshui's face turned red instantly. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced on Xia Ruofei, shouting, I'm going to kill you. Xia Ruofei was already prepared. He nimbly dodged into the cabin and shouted, stop, stop, stop. Qingshui, I'm just joking. I won't do it again. I have to teach you a good lesson. Ling Qingshui pouted. Don T. Xia Ruofei used the control panel to avoid Ling Qingshui and said, we still have to hurry. I was wrong, all right? Don't delay the important matters. Ling Qingshui was also afraid of damaging the control panel, so she didn't dare to charge at full speed. Song Wei watched for a while before she smiled and said, forget it. Qingshui, Ruo Fei has always been talkative, please spare him. Ling Qingshui just needed a way out. She immediately pouted and said, humph. For Wei Wei's sake, I'll let you off today. But I'll record it down in my little notebook. The next time you offend me, we'll settle old and new scores together. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, okay, okay, okay. I promise I won't do it again. As he spoke, he winked at Song Wei. Song Wei could not help but burst out laughing. By the way, Wei Wei, is it okay for you to leave for a day or two? Xia Ruofei asked. I've already asked my classmates to apply for 2 days off after I got your call. Song Wei nodded. All right. Xia Ruofei said, then I'm relieved. Let's go. With that, Xia Ruofei maneuvered the flying boat and started to ascend and accelerate. Ruofei, are we going to Australia? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. Yeah. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'm going to pick up my disciple, Tang Haoren. Ruofei, you called all of us here. Is there something you need? Song Wei asked, from the side. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Wei Wei, don't mention it. I've been asking all the way, but this guy is tight-lipped and keeps us guessing. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course it's a good thing to call you. I'll give you a surprise. You've said it 800 times. What surprise is it? Ling Qingxue asked in a bad mood. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I already said it's a surprise. If I told you in advance, what surprise would there be? Anyway, the answer will be revealed soon, so why the rush? Ling Qingxue looked at Song Wei and said, I told you. This guy only knew how to keep people guessing. He's tight-lipped. Since Ruofei feels that it's not the right time yet, then let's just wait. Song Wei covered her mouth and laughed. That's the way. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, bring Wei Wei to the deck to look at the scenery. We'll be flying across the ocean in a while, and the scenery on the ocean is very beautiful. This time, we'll fly a little lower, and I guarantee you'll be able to enjoy the endless beautiful scenery. Xia Ruofei had flown so high to avoid the plane's normal cruising altitude. Although the formation on the airboat could also avoid the risk of collision. In advance, Xia Ruofei still preferred to fly in a straight line. Therefore, he simply let the airboat fly higher than all the commercial aircraft. At this height, there were basically no other aircraft flying except for some fighter aircraft. The next trip to Australia was across the Pacific Ocean. It was actually quite boring to fly above the clouds, and there was basically no scenery to see. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to fly at a low altitude this time. He would fly at an altitude of about 100 meters above the sea and avoid the route of commercial aircraft. The cruising altitude of the engine could not be so low. After all, it was the vast ocean below. As they passed by an island which had an airport, there happened to be a plane taking off from the airport and colliding with the airboat. The probability was so low that it could be ignored. Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened. She held Song Wei's hand and said, Wei Wei, let's go to the deck to enjoy the scenery. By the way, are you au fait? Fly over the Forbidden City twice like you did just now. I'm sure Wei Wei has never seen it from this angle before. Xia Ruofei shrugged. You said it's too late. We're already in G province. How about I turn around and fly back? Song Wei was stunned. She was in the Capital University Library when she got on the airboat. We've only been talking for a while, and we're already in G province? The speed of this airboat was really terrifying. No need. After Song Wei regained her senses, she quickly said, Ruofei, let's hurry on with our journey. Anyway, with this airboat, we'll have plenty of opportunities to see the Forbidden City from the sky in the future. That's true. Then let's hurry. Ling Qingxue said, Ruofei, why don't we go out to sea first? Don't fly above the land. No. problem," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he steered the flying boat to the east, preparing to fly over the sea, before turning to fly to Australia. The deck of the airboat was indeed the best spot for viewing the scenery. Song Wei was soon fascinated by the special viewing angle. The airboat was flying at a very low altitude this time, so the beautiful scenery along the way could be said to be unobstructed. Very soon, the flying ship was in the sky above the sea, flying over the boundless blue sea. The scene of the sea and the sky being one color made one feel very carefree and relaxed. For the 2-hour voyage, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stayed on the deck. Although they were tired of the sea view, the two seemed to have a lot to talk about as they sat on the deck and chatted all the way. At around 11:30 a.m. in China, Xia Ruofei and the others arrived in Australia in the black airboat. The deck of the airboat was indeed the best spot for viewing the scenery. Song Wei was soon fascinated by the special viewing angle. The airboat was flying at a very low altitude this time, so the beautiful scenery along the way could be said to be unobstructed. Very soon, the flying ship was in the sky above the sea, flying over the boundless blue sea. The scene of the sea and the sky being one color made one feel very carefree and relaxed. For the 2-hour voyage, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stayed on the deck. Although they were tired of the sea view, the two seemed to have a lot to talk about as they sat on the deck and chatted all the way. At around 11:30 a.m. in China, Xia Ruofei and the others arrived in Australia in the black airboat. 3049, the reunion of master and disciple, 1, immediately kept the flying boat. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be amazed when they saw the 20-meter-long flying boat shrink to an inch. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the manor's entrance. In reality, with Xia Ruofei's abilities, he could easily bring Song Wei and Ling Qingxue into the manor on his flying sword. However, out of respect for the host, Xia Ruofei would definitely not do that. "Ruofei, this should be considered illegal entry, right?" Song Wei suddenly asked. With a smile. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Oh yeah. Then you guys have to be careful. If you get caught you'll be sent back to your country." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue burst into laughter. In the manor, Tang Howren, who had just woken up from his afternoon nap, was drinking a glass of water. Jennifer had personally prepared a school bag for him, and it seemed that she was going to send him to school. Tang Etienne had just woken up from his afternoon nap. He was sitting on a recliner in the garden and reading the newspaper. At this time, a young man in a white shirt and black trousers walked over quickly and whispered a few words to Tang Etienne. Tang Etienne raised his eyebrows and said, "What?" Then, he took the iPad from the young man's hand, which was showing the surveillance footage of the manor's entrance. When Tang Etienne looked at the screen, Xia Ruofei seemed to have sensed something. He smiled at the camera above the gate and waved. Tang Etienne quickly sat up from his chair and ordered, "Open the door and welcome the guests." "Along." Tang Etienne called out again. "Tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet." They were prepared according to the highest specifications. "Steam that precious half of the ham I have." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Another young man in a white shirt and black suit pants quickly responded. Jennifer also heard the noise. She put her bag on Tang Etienne's back, then walked out and asked, "Ethan, what happened?" he asked. Tang Etienne immediately came back to his senses and said, "Jennifer, don't send Howren to school." "First?" "No. Call Ms. Jessica and ask for half a day's leave for Howren. What's going on? Jennifer was confused. When Tang Howren, who had sharp ears, heard this, he immediately put down his bag and ran out. He shouted happily, "Daddy! Don't I have to go to school today?" "That's great," Tang Etienne directly said to Jennifer and Tang Howren, "It's brother Ruofei. Let's quickly go and welcome him." "Let's go. Howren, don't just stand there, go and pick up your master." Tang Howren also came back to his senses and cried out in surprise, "Master is here." "Really?" After saying that, he turned around and rushed toward the door. Tang Etienne and Jennifer quickly reminded him to be careful. In fact, Tang Howren's cultivation was already close to the third level of the qi refining realm. In terms of strength, even 8 Tang Yishans couldn't beat Tang Howren. Moreover, with the reaction speed of a cultivator, how could he fall for no reason? Tang Etienne and Jennifer also quickly caught up. Tang Etienne's manor was very big, so when the staff at the gate received the notice, they immediately opened the gate and sent Xia Ruofei's group of 3 in with an electric car. When they were approaching the main building, Xia Ruofei saw Tang Howren rushing out. He quickly called the driver of the electric car to stop and jumped off. "Master!" Tang Howren rushed into Xia Ruofei's arms and hugged him tightly. Xia Ruofei ruffled Tang Howren's hair affectionately and asked with a smile, "Little Howren, I haven't seen you for so long. Did you miss Master?" Tang Howren nodded heavily and said, "Of course, Howren misses Master every day." Then, he said as if he was asking for a reward, "Master, I'm already close to refined qi level 3. And I feel like I can break through at any time. You just so happen to be able to teach me the cultivation method for the 3rd layer first." Xia Ruofei was surprised. He checked and found that Tang Howren's cultivation had reached the peak of refined qi level 2. He could break through at any time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. After all, Tang Howren was too young to cultivate with him. He relied on his self-awareness and had no one to guide him if he had any problems. Moreover, the cultivation resource was a spiritual crystal that Xia Ruofei left behind. Under these conditions, the little guy's cultivation progress was quite fast. "Not bad. Not bad," Xia Ruofei said happily. At this moment, Jennifer and Tang Etienne had caught up. Tang Howren's running speed was too fast, so much so that Tang Etienne and the other 2 were slightly breathless. "Ruofei, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Tang Etienne said happily, "It's a good thing I still have some in my manor. Today, I'll ask the kitchen to steam my precious ham. You must try it." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. And then said apologetically, "Big brother Tang, I might not be able to stay for dinner." "What's the situation? You've just arrived and you're already leaving?" Tang Etienne asked in confusion. "Xia," Jennifer said, "you've already been an uninvited guest today. Are you going to leave without saying goodbye again?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Jennifer, you still like to use Chinese idioms so much." Jennifer smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "I've been learning Chinese." "Xia, Ethan's right, it's not easy for you to come to Sydney. You should at least stay for a meal before leaving." 3050 The reunion of master and disciple, 2, Howren to a place. It won't take long. You can help him apply for a day's leave. If everything goes well, I'll send him back by tomorrow at the latest. Xia Ruofei Was also afraid that Tang Etienne and Jennifer would be worried, so he explained, "Don't worry. It's a good thing for Haran. It'll help him improve his cultivation." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. She and Song Wei had asked Xia Ruofei a few times, but he refused to reveal anything. In order to take Tang Haran away, Xia Ruofei immediately revealed that he was here to help with his cultivation. He was really biased. Tang Etienne and Jennifer only thought about it for a moment, and then immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, Tang Etienne still asked, "Ruofei, are you really in such a hurry? Even if you don't stay for a night, you can leave after dinner. Otherwise, I'd feel really bad." It was not even 2 in the afternoon. The time between dinner and dinner was enough for Xia Ruofei to fly the black flying boat from Paradise Island to and from there. Besides, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were on temporary leave, so Xia Ruofei naturally did not want to waste so much time. Therefore, he still said apologetically, "Big brother Tang, there's really an urgent matter this time. How about this? If everything goes well, I'll send Haran back tonight. That precious ham of yours, just treat it as a midnight snack." Tang Etienne saw that Xia Ruofei wasn't just being polite, and her words were sincere, so he naturally didn't ask her to stay. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right then. Ruofei, I'll order someone to prepare the carriage." Xia Ruofei had said that if everything went well, he would be able to send Tang Haran back by tonight. Thus, Tang Etienne naturally thought that the place Xia Ruofei and the others were going to wasn't far. It must be in Australia. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time to travel. How could they rush back at night? Therefore, Tang Etienne naturally thought of protecting the car. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and smiled. "You don't need to prepare a car. Haran, you can just come with me. Big brother Tang, it's not convenient for me to disclose too many things about the cultivation world to you. In short, you can rest assured that I'll take care of Haran." "Of course I'm relieved," Tang Etienne said with a smile. "All right. Then I won't bother anymore. Ruofei, are you leaving just like that?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Let's go." "All right. Then I'll send you guys out," Tang Etienne said. The group of people quickly took the battery-powered car and arrived at the manor's entrance. Tang Etienne pulled Tang Haran over and said, "Haran, when you go out with your master this time, remember to be obedient. Don't be naughty and don't make your master angry, understand?" When Tang Haran learned that Xia Ruofei was going to take him out, he was already very excited. He didn't listen to Tang Etienne's advice, and just kept nodding in agreement. Xia Ruofei held Tang Haran's hand and waved goodbye to Tang Etienne and Jennifer with a smile. Then, they walked in the direction where the airboat had just landed. Jennifer and Tang Etienne stood at the entrance of the manor, watching them go away. There was a hint of reluctance in Jennifer's eyes as she asked, "Ethan, they're leaving on foot? We're in the suburbs, and there aren't many cars on the road. Why would Xia refuse you to arrange a car for him?" Tang Etienne smiled. "Jennifer, Ruofei has his reasons for doing so. These people are like the gods in the myths and legends. We shouldn't ask too much about some things. As long as we know that Ruofei would never harm Haran, that's enough." Jennifer took Tang Etienne's arm and nodded, "Of course, I know that. It's just that Haran has never left my side since he was born. I'm not used to him leaving with Xia Tang Etian laughed. Didn't Ruofei say so? If it was fast, it would be sent back by tonight, but it would only take half a day. Isn't it good for us to have some alone time? You're right. Jennifer said, why don't you go shopping with me this afternoon? I heard that Prada's new bag arrived this year. No problem. Tang Etian said straightforwardly. Xia Ruofei and the others were all cultivators. Although they were walking, they were still very fast. Soon, they were far away from the manor. This was a small forest, and there were many similar manors in this area. All the residents were rich, so the space between the houses was very large, and the greenery was very well done. Such forests were everywhere. On the one hand, it was for the sake of greenery, and on the other hand, it was to ensure the privacy of the rich people living in this area. Master, where are we going? Tang Haoran asked curiously. This is it. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Here? Tang Haoran's eyes widened. He was puzzled. I come here often. There's nothing special about it. Xia Ruofei laughed and took out the flying boat. Then, he raised his hand and threw the flying boat out. In the process of flying in the air, the flying boat also grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 20 meters long and floated above the tree. Tang Haoran was stunned when he saw the magic-like scene. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were like fairy maidens. They held hands and jumped onto the flying boat. Then, they stood on the deck and looked at the dumbstruck Tang Haoran with a smile. Xia Ruofei knocked on Tang Haoran's head and smiled. Don't just stand there. We should set off. I promised your parents that I'll send you home tonight. Oh. Tang Haoran came back to his senses. Xia Ruofei used his hand to support Tang Haoran's armpit. Then, he exerted force on his feet. The two of them immediately rose from the ground and landed lightly on the deck. Master, this is a magic weapon? Tang Haoran asked. His eyes filled with shock. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, to be exact, it's a flying Dharma treasure. Alright, if you're curious, you can stay on the deck and look at the scenery. I'm going in to control the flying boat. Qingxue, Weiwei, you two stay with Haoran. After the airboat was activated, it would automatically open up its protective shield. Hence, Tang Haoran would not be in any danger if he stayed on the deck. Xia Ruofei could return to the control cabin without any worries. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had already passed the most curious stage. They also liked the cute little Haoran very much, so they simply stayed on the deck and introduced the black flying boat to Tang Haoran. In fact, even Xia Ruofei did not know much about the flying boat. He did not even know the name of the flying boat. Naturally, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue knew even less. However, the fact that it could fly at an extremely fast speed and hide from the eyes of ordinary people and even the radar was enough to make Tang Haoran listen with great interest. He was constantly amazed. The flying boat trembled slightly and began to rise rapidly. At the same time, it changed its direction and flew directly in the direction of the Peach Blossom Island. Song Wei and the other two stood on the deck and saw everything clearly. Tang Haoran could even clearly see his family's manor quickly becoming smaller in his field of vision, and at the same time, it quickly disappeared from his sight. This airboat had a high elevation rate. Additionally, its flight speed could reach a level that could never be reached by common commercial airplanes in a short period of time. However, the passengers on the airboat were not affected by inertia at all, as if they were hovering on the top of trees just now. It only took slightly more than an hour to fly from Sydney to Paradise Island. Based on Australia's time, Xia Ruofei's black flying boat was already within the range of the Taishu Shanqing Formation at about 3 in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei skillfully maneuvered the flying boat through the protective layer of the formation. The formation did not react at all, as if the flying boat did not exist. He drove the flying boat to the rooftop of the Yanhuang building with ease. When they were about to arrive at Peach Blossom Island, Xia Ruofei had already asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to bring Tang Haoren into the cabin. They went straight to the cabin with the guest room function to wait. After the flying boat stopped, Xia Ruofei saw Li Yifu's figure appear on the rooftop. Therefore, he walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, waving at Li Yifu, indicating him to board the airboat. 3051, gathering at Peach Source Island, 1, deck of the airboat. As soon as he steadied himself, Li Yifu immediately bowed and said, "Disciple greets Martial Granduncle. No need to be so polite. Come in with me," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei turned around and walked into the cabin. This morning, Li Yifu had just seen the airboat from the rooftop. This time, he had really entered the airboat. Therefore, he was also very curious. However, he still followed behind Xia Ruofei obediently and did not look around. Xia Ruofei led Li Yifu straight into the cabin that was used as a guest room. When Li Yifu saw Tang Haoren, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, he quickly bowed and greeted them. "Greetings to the two Martial Grandmother." "Greetings, Martial Uncle Tang." Tang Haoren used to address Li Yifu as Grandpa Li. However, after they had confirmed that they were master and disciple, Li Yifu would greet him very respectfully every time he saw him and insisted on calling him senior uncle. However, Tang Haoren was still not used to it. He seemed to be at a loss when Li Yifu, who had white hair, bowed to him. Meanwhile, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue blushed at the same time, embarrassed by the way they were being addressed. Although Xia Ruofei did not deliberately hide his relationship with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue in front of Li Yifu, who was a very traditional person, and even Li Beihui had more than one partner, he did not think that it was inappropriate for Xia Ruofei to have two Dao partners. However, this kind of thing had never been made clear. This time, Li Yifu suddenly addressed them like this, which caught Song Wei and Ling Qingxue a little off guard. Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Haoren, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue's embarrassed expressions, and could not help but laugh. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Then, he smiled and said, "It's done. I said that I would give everyone a surprise today. Now that everyone is here, it's time to reveal the answer." Ling Qingxue said impatiently, "Quickly say it. Hurry up and tell me. I've been holding it in all this time. What kind of surprise is it?" Li Yifu and Tang Haoren naturally would not ask about this. Anyway, Xia Ruofei could make any arrangement for their own good. Song Wei also smiled and said, "Ruofei, you've kept us in suspense today. We made such a big detour to bring me, Qingxue, and Haoren here. What kind of surprise is there for us?" "Don't worry," Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You'll know soon." Xia Ruofei took out items from the spirit map space and asked, "Tell me about your cultivation." Li Yifu was the most honest and didn't even ask for the reason. He immediately said, "Reporting to senior granduncle, this disciple is slow and has only reached refined Qi level 5. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, held Song Wei's hand and said with A smile, Wei Wei and I are both refined Qi level 4. Aren't you the one who knows the best? Tang. Howren listened to their conversation and immediately said with a bitter face, Master, my cultivation level is the lowest. I'm only at refined Qi level 2, but I'll be able to break through to refined Qi level 3 soon. Ling. Qingxue couldn't help but ask, Are you Ruofei? Why are you asking about our cultivation? Also, what is this thing you took out? A tea set? Xia Ruofei had indeed taken out a whole tea set. There was even a small red clay stove, high-quality charcoal, and bottles of spirit pool water from the spirit map space. It was specially used to make tea. Yeah. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm going to treat everyone to some tea. Foster husband, start a fire and boil some water. Yes. Senior granduncle. Li Yifu quickly came over to start a fire for the charcoal stove, and poured the spirit pool water into the kettle, placing it on the small red mud stove. Ling. Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. He traveled a few thousand miles just to treat us all to tea? Do you mean to experience your airboat by surprise? That's a pleasant surprise, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. Don't be impatient. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, The answer will be revealed soon. After that, Xia Ruofei called Tang Howren to his side and said, Howren, Master will now teach you the third level of the Fierxiang scripture. You must keep it in mind. After you break through, you can directly practice the third level of the cultivation method. That's great. Tang Howren said happily. Master, tell me. My memory is really good now, I can remember it very quickly. Martial granduncle, then this disciple will leave first? Li Yifu quickly stood up. No need. Xia Ruofei waved his hand nonchalantly and said, We're all friends here. There's nothing you can't listen to. If you really want to learn the Fierxiang scripture, I can teach you. However, this is an extreme yang cultivation method, which is most suitable for Howren's physique. If you practice it, I'm afraid the effect won't be very good. It's enough for this disciple to have the origin returning scripture. Li Yifu also said with a smile. Since Xia Ruofei had said that there was no need for them to leave, Li Yifu would not reject the task of boiling water. Of course, they had to stay to complete it. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was giving Tang Howren pointers in the Tang family's manor in Sydney last time, he had found a quiet place to explain it to Tang Howren. However, he had just met Li Yifu at that time. Although he had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the master-disciple relationship through Xia Qing, he did not know Li Yifu's character after all. He had to avoid the topic. He had also observed Li Yifu for a long time before he decided to teach him the Guiyuan scripture. 3052 Gathering at Peach Source Island, 2, advanced version of the Guiyuan scripture that Li Yifu had practiced for most of his life. After Li Yifu got the Guiyuan scripture, he could naturally link it seamlessly. Moreover, some of the confusion in cultivation caused by the loss of the cultivation method before could be easily solved after he got the Guiyuan scripture. Xia Ruofei taught Tang Howren the third level of the Fierxiang scripture in front of everyone. After Tang Howren started cultivating, his memory was much better than ordinary people's. Xia Ruofei had only explained the obscure cultivation technique 2 or 3 times, and he had basically memorized it. Xia Ruofei did not expect Tang Howren to be able to recite it backwards. Seeing that he had memorized most of the content, he began to explain the third level of the cultivation technique. He analyzed it word by word for Tang Howren. That way, on the basis of understanding, Tang Haoren's memory of the third level of the cultivation method would naturally be more solid. After Xia Ruofei finished, he let Tang Haoren comprehend it on his own and answered a few of his questions. Then, Xia Ruofei asked Tang Haoren to recite the third level of the technique again. He was indeed very familiar with it. And there were no mistakes. At this time, the water on Li Yifu's side was already boiling. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said approvingly, "Haoren, you really didn't let Master down. You don't need to cultivate the third level right now. You just need to remember it and understand it. After you break through, everything will fall into place naturally, and you can just change to cultivating the third level of the cultivation technique." Understood, Tang Haoren said. "Don't worry, Master. I'll remember it all." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Everyone, come and sit here. Let's have some tea first." Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei really took out a small bag of tea leaves and started to fiddle with the tea set. It looked like he really wanted to make tea. She could not help but laugh. However, since Xia Ruofei wanted to keep her in suspense, Ling Qingxue let him be. She knew that since Xia Ruofei had gathered everyone together and said that he had a surprise for everyone, the truth would be revealed sooner or later. Xia Ruofei used the boiling water from the spirit pool to heat up the tea set. Then, he poured the wild tea that Qin Xian had given him into a lid bowl. After that, he poured the spirit pool water into the lid bowl. Immediately, a strong fragrance of tea rose in the cabin. Even Tang Haoren couldn't help but sniffle. "Master, it smells so good." The wild tea could be drunk directly from the first brew, and there was no process of washing the tea. Moreover, the first brew was the essence of the wild tea. Hence, after a few seconds, Xia Ruofei placed the tea container on the public cup and poured the brewed tea into the public cup. Then, Xia Ruofei poured the tea from the public cup into the tea-tasting cup smoothly. There were exactly 5 cups. To be honest, even Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who had seen a lot of good tea, felt that the tea was extremely tempting. As soon as Xia Ruofei poured the tea, Ling Qingxue could not wait to try it. However, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to stop her and said, "Before I taste the tea, let me say a few words." Everyone's eyes were on Xia Ruofei. He then said, "After drinking this cup of tea, everyone may have some wonderful experiences. Remember, don't try to resist, just follow your heart." For example, if he wanted to cultivate, he could immediately sit down and cultivate. The spiritual qi here is extremely dense, enough to sustain your cultivation. In addition, each of you should take a spiritual crystal in your hand in case you run out of spiritual energy. With that, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out 4 spiritual crystals. He gave one to each of them. The flying boat was parked in the Taishu Xianqing formation, and the spiritual qi was naturally very rich. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to sustain cultivation. Xia Ruofei asked everyone to take a spiritual crystal, in case of emergency. After all, the 4 of them were qi refining cultivators. After drinking wild tea, they would definitely be able to advance 1 level. Several qi refining cultivators broke through at the same time, and it might consume a lot of spiritual qi instantly. It was naturally safer to have a spiritual crystal in hand. Besides, Xia Ruofei was also worried that Li Yifu and Tang Haoren would not be able to let go. For example, Li Yifu felt that it was strange for him to sit down and cultivate all of a sudden with the elders present. If he forced himself to hold back, it would be a waste of the wild tea. Of course, this was also a precaution. It could be considered as a preventive measure. Actually, from Xia Ruofei's experience, after drinking wild tea for the first time, he could not help but enter a state of cultivation. It was difficult for him to control himself. Ling Qingshue's eyes lit up when she heard that. Ruofei, this means that your tea leaves are a little different. It can improve cultivation? Xia Ruofei smiled but did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said, "You two follow me to the cabin next door and bring some tea over." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and felt their faces heat up. However, they were even more certain that the tea was the tea that could help them improve their cultivation. After all, the most efficient way to cultivate the absolute beginning heart sutra was to practice with Xia Ruofei. Moreover, the state of cultivation was a little embarrassing. This was why Xia Ruofei had asked them to go to the cabin next door. I know. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they spoke at the same time. Xia Ruofei looked around and asked, "Do you all remember what I just said?" "I'll remember, Master," Tang Haoren answered. "Senior granduncle, this disciple will remember," Li Yifu quickly added. Ling Qingshui giggled and said, "Don't worry. I have you here, don't I?" Then each of us will get a cup of tea," Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he also picked up one of the glasses and drank it in one gulp. Then, he revealed a reminiscing expression and said, "It's really good tea." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but open her eyes wide and say, "You gave me so many instructions, so why did you just drink it so casually?" "Because I'm an Oris core stage cultivator." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This is just normal tea to me. Hurry up and improve your cultivation, then you'll be able to drink this tea like it's water, just like me." Xia Ruofei was just teasing Ling Qingxue because she didn't know about wild tea. Of course, that wasn't the case. "I'm so angry." Ling Qingxue clenched her fists. If the junior wasn't present, she would have pounced on Xia Ruofei and punched him. Li Yifu and Tang Haoren obediently waited for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to bring their respective tea. Before they each took a cup, Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to the cabin next door. Before he left, he looked at Li Yifu and Tang Haoren and said, "Don't be nervous, just drink it in one gulp." "Yes, Senior Granduncle." "Yes, Master." The three of them went to the cabin next door. Xia Ruofei set up the time array flag and said, "You can't drink tea at the same time. You can discuss who will go first. Wei Wei, you go first. Let Qingxue drink first." The two of them spoke almost at the same time, and then immediately looked at each other and smiled. Xia Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood at the side without participating. He would let them discuss how to solve Wanwan's problem on their own. They couldn't be biased, or they would be seeking their own deaths. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue discussed for a while. In the end, Song Wei convinced Ling Qingxue to drink the wild tea first. Ling Qingxue held the teacup and asked nervously, "Ruofei, how do we drink it?" "Use your mouth to drink." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Do I need to teach you how to drink tea? This is tea that promotes cultivation. I've never drunk it before." Ling Qingxue pouted. However, with Xia Ruofei's teasing, she was not as nervous as before. She raised her head and finished the tea in one gulp. 3053 Breakthrough together. 1. When the wild tea entered her stomach, Ling Qingxue subconsciously wanted to praise the tea. However, before she could open her mouth, her body suddenly stiffened, as if she had fallen into a state of shock. Xia Ruofei, who was already prepared, pulled Ling Qingxue and leaped into the time array flag's range. Then, they immediately entered a state of cultivation. When Song Wei saw Ling Qingxue's expression, she suddenly felt like laughing. However, she immediately realized that she would be drinking this magical tea very soon. Would she be like Ling Qingxue later? Song Wei didn't have much time to think about this problem because the time inside and outside the time array flag was very different. Even if she used the time array flag alone, the range of effect of the array was smaller. So the time flow difference was about 90 times. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue came out after 3 to 4 hours of cultivation. To Song Wei, who was outside the array, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed. Ling Qingxue's face was still a little red when she left the formation. On one hand, it was the side effect of cultivating the absolute beginning Heart Sutra together. On the other hand, it was also caused by your excitement. When she saw Song Wei, the blush on her face deepened. This was because when they were cultivating the absolute beginning scripture together, in that kind of alluring and charming environment, although it was the spirit bodies that were entangled with each other, in fact, the body would also have the same reaction. She could not help but feel embarrassed when she thought of how Song Wei had seen her embarrassing look. Ling Qingxue was overthinking things. The time inside and outside. The formation was too different. Song Wei couldn't see the change in Ling Qingxue's expression from the outside. Very quickly, Ling Qingxue's mood was filled with excitement again. She excitedly pulled on Song Wei's hand and said, "Wei Wei, quickly drink this cup of tea. Do you know? In such a short time, my cultivation level has increased by 1 level. And now I'm already refined Qi level 5. And after breaking through, it can't be stopped at all, and my cultivation level is still rising. I feel that I will be able to break through to refined Qi level 6. Very soon." Song Wei's eyes widened in shock. Just a cup of tea can actually achieve such an effect? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You'll know if it's effective or not after you try it. Wei Wei, it's your turn, drink up." Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, Yeah. Eldest brother, it's time to drink your medicine," Song Wei burst out, laughing at this sudden nonsense. She had already reached for the teacup, but her hand trembled and almost spilled the tea. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, even if you're joking, you should look at the occasion. Only the first dish of wild tea is effective. If I spilled the tea just now, where am I going to find more wild tea?" Ling Qingxue was shocked too. She did not dare to look at Xia Ruofei and Song Wei. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. My brain just twitched, and I suddenly said that I'm fine." She patted her chest as she spoke. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he saw her trembling figure. He did not want to reprimand Ling Qingxue at first, but now he could not bring himself to do so. Qingxue definitely didn't do it on purpose. It's a good thing she's fine, Song Wei added. Then, Song Wei quickly changed the topic and asked, "Ruofei, then I'll just drink it?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Drink." With Ling Qingxue as an example, Song Wei wasn't as nervous as before. She drank the tea in one gulp. Her reaction was similar to Ling Qingxue's. Even though she was mentally prepared, after the tea entered her stomach, she still couldn't help but fall into a state of cultivation. Xia Ruofei pulled Song Wei into the array and sat down cross-legged to start their cultivation. Ling Qingxue had also involuntarily entered a state of cultivation, so she didn't know what had happened after she drank the wild tea. Now, she was naturally very curious. However, she still knew her limits and did not dare to enter the array to disturb the two of them. She was just outside the range of the time array flag, looking into the array. However, due to the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside, what she saw inside the array was like a video played at 90x fast forward speed. Everything she saw was blurry. After all, even though they were in a state of cultivation, the two of them were not completely still. Some of the subtle movements in the time dimension for a few hours were condensed into a short 2 to 3 minutes, so it was naturally very blurry to see from the outside. Ling Qingxue felt a little dizzy and gave up. She had just sat down to rest for less than 2 minutes when Song Wei walked out of the array. Feeling refreshed. Wei Wei, how is it? Have you broken through? Ling Qingxue immediately stood up to welcome him. Song Wei nodded happily and said, my situation is similar to yours. I think I can break through to refined qi level 6 at any time. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'll choose a suitable cultivation technique for you. This way, even if I'm not by your side, it won't affect your cultivation. Ling Qingxue said, pick a good cultivation technique. I really want to break through to the golden core stage now. He was riding a flying sword. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's not necessarily the best, but it has to be the most suitable for the two of you. 3054 breakthrough at the same time, too. Then, Xia Ruofei said, by the way, Wei Wei, this wild tea is enough for 5 people. I wanted to add Uncle Song, but considering that we haven't told him about cultivation, and we can't disclose the situation on the peach garden to him, and that my adopted husband has to stay on the peach garden, after some consideration, I finally decided to let the 4 of you drink the wild tea first. Ruofei, you don't have to explain it to me. I can definitely understand. Song Wei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Next time, I'll find a suitable time to let Uncle Song consume the wild tea. So you have a lot of these magical tea leaves here? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei shook his head. This is a gift from the young master of the First Heaven Society. There's only so much. I'm going to make all of them at once. Then why did you ask Uncle Song to drink the wild tea? Ling Qingxue was a little confused. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, this young master Chen promised me that he would give me a few wild tea leaves. I'm confident that I can succeed. Don't forget how my Paradise Corporation got rich. At that time, he could have as many of these wild tea leaves as he wanted. At least there's some for Uncle Song to drink. Wah! You can even plant it yourself? Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then what's the point of cultivating? I can break through once by drinking a cup of tea, and I'll be in the golden core stage after a few drinks. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ruffle Ling Qingxue's hair. He smiled and said, what beautiful things are you thinking of? Only the first time you drink this wild tea will have the effect of promoting cultivation. If you drink it again in the future, it will be purely drinking tea. But then again, from the perspective of tea leaves, the taste of this wild tea is quite good. I feel that it's even thicker than my Wu Yi de Hong Pao. That's true. Ling Qingxue said, a little embarrassed. No wonder you just drank a cup of tea. You must have drunk wild tea before, right? Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's also a gift from the young master of the First Heaven Society. So you're saying that you've also broken through a level of cultivation after drinking it? Song Wei could not help but ask. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this wild tea helps with cultivation. It also depends on cultivation. Normally, qi refinement cultivators would definitely break through one level after drinking it. However, golden core cultivators naturally don't have such a good effect. Otherwise, even if they got wild tea, they would save it for after the golden core stage. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, and I estimate that different people drinking wild tea may have different effects. Just like you. Guys, you're almost 2 levels higher. By the way, Haren's cultivation is the lowest, so I think the effect will be better after he drinks the wild tea. I have to go out and take a look. Xia Ruofei quickly walked out of the cabin. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue followed closely behind him. Even though Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had consumed the wild tea before they started cultivating, Xia Ruofei had used the time formation flag, so they did not spend much time. Including the time they had spent talking, the whole process was less than 10 minutes. Therefore, Li Yifu and Tang Haren in the guest room had basically just entered the state of cultivation not long ago. Xia Ruofei checked their breathing and was relieved to find that they were both stable. As Tang Haren's cultivation level was the lowest and he was about to break through to refine qi level 3, Xia Ruofei soon felt the spiritual qi gathering around Tang Haren. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He knew that he was about to break through. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, Tang Haren's aura suddenly increased by a notch. Tang Haren's cultivation talent was also very impressive. After the breakthrough, he immediately followed the third level of the Fierce Yang scripture and changed the path of his meridians. At this time, the effect of the wild tea was still present, so after his cultivation quickly stabilized, it immediately began to rise again. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei felt that Tang Haren was about to break through. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were watching from the side, were also a little stunned. The speed of his breakthrough was simply unstoppable. They had thought that it was good enough that they could increase their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels at once, but now, they seemed to be inferior to Tang Haren. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through from refined qi level 2 to refined qi level 3 and 4 was naturally lower than breaking through from refined qi level 4 to refined qi level 5. However, considering Tang Haren's age, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel a strong sense of defeat. Xia Ruofei was paying full attention to Tang Haren's condition. Soon, Tang Haren's aura skyrocketed, and he entered refined qi level 4 without any delay. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to send a telepathic message to Tang Haren. Haren, continue to circulate the third layer of the cultivation technique and quickly stabilize your cultivation. Even though Tang Haren was in a state of cultivation, Xia Ruofei's voice could still be clearly heard in his mind. At first, Tang Haren had not learned the 4th level of the Fierce Yang scripture. He was at a loss when he suddenly broke through to refined qi level 4. However, after hearing his master's voice, he immediately calmed down and continued to operate the 3rd level of the Fierce Yang scripture according to Xia Ruofei's instructions to stabilize his cultivation. 30-55 breakthrough at the same time, 3. Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to Tang Haoren's condition. When his cultivation level had stabilized, he immediately used his spiritual force to speak to him. Haoren, the effect of this wild tea is still there. Don't waste it. Master will now teach you the 4th level of the cultivation method. You just have to follow the route I told you to circulate your spiritual energy. Don't worry. With that, Xia Ruofei passed on the 4th level of the blazing sun scripture to Tang Haoren through spiritual force, telepathy. This kind of temporary teaching was naturally not like usual, where the cultivation method was broken down and explained the principles. He directly guided Tang Haoren on how to control the flow of spirit qi. At the same time, he also put his hand on Tang Haoren's wrist, and his mental power was constantly paying attention to the situation of the circulation of Tang Haoren's meridians. Under this kind of alternative teaching, Tang Haoren carefully controlled his spiritual energy according to the circulation route of the 4th level of the fierce yang scripture and began to practice this 4th level cultivation method for the first time. Very quickly, under Xia Ruofei's guidance, he completed 1 circulation. Then, it was the 2nd cycle. Tang Haoren was getting more and more familiar with the process. Spiritual qi was constantly gathering and being absorbed into his body. It was then transformed into true qi in his dantian. Tang Haoren's cultivation base was also improving rapidly. In the end, when this rapid growth ended, Tang Haoren's cultivation was fixed at the middle to the later part of refined qi. Level 4. His foundation was very solid, and it could be said that he could break through to refined qi. Level 5 in a few days. Tang Haoren opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He didn't expect that his master would come all the way to pick him up and give him such a big surprise. Master, my cultivation has improved so much, Tang Haoren could not help but say excitedly. Xia Ruofei said calmly, Haoren, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. You have to correct your attitude. Cultivation can't be achieved overnight. You have to be down to earth and walk step by step. Only then can you find the ultimate Tao. Xia Ruofei was worried that Tang Haoren was too young and would lose his mind under such circumstances. He would become impetuous, so he tried to educate him in time. I'll remember it, master. Tang Haoren's expression turned serious. You've broken through to refined qi level 4, and you've made great progress in all aspects. Your strength is much greater than before, so you must remember that cultivation is not for the sake of fighting. You must never rely on your identity as a cultivator to bully ordinary people. Xia Ruofei said sternly, if I find out, I'll definitely punish you severely. Do you remember that? I'll remember it. Tang Haoren quickly said. Master, Haoren has always remembered your teachings. He has never bullied his classmates just because he is strong. Xia Ruofei finally smiled and patted Tang Haoren's head. That's right. In the future, remember my words and never bully others, understand? Yes. Master. Tang Haoren replied crisply. Xia Ruofei continued, I'll explain to you the 4th level of the sun scripture later. You only know how it is, but you don't know why it is so. You must really understand the meaning of the technique. Only then will you be able to cultivate it with half the effort. Alright, you can go to the side and rest for a while. Xia Ruofei did not explain to Tang Haoren immediately because he realized that Li Fu was about to wake up. 3056 Gift, 1. Actually, Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to Li Yifu's situation. Li Yifu suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air. His face revealed an inexplicable look of surprise and said, "Martial granduncle, disciples. Cultivation has broken through a level. I've already reached refined Qi level 6. Then, Li Yifu noticed that Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and even Tang Haoren were all looking at him with a smile. Li Yifu also reacted at once. It must have been because of that cup of tea that he had involuntarily entered the state of cultivation. Xia Ruofei had already prepared them mentally in advance. It was just that he had suddenly achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and was so surprised that he had not regained his senses for a while. You guys also broke through? Li Yifu asked with uncertainty. Song Wei and the rest nodded in unison. Xia Ruofei sighed to himself. Li Yifu was still at a disadvantage due to his age. Among the four of them, he had gained the least from drinking the wild tea. He had only broken through one level. For example, Tang Haoren had broken through 2 levels in a row. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were also close to breaking through to refined Qi level 6. Of course, this was also related to the fact that their cultivation base was lower than Li Yifu's. However, the main reason was that Li Yifu was a little old, and his potential was not as good as a young man's. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not expose him. He just smiled and said, "Foster husband, it's a good thing that you've broken through. Remember to cultivate diligently during this period of time and consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible." Yes. This disciple understands. Li Yifu quickly said respectfully. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay, now that everyone is done with their cultivation, come and have some tea." Although this tea was only effective when drunk for the first time, this wild tea was indeed a rare good tea, and one could make many potions of it. We can't waste it. Li Yifu quickly went to boil the water again and urged them to cultivate for about an hour or 2. The water that they had just boiled had already turned cold. Everyone sat around the coffee table, drinking tea and chatting. Everyone's cultivation had a breakthrough, so everyone was naturally in a good mood. Xia Ruofei did not continue explaining the 4th level of the Fierce Yang scripture to Tang Haoren. He just smiled and chatted with everyone. After drinking some tea, Xia Ruofei said, "All right, I should send Haoren home. Her foster husband continued to stay here. Wei and Qingxue, are you going to wait for me on the Peach Source Island or are you coming with me?" Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, and as if their minds were connected, they said in unison, "Let's go together." "We came out in a hurry this time," Song Wei said with a smile. "After you send Haoren off, you can send us back. Come again next time." "No problem," Xia Ruofei said after some thought. Li Yifu immediately stood up and said, "Martial granduncle, then this disciple will take his leave first." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. You can stay here and cultivate." From the beginning to the end, Xia Ruofei did not mention anything about the Peach Blossom Island. Even when he was making wild tea for everyone, he did it on the flying boat. In fact, he did not want Tang Haoren to come into contact with information about the Peach Blossom Island too early. After all, Tang Haoren was still a child. If he accidentally let it slip, it might spread to the ears of people with ulterior motives, which would bring a lot of trouble to Peach Blossom Island. All the people on the airboat were Li Yifu's elders. He bowed and bade farewell to them respectfully before he left the airboat. Xia Ruofei started the airboat again and flew towards Sydney, Australia. Along the way, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui continued to look at the scenery on the deck. In reality, it was already night time and there was not much scenery to see. They were trying to create a quiet environment for Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren. This was because Xia Ruofei had used the time on the road to explain the fourth level of the Fierce Yang scripture to Tang Haoren. Tang Haoren's cultivation talent was indeed very good. He was also very interested in the cultivation method that was very obscure to most people. More than an hour passed by in a flash. After Xia Ruofei finished, Tang Haoren still wanted to continue. However, the airboat had already arrived above Sydney and was not far from the Tang family's manor. The fourth layer cultivation method is so profound, Master, Tang Haoren said. If there's anything I don't understand, can I call you to ask? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course, no problem. If you have any questions, you must ask me in time. Don't blindly think about it. Cultivation is not a small matter. If you make a mistake, it may bring very serious consequences. I know. Don't worry, Master, Tang Haoren quickly said. I definitely won't mess around. Xia Ruofei continued, today, we're talking about some things related to the world of cultivation, including Master's flying boat. You have to keep it a secret, okay? It was best not to tell his parents. After all, they were just ordinary people. It was not good for them to know too much about the cultivation world. Of course, I don't think they would ask so much. Xia Ruofei knew Tang Etienne and Jennifer well. The couple trusted Xia Ruofei very much and would never ask what they shouldn't ask. I'll remember that. Tang Haoren's small face had an extremely serious expression. Master, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said, All right, we're almost at your house. Let's prepare to land. 3057 Gift 2. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat and started to descend. The area where the Tang family's manor was located was a rich area, and its biggest feature was that it was vast, sparsely populated, and full of vegetation, so it was easy for him to find a secluded place near the manor and land the flying boat. The four of them left the swift boat. After Xia Ruofei kept the swift boat, he brought Tang Haoren, Song Wei, and Ling Qingshui to the main entrance of the Tang family manor. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening in Sydney, so the manor was brightly lit. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked to the door, he saw the butler of the manor waiting there. It was obvious that Tang Etienne had arranged for the butler to be there. Although Xia Ruofei had only said that he would try his best to send Tang Haoren back by tonight, Tang Etienne had made the necessary preparations. When the butler saw Xia Ruofei and his group, he quickly walked up to them and said, Young master is back. Mr. Xia, ladies, you've worked hard. Mr. Tang is already waiting for you in the manor. Please come in. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Thank you for your trouble. The group took the electric car at the entrance and quickly arrived at the main building of the manor. On the other side, Tang Etienne and Jennifer had already received the report from the door and were standing in front of the door in advance to welcome him. Are you Ruofei? Tang Etienne greeted him with great enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Big brother Tang, I brought your precious son back. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, hurry up and check. You're not missing a single hair. Ha ha. Tang Etienne laughed. The child has already acknowledged you as his master. That means he can be beaten or scolded by you. We won't have any complaints. Besides, do you think I can't trust you? Howren is so obedient. How can I bear to hit and scold him? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Come on. Let's go inside. Tang Yitian said, the supper is ready. We're just waiting for you to arrive. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, and said, Big brother Tang, we still have something to do tonight, so we won't stay, it's so late. Aren't you going to stay at the manor for a night? Tang Yitian asked in surprise. Jennifer also said, Xia, even if there's something, you can do it tomorrow, right? Let's just stay for one night. Let's do our part as the host. Xia Ruofei didn't know what to say. After all, he had good intentions. He couldn't possibly say that he had to send his two girlfriends back to China in the middle of the night. Daddy, Mommy, Master really has something to do. He can't stay here for the night. But Master, you can stay and have something to eat before you leave. You can still make it in time, right? Tang Howren said. Xia Ruofei ruffled Tang Howren's hair and said with a smile, Howren has personally asked us to stay, so let's have a few bites before leaving. They had already set up a banquet and they had waited for an entire night. If Xia Ruofei did not even enter the room and left after sending Tang Howren off, it would be a little unreasonable. Hearing his son's words, Tang Yitian hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly said, All right then. If you don't want to stay, then don tea, but we've agreed that you have to accompany me for a few drinks later. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, No problem. I'll accompany you tonight. How can I not know your alcohol tolerance? Tang Yitian forced a smile. This is giving up my life, right? After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. The group walked into the exquisitely decorated restaurant and took their seats on both sides of the long dining table. Under the butler's arrangement, all kinds of delicious food were quickly served. There were also 2 bottles of red wine from Tang Yitian's collection. They were all opened and poured into the decanter. As expected, Tang Yitian and Jennifer didn't ask where Xia Ruofei had taken Tang Howren or what he had done. They only chatted about family affairs, including some things in the Chinese circle in Australia and some business matters. Tang Yitian and his wife were more cheerful and easy-going, so the atmosphere of their conversation was always good. Before he knew it, he had finished the 2 bottles of red wine and the small jar of yellow rice wine. Xia Ruofei's expression didn't change, but Tang Yitian was already a little tipsy. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. They had been having supper for almost 2 hours. It was almost 10 p.m. local time. Tang Howren should be resting. Thus, he decisively got up and left. Tang Yitian was a little tipsy. As he asked, Ruofei, it's so late. At least let me send you a car. This matter is in the wilderness, don't worry about it, Daddy. Master has his own way. Tang Howren quickly said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Howren is right. You guys should rest. Don't mind us, although he said that, Tang Yitian's family still took the electric car and sent Xia Ruofei's group of 3 to the entrance of the manor. Xia Ruofei reminded Tang Howren to train harder. Then, he waved goodbye to Tang Yitian's family of 3 and walked into the night with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei took out the black flying boat as soon as they entered the small forest near the manor. The three of them boarded the flying boat and flew back to Huaxia. Song Wei asked Xia Ruofei to bring out the tea set and the tea leaves while she boiled water for everyone. Ruofei, it's not a big deal to stay a night in Sydney. We've all taken leave. There's no need for us to travel overnight. Song Wei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips into a smile and said, he probably wants to send us back earlier. I don't want to affect his fun outside. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't think that way. However, there's a reason why I insisted on rushing back tonight. I told you. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, tell me the truth. Xia Ruofei blinked at the two of them and said, because I've also prepared gifts for you. I can't wait to take it out and give it to you. It's not convenient for you to spend the night in Big Brother Tang's manor, really? Ling Qingxue looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes and asked, don't tell me you came up with an excuse on the spot. Where's the most basic trust between people? Xia Ruofei pretended to be angry and said, look. Isn't this a gift that I've carefully prepared? With that, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and two storage rings appeared in his palm. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were stunned when they saw him. Then, they realized who he was. Is this the storage ring you bought from the auction? Song Wei asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's right. Just nice, one for each of you. The storage space of the two rings is the same, but the style is slightly different. You can choose. With that, Xia Ruofei placed the storage ring on the coffee table. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue immediately gathered together, holding a storage ring in their hands. They couldn't bear to part with it. In the end, the two of them each chose one. Ling Qingxue tested the storage ring on her finger as she asked, are you au fait? How do I use this storage ring? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this shows the importance of cultivating spiritual power. There's a miniature formation on each storage ring. When you use it for the first time, you'll need to brand it with your spiritual power. This way, only you can open the storage ring. This was the simplest use of spiritual power. Song Wei and Ling Qingshue's spiritual power cultivation was more than enough. After Xia Ruofei finished, he taught them how to place a spiritual mark on the miniature formation of the storage ring. Both of them succeeded in one try. Then, Ling Qingxue immediately sensed the space within the storage ring. She cried out in surprise, wow! Such a large space, and he could store and withdraw things at will? That's too convenient. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, a friendly reminder. In theory, you can't store living things. Of course, you can store it if you want, but the living thing will die after you store it. 3058 Overbearing Wealth. 1. Storing and retrieving items in the storage ring was very simple. A chi refining stage cultivators. Mental power was already enough to use. Basically, as long as they thought about it, they could conveniently store and retrieve items. Xia Ruofei had only taught them once, and they had mastered it easily. Thus, the two of them were like children who had just gotten their favorite toy. They kept trying to store their personal items in and out. Even Song Wei, who had always been calm and steady, revealed a rare child-like smile. Obviously, this gift made both of them very satisfied and surprised. In fact, they didn't have many things with them. It was just a girl's small bag, which contained a mobile phone, a small mirror, some simple cosmetics, sunblock, and so on. It didn't take up much storage space at all, but they still had a lot of fun. Xia Ruofei stood at the side and looked at the two of them with a smile. He had a gift for them, but seeing that they were having so much fun, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, it was still a long flight from Australia to China. After the two of them had their fun and put all their belongings into their storage rings, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Little sisters, are you satisfied with this gift?" Song Wei and Ling Qingxue both nodded. If Xia Ruofei had not told them that their phones could not receive signal in the storage ring, they would not have kept their phones with them. They would have stored everything in the storage ring. What was there to be dissatisfied about? There's another present. I hope you'll like it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. There's a gift? Ling Qingshue's interest was immediately piqued. Then hurry up and take it out. Don't keep me in suspense. This time, Xia Ruofei had really given them a big surprise. A cup of wild tea had directly increased their cultivation by more than one level. They also liked the storage ring very much. So when they heard that Xia Ruofei had a gift, they were naturally even more excited. Xia Ruofei laughed as he took out the two flying swords that he had picked out earlier from the spirit map space. Scholar Yuntai had left a total of 5 flying swords in the nested space, all of which he was quite satisfied with, and could be said to be his proud works. Xia Ruofei had already picked out 2 swords that were suitable for girls and was prepared to give them to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Although the two of them probably wouldn't use flying swords and wouldn't fight with cultivators, it was good to have 2 high-quality flying swords for self-defense. After all, they both had their own things to do and Xia Ruofei couldn't be by their side to protect them all the time. Very coincidentally, these 2 flying swords were also a set. The swords were thin and soft, and at a glance, it was obvious that they were meant for female show. Moreover, the names of the 2 flying swords were engraved on them. One was called Autumn Water and the other was called Iran. The names were also very pleasing. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was counting his gains, he decided to give the 2 flying swords to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei as soon as he saw them. After Xia Ruofei took out the 2 flying swords, they hovered quietly. The slender swords exuded a sharp aura, as if they could cut one's soul apart. It was a daunting sight. When Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at the flying sword, they couldn't help but be a little dazed. This is a flying sword? Ling Qingshue's eyes widened as she asked, "Are these for us?" They had seen Xia Ruofei's blue immortal sword before, so they were not too unfamiliar with flying swords. However, from what they knew, only cultivators at the Golden Core stage were qualified to use flying swords. They were still very far from the Golden Core stage. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. That's right. Each of you will have a flying sword. I'll give it to you for self-defense. How about it? We can also use flying swords? Ling Qingxue asked with some uncertainty. Why can't I? A chi condensation cultivator's psyche is enough to control a flying sword, but the range isn't as wide as a golden core cultivator's. In addition, chi condensation cultivators can't ride a flying sword. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, and your spiritual power is much stronger than cultivators of the same level. You're only at refined chi level 5, which is enough to use the flying sword. Then, Xia Ruofei said, these 2 flying swords, one is called Autumn Water and the other is called Iran. The same old rules. You guys can discuss among yourselves. Each of you can choose one. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue nodded in unison, then carefully approached the flying sword. These two flying swords were very suitable for girls to use. Because they were a set, their appearance was similar. They were both light green in color, and he didn't know what material they were made of. Xia Ruofei estimated that many of the materials used to make flying swords could not be found in the current cultivation world. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue discussed in low voices for a while. In the end, Ling Qingxue chose the autumn water sword, while Song Wei chose the sword of her lover. Xia Ruofei, this flying sword. How are we going to use it? Ling Qingxue asked, a little scared. The flying sword was extremely sharp, and because it was controlled by spiritual power, there was no hilt at all. The whole body was a sword edge, and it also emitted a trace of cold aura, which was indeed a bit daunting. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. It's similar to a storage ring. First, you have to imprint your own spiritual imprint on the flying sword. Then, you can store the flying sword in your dantian. When you need to use it, it can appear with a thought and you can control it with your spiritual power." 3059 Overbearing wealth. 2. Put the flying sword into your body? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but take a deep breath. It won't cut us? Xia Ruofei chuckled. After you've branded it with your spiritual imprint, you'll be the master of the flying sword. The flying sword can't hurt its master. Don't worry. Even so, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still a little afraid. Xia Ruofei decided to teach them how to brand their spiritual power on the flying sword first. When the spiritual mark successfully hit the flying sword, the two of them immediately felt a sense of connection with their respective flying swords. At this moment, Xia Ruofei taught them how to keep the flying swords in their bodies. Although they were a little scared, they still followed Xia Ruofei's instructions carefully out of absolute trust. As expected, the flying sword was taken in. At the same time, the two of them immediately felt that the flying sword was already nourishing their dantian. Both Song Wei and Ling Qingxue felt that this was a fresh experience, and tried to summon their flying swords. After trying a few times, the two of them no longer felt that kind of fear. Next, Xia Ruofei taught them how to use their spiritual energy to control the flying sword. He didn't teach them any profound sword techniques. After all, learning sword techniques wasn't something that could be done in a day. Learning how to use spiritual power to control flying swords first would at least give them a certain level of self-protection. In reality, this was more than enough. The chances of Song Wei and Ling Qingxue fighting against cultivators were very low. Very quickly, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had grasped the basics of controlling the flying sword. They began to carefully test it out. The space in the cabin was relatively small, and the flying boat was so precious. If it was damaged by the flying sword that could cut through iron like mud, it would be enough to make Xia Ruofei's heart ache. So, he simply brought Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the deck and let them practice. In the beginning, the two of them were not used to the feeling of using their spiritual power to control the flying sword, so they seemed a little clumsy when controlling it. However, after practicing for a while, they gradually became familiar with it. The trajectory of the flying sword also became more natural. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I think it's fine. With these skills, you will definitely have no problem protecting yourself." In fact, in the modern cultivation world, there were probably only a few qi refining cultivators who could own a flying sword. Even Qi condensation cultivators who were slightly stronger than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue wouldn't be able to do much against the two of them. If they were to encounter an Aurus core stage cultivator, it would not matter whether the other party had a flying sword or not. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue would definitely not be able to defeat them. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not let that happen. So this is what it feels like to control a flying sword. Ling Qingxue put away the flying sword reluctantly and said with a smile, I suddenly thought of the plot in the Shu Mountain Swordsman. Wei Wei, don't you think we look like swordswomen? Song Wei also kept her flying sword into her dantian. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled, you're more like it. Ling Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. She held Song Wei's hand and said, Wei Wei, you also felt very cool when you were riding the flying sword. If she were to change into an ancient costume, she would look like a female swordsman. That's the end of the commercial toasting. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, regarding the flying sword, I still have to give you a few words of advice. Speak. This little girl is all ears. Ling Qingxue said playfully. Xia Ruofei said, first of all, only cultivators can see this flying sword. Ordinary people can't see it. So, when you use it in the secular world, you need to be careful. However, you don't have to avoid ordinary people. I understand. What else? Ling Qingxue asked. Also, don't kill innocent people. Try to avoid using flying swords against ordinary people unless the other party is really guilty of terrible crimes and deserves to die. Xia Ruofei said, it's a taboo in the world of cultivation to use the methods of cultivators against ordinary people. Xia Ruofei quickly added, of course, I believe that you won't do it either. I'm just giving you a reminder. After all, flying swords are also weapons. They're really sharp too. You must be careful when you use them. Ling Qingxue nodded her head seriously and said, don't worry. We mainly use flying swords for self-defense. It can be used when needed, even if it's just to cut melons or vegetables. However, you must be careful when using it. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue laughed so hard that they were trembling. Ling Qingxue said, who would use such a precious flying sword to cut vegetables? Aren't you being too funny? Xia Ruofei thought to himself, maybe Master Yuntai has done this before. After all, this flying sword is not very precious to Master Yuntai. He can make it himself. Ling Qingxue continued to ask, we've also accepted the flying sword. Ruofei, do you have any other gifts? It's better to take it out in one go. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't one flying sword and one storage ring enough for each of us? I'm almost empty of money. Where would you find any present? That might not be the case. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, usually, people who cry about being poor might not be really poor. You must have gained a lot from the auction this time. On the other hand, Song Wei was watching the show with a smile. Ling Qingxue had a more lively personality. Sometimes, she would bicker with Xia Ruofei, and Song Wei found it interesting to watch. Xia Ruofei thought about it seriously and said, now that you mention it, I do remember. I still have something to give you. Ah? There's really a gift? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be stunned. Ruofei, Qingxue was just joking with you. Song Wei said. You've already given us a huge surprise, so you should keep more of these cultivation resources. For yourself. After all, your cultivation level is much higher than ours, so you'll definitely consume more. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's really not a gift this time. It's just a consumable item for your cultivation. With that, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out 2 crystals from the spirit map space. He handed them to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He smiled and said, "Here. 1 for each person." This was an origin crystal. It contained much more spiritual energy than spirit crystals. Ordinary golden core cultivators would not be willing to use it. In the future, you will use origin crystals for cultivation. This way, the efficiency will be higher. Song Wei was shocked and said, "Since this is for golden core cultivators, you should keep it for yourself. The spirit crystals you gave us were already quite useful, but this is origin crystal? It would be a waste to give it to us." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. If it was in the past, I might have felt that it was a waste. After all, we were poor at that time. This time, he had indeed made a fortune. I have quite a few origin crystals in my hands now. Such a good thing. Of course, I have to give it to you first. Take them all. I'm already not lacking origin crystals. This, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, then said, "Then we'll help ourselves." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What's there to be polite about? What's mine is yours." "You're the one who said that," Ling Qingxue said. "I did. If so, you have to send me wherever I want to go by airboat," Ling Qingxue said. "After you take the airboat, you don't even look at the plane anymore, okay? It's slow, and sometimes it's very bumpy. There's also a safety issue." "I hate it." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No problem. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, as long as you call me, I'll immediately fly over to pick you up." "This performance is not bad," Ling Qingxue said, satisfied. Xia Ruofei laughed and spread his hands. "I really don't have any gifts this time. I've already brought out everything that should be brought out." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were laughing at the side. At the same time, they felt a little embarrassed. It seemed like they had come out to loot Xia Ruofei and then returned home. On the return journey, Xia Ruofei flew to the 3 mountains first. According to the distance, they had spent a lot of time studying the flying sword and the storage ring. Therefore, after the 3 of them chatted for a while in the cabin, the swift boat had already crossed the strait and was approaching the city of Sanshan. 3060 A night in the capital city. 1. Xia Ruofei skillfully maneuvered the flying boat to a stop on the rooftop of his villa. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei with some reluctance, and said, "Ruofei, I'll go back first. Take care of yourself when I'm not around." Xia Ruofei nodded. "I know," Ling Qingxue said. "Remember to pick a cultivation technique for us as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to cultivate when we're not with you, I'll carefully choose a cultivation technique that suits you." Xia Ruofei nodded seriously. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and asked with a smile, "Wei Wei, do you want to play here too? I'll also visit your parents." Song Wei thought for a while and shook her head with a smile. "Forget it. If I suddenly appear in front of them, won't they be shocked? I thought something had happened to me, running home from Beijing so late at night." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You're right. I'll let it go this time. I'll send you back to the capital." N. Song Wei nodded. Ling Qingxue said, "Then I'll be leaving." Bye-bye. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sent her off to the deck. They watched as Ling Qingxue jumped off the airboat and stood on the rooftop of Xia Ruofei's house. The two of them waved at Ling Qingxue before Xia Ruofei returned to the cabin and steered the airboat to the capital. It only took about half an hour to fly from the Three Mountains to the capital. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were chatting in the control room. Song Wei was a very gentle girl. Xia Ruofei could feel calm and peaceful when he was talking to her. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the capital. Wei. The dormitory is closed, right? Xia Ruofei said, it's the middle of the night. Why don't we spend the night on this flying boat? You'll go down when the sun rises? I won't waste your time, said Song Wei with a smile. Aren't you going back to Peach Blossom Island? Let's head straight to Yujing Heaven City. 7 years ago, when Song Wei was admitted to Capital University, Song Qiming and his wife had bought her a single apartment in Yujing Sky City, which was near the school. However, Song Wei spent most of her time living on campus, so the apartment was basically empty. Of course, she would go back for 1 or 2 days a week, so the hygiene was well maintained and there was no problem with moving in directly. Then why don't you just take me in? Xia Ruofei stretched lazily and said, I've been running here and there the whole day. The total distance I've flown is enough to circle the earth once. I'm so tired, Song Wei blushed and asked, aren't you in a hurry? There's nothing urgent. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, besides, we haven't been together for a long time. Don't you miss me? Song Wei lowered her head and looked at her feet. She said in a low voice, I want to. But, I've made an appointment with Qingxue. Your agreement has long since ceased to exist except in name. Xia Ruofei muttered. What are you talking about? Song Wei raised her head and stared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly said, no. What I mean is, this is also a form of subjugation. I don't have anywhere to go in the middle of the night. Do you have the heart to let me travel alone at night? Just treat it as taking in a poor person like me for a night, is that okay? Song Wei burst out laughing and said, this man's mouth. People who didn't know you would think you were really that pitiful. If you really want to find a place to sleep, Luhai Lane is such a big sihiyuan. You can sleep in whichever room you want, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Don't mention the sihiyuan. Just tell me. Are you going to take me in or not? I'm scared of you. Song Wei pursed her lips and said, if you want to go, then follow me. You have legs, and your cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think I can stop you? Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei called out happily. He hummed a song as he steered the flying boat towards Yujing Tian City, which was near Capital University. After a while, the airboat stopped above the rooftop of Song Wei's apartment. The two of them jumped off the airboat. Xia Ruofei kept the shrunken airboat into the spirit map space, then held Song Wei's hand and walked to the exit of the rooftop. Soon, the two of them returned to the apartment on the 19th floor. Although it was a single apartment, the layout was quite good. Because the floor was designed to be higher, it was separated by half a floor, forming a semi-open bedroom on the second floor. Below the bedroom was the kitchen, bathroom, and so on. Further in was a small living room that was connected to a balcony. It could be said that even though a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. I'm going to take a shower. You can rest in the living room. There's some drinks in the fridge. Take them yourself, Song Wei said. As she entered the house, Xia Ruofei put his arm around Song Wei's shoulder and smiled. Why don't you shower together? To increase efficiency, Song Wei blushed and glared at Xia Ruofei. She said, don't even think about it. Go to the living room obediently and wait. By the way, I didn't prepare any clothes for you. You have your own storage space, so you should have some clothes, right? What if they're isn't? Xia Ruofei smirked. Can I wear yours? Why are you so bad? Song Wei said coyly, you settle it yourself. If you really can I can lend you my nightdress, hee hee. 3061 A night in the capital city. 2. Xia Ruofei immediately imagined himself wearing a floral nightdress and could not help but shiver. He quickly said, then forget it. Song Wei chuckled as she ran up the stairs. She found some clothes in the closet in the bedroom and went downstairs to take a shower. Although she had been with Xia Ruofei for a long time, Song Wei was still very shy. She even specially rolled her undergarments under her pajamas before walking downstairs with them. The sharp-eyed Xia Ruofei saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Wei, you didn't hide it well. The shoulder straps are showing. Song Wei blushed and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. She tightened her grip on her clothes and walked into the bathroom on the first floor barefooted. After a while, the sound of water could be heard. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. It had been a long time since he was with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Although he was a golden core cultivator, his cultivation technique was not one that focused on pure heart and few desires. He also had such needs. He couldn't help but stand up, take a bottle of iced Coke from the refrigerator, and gulp down a few mouthfuls before he felt the evil fire in his heart slightly suppressed. Half an hour later, Song Wei was finally done. She was wearing a cute pajama with a bear pattern. She wiped her wet hair with a towel as she walked out of the bathroom. It's your turn. Song Wei smiled and said, I prepared a new set of toiletries for you. Thanks. Xia Ruofei walked over and wanted to hug Song Wei. However, Song Wei dodged it nimbly. She chuckled and said, let's go take a shower. I smell on my body. Xia Ruofei sniffed and said, with a puzzled look, there's a smell? I didn't smell it. In fact, after becoming a golden core cultivator, the impurities in one's body had been cleaned up. Even if one sweated occasionally, there would not be a strong smell of sweat. Moreover, Xia Ruofei did not sweat much today. It's the smell of alcohol, Song Wei said with a smile. Have you forgotten how much you drank in the Tang family manor? Song Wei felt as if she was in a dream. A few hours ago, they were still drinking and chatting happily in an Australian manor in the southern hemisphere. In such a short time, they were back in Beijing and even took a detour to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and said embarrassedly, then I'll hurry and go wash up. With that, he also rushed into the bathroom. It was naturally not so troublesome for a man to take a bath. He took off his clothes quickly, turned on the cold water, and began to wash. In less than 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei was done washing up. He took out a set of clean pajamas from the spirit map space and put them on. Then, he put the dirty clothes back into the spirit map space and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Xia Ruofei saw Song Wei putting some snacks on the coffee table in the living room into her storage ring. Song Wei was embarrassed that Xia Ruofei had noticed her. She explained, I was thinking. If I put some food in my storage ring, I can take it out to eat when I'm hungry. It'll be quite convenient. Xia Ruofei suppressed his laughter and did not expose Song Wei. Instead, he nodded seriously. In fact, he knew that Song Wei's novelty had not passed and she wanted to put everything she saw into her storage space. This was similar to a new driver who had just gotten his driver's license and wanted to drive. On the airboat, there was nothing for her to keep and play with, except for some small things in her own small bag. Now that she was home, she naturally wanted to keep this and that. Xia Ruofei said, actually, you can also put some clothes in the storage ring. This way, I can change and wash up wherever I go. Oh, right. Song Wei's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll go tidy it up and put some clothes in the ring. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. He was just joking, but Song Wei took it seriously. How could he use the precious time of the night to tidy up his clothes? Isn't that a bit too wasteful? Xia Ruofei suddenly felt like he was trapped in his own cocoon. He cleared his throat and said, well, Wei, have you ever thought about a question? A lot of clothes have to be hung in the closet. If you put all of them into your storage ring, won't they wrinkle after a long time? Then how are we going to wear it? It seems to make sense. Song Wei stopped in her tracks and frowned. What should we do? Ruofei. I really think it's very convenient to put some clothes in the storage ring. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart and said, well, there's a way. As long as there's a wardrobe to hang the clothes, they won't crumple. So, actually, you're lacking a wardrobe. When you're free tomorrow, go buy a wardrobe, then sort out the clothes you want to put into the ring and put them in this wardrobe. Can't you just put them all in the wardrobe? I've checked it, and the space in this storage ring is quite large. Good idea. Song Wei immediately gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, she gave up the idea of tidying up her clothes. Let me see. Song Wei thought for a while and said, some toiletries and daily necessities can also be put in the storage ring. Even kitchenware and utensils. Wow. I'm going to have to tidy up. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped the excited Song Wei and said with a bitter face, Great Aunt, look at what time it is now. It wouldn't be too late to do these things tomorrow. Now, shouldn't you go and rest? Song Wei saw the desire in Xia Ruofei's eyes and felt her face heat up. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then go rest. But I've already made an agreement with Qingxue. We can only sleep in separate rooms. How can there be any rooms to share? Xia Ruofei was speechless. There's only one room in total. Can you teach me how to split it? Isn't there still a sofa in the living room? Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. It's not easy for me to come to your house and you want me to sleep on the sofa? Isn't this a little inhumane? Xia Ruofei said pitifully. I mean, I can sleep on the sofa. Song Wei said with a smile. I'm not like some golden core cultivators who can't even take this little bit of pain. Besides, my sofa is very soft. I often lie on it and watch TV, so I fall asleep directly. Don T, Don T, Don T. That's even more unacceptable. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Wei, what's our relationship? Let's just squeeze in the same bed. Your bed is pretty big. I promise. I won't mess around, I'd rather believe in ghosts than your mouth," Song Wei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei saw that the soft approach did not work, so he could only use the hard approach. He used his fastest speed and easily carried Song Wei by the waist. As Song Wei screamed, he quickly walked up the stairs and placed her on the soft bed. Actually, Song Wei was just being reserved with her words. Since she had promised Xia Ruofei that she would spend the night at her house, she knew what would happen. She could not possibly keep her promise. The rejection just now was partly to make her feel at ease and partly to joke with Xia Ruofei. Song Wei lay on her side on the bed, her tender arms supporting her head. She glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and said, "You're really fast. I can't even react in time." As expected of the golden core stage. "But you've spent all your cultivation on this," Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "This is the most important matter. It wasn't embarrassing to use one's cultivation on this. I finally understand that you can't be too honest." With that, Xia Ruofei kicked off his slippers and jumped onto the bed. Song Wei giggled as she tried to hide, but Xia Ruofei hugged her. Soon, a heart-shaking music score came from the small single apartment. 3062, I don't dare to reject the elder's gift. 1. The next morning. On the large bed in the bedroom. Upstairs, a fair and delicate arm stretched out from the messy quilt. Song Wei rubbed her sleepy eyes and reached for her phone from the bedside table. It was already past 9 in the morning. Her sleepiness was greatly reduced. At this time, she also remembered the madness last night and couldn't help but feel a little hot. Then, Song Wei turned her head and realized that there was no one beside her. She quickly sat up, picked up her pajamas from the ground, and put them on. At this moment, Song Wei had already heard the commotion from the kitchen downstairs. A sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. Song Wei dragged her slippers and walked down the stairs. Halfway down, she leaned on the railing and looked down. As expected, she saw Xia Ruofei in an apron, busy in the kitchen. "You're awake." Xia Ruofei heard the noise and looked up. His eyes met with Song Wei's. He laughed and said, "I remember you said yesterday that you had taken leave today. I didn't wake you up in the morning so that you could sleep more." Song Wei realized that her appearance must be unkempt. She could not help but scream and quickly retracted her body. Then, she quickly went down the stairs and rushed into the bathroom. With her head lowered, Xia Ruofei looked at the tightly shut bathroom door and muttered to himself, "What's the situation?" After a while, Song Wei walked out of the bathroom after she was dressed up. At this time, Xia Ruofei had already prepared breakfast. He brought it to the small dining room that was connected to the living room. Although it was called a dining room, because the room was too small, it was actually just a dining table at the edge of the living room. Xia Ruofei saw Song Wei and smiled. "You're done washing? Come and eat. It's not very sumptuous. After all, my cooking skills are average, so I'll just make do with it." Song Wei looked at the table and saw that Xia Ruofei had baked a few pieces of bread, 2 glasses of warm milk, 2 fried eggs, and a very thick porridge. There should be some pumpkin and millet in it. The fragrant smell was very appetizing. "This is already sumptuous enough," Song Wei said with a smile. "What fusion of Chinese and Western. But I remember that I've already finished all the eggs in the refrigerator. I didn't prepare any pumpkins either. Did you go out to buy groceries?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Have you forgotten that I have a storage treasure too?" I'm used to carrying some ingredients with me in case I need them. Look, I've used them today, haven't I? Yes, yes, yes. Song Wei patted her head and said. You really reminded me. I'm on leave today anyway, so I might as well stay at home and tidy up my things. In addition, I'll go out and buy some things. It'll be a waste if I don't make use of such a large storage space. Xia Ruofei found it funny that Song Wei, who had always been calm and steady, became so excited at the mention of the storage ring. He laughed and said, eating is more important than anything else. Let's eat breakfast first. Also, I have to go back to Paradise Island, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you shopping today. Song Wei sat down at the table and smiled. I don't need your company. You can go back to your business. Then, Song Wei tasted the fragrant pumpkin millet congee. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and said, so delicious. Ruofei, I've noticed that your cooking skills have improved greatly, just like your cultivation. With your cooking skills, you can even get a job at Qingshua's restaurant. Xia Ruofei chuckled. You're a graduate student after all. You're so good at complimenting others. Although I know you're not being sincere, I'm still happy to hear it. How could I not be sincere? It's really delicious. Song Wei picked up another fried egg and took a bite. The heat is just right, and it's sweet. It smells so good. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if it's delicious, then eat more. I made extra porridge today. It'll be a waste if you can't finish it. Yes, yes. Song Wei nodded as she ate. Don't just look at me. Eat it yourself. Good. Good, good. Xia Ruofei said. It was obvious that Song Wei really thought that Xia Ruofei's breakfast was delicious. Soon, the food on the table was swept clean by the two of them. She even scooped an extra bowl of porridge. After the meal, Xia Ruofei helped Song Wei to clear the dishes. Then, he took off his apron and said, Wei Wei, I have to go. You have to take care of yourself in Beijing. I'm sure you can deal with most situations easily, but if there's a threat from a cultivator, you must tell me at once and make sure you're safe. I know. Song Wei smiled and said, actually, I also want to cultivate with you on Peach Blossom Island. However, I also like the profession I'm currently studying. I want to work in archaeology for a few more years. After a few years, when my father retires, we can live on Peach Blossom Island together. Yes. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, no matter what your choice is, I will respect it. I will also do my best to create the best cultivation conditions for you. Song Wei hugged Xia Ruofei and pressed her face against his chest. She mumbled, I know. In the future, no matter what others think, in my own opinion, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Ruofei, when you're dealing with people in the world of cultivation, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't make me worry about you. Also, don't take any risks. You must always remember that there are many people who are worried about you, including Qingxue and me. 3063, I don't dare to reject an elder's gift, too, I'll remember that. Xia Ruofei hugged Song Wei and kissed her on the forehead. Wei Wei, I'll be leaving now. I'll drive you, Song Wei said quickly. No need, I've already left by airboat from the rooftop. Don't go upstairs anymore. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you should stay and pack your things. You have to make good use of your storage ring. All right then. Song Wei said, remember to visit me in Beijing when you're free. Definitely. With that, Xia Ruofei let go of Ling Qingxue and walked towards the door. When they were about to leave, Xia Ruofei waved at Ling Qingxue, closed the door, and walked towards the elevator. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei arrived at the rooftop of this high-class apartment. After retrieving the flying boat, he quickly steered it out of the Yujing Sky City district. Xia Ruofei did not notice that Song Wei was standing behind the glass door of the balcony, watching the futuristic-looking black airboat suddenly accelerate, turning into a small black dot in the blink of an eye and disappearing into the horizon. After Xia Ruofei had found the location of Peach Blossom Island, he controlled the airboat to rise to an empty level that even commercial planes could not reach. Then, he flew straight in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. The black flying boat flew steadily for about 2.5 hours before it arrived at the sea near the Peach Blossom Island. Ever since he had this black flying boat, spatial distance no longer seemed to be a problem. In the past, it would take more than 10 hours to fly from Huaxia to Peach Blossom Island by private jet, and he had to land and refuel once in the middle. It had only been 2 hours, which was the time it took to fly from Beijing to Sanshan by civil air. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not waste the 2 hours. He entered the spirit map space to cultivate. Xia Ruofei skillfully maneuvered the flying boat through the Taishu Xianqing formation and steadily hovered above the roof of the Yanhuang building. Naturally, Li Yifu had already sensed it when the swift boat triggered the array at the outermost layer. Hence, when Xia Ruofei jumped off the airboat, he saw Li Yifu already waiting for him on the rooftop. Senior granduncle, you're back, Li Yifu said respectfully as he bowed. Xia Ruofei kept the shrunken flying boat into the spirit map space and nodded with a smile. Yup. After I sent them home, I stayed in the capital for a night before flying back to Paradise Island early in the morning. Do you think it's easy for me to give you this surprise, Senior granduncle? Li Yifu said. Your kindness in cultivating this disciple will not be able to repay even if this disciple's bones are crushed. It's really the greatest fortune of this disciple's life to be able to reunite with Martial Granduncle in this old age. At this point, Li Yifu's voice couldn't help but choke up. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. Foster husband, I was just joking. Why did you have to be so emotional? Go. Let's go downstairs first, the wind is too strong on the rooftop. Martial Granduncle, do you want to go eat first? Li Yifu said, I'll ask the chef in the cafeteria to cook a few of your signature dishes. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, I just had breakfast 2 hours ago. I really can't eat anything now. Let's go to my room first. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. Yes. Li Yifu quickly replied. The two of them came to the large suite on the top floor. After Li Yifu closed the door, he asked, Martial Granduncle, do you have any orders? Xia Ruofei waved his hand. I don't have any orders. I just have something to give you. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a flying sword and a crystal. With the support of his spiritual power, the flying sword and the crystal floated quietly. Li Yifu's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the thing in front of him in disbelief. He stuttered, Flying sword? And these are origin crystals, right? This is for me? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. These are all the gains from this auction. Now that I have quite a number of origin crystals on hand, I'll leave one for you. This way, even if you leave the range of the Taishu Xianqing formation, you can still cultivate. But, this is too precious, Li Yifu said. Don't talk nonsense, quickly. Put away the origin crystals. Xia Ruofei did not allow for further explanation. I still have to teach you how to control the flying sword. This was one of the 5 flying swords. It was black all over, and its blade was wider than Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's autumn water and Iran. What they had in common was that they all exuded a sharp aura, as if the space around the flying sword was about to be cut apart. This flying sword named Black Gold was also chosen by Xia Ruofei to be given to Li Yifu. This time, Xia Ruofei had obtained a total of 5 flying swords in the nested space. Among the people close to Xia Ruofei, there were only 5 people who had embarked on the path of cultivation. They were Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Tang Haoran, and Song Wei's father, Song Qiming. Song Qiming's cultivation level was too low. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had not told Song Qiming about his cultivation. Naturally, he could not give him a flying sword. On the other hand, Tang Haoran's cultivation level was barely enough. The main reason was that he was too young and his mind was not mature yet. Xia Ruofei naturally did not dare to hand over such a sharp flying sword to Tang Haoran. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also chosen a flying sword named Blazing Flame for Tang Haoran. It was unknown what kind of rare ore was used to make this flying sword. It was dark red in color and constantly emitted a scorching aura. This was obviously the most suitable for Tang Haoran, who cultivated the yang cultivation method. However, he could not give the flying sword to Tang Haoran now. At least when he was a little older, Xia Ruofei would consider giving the Blazing Flame flying sword to Tang Haoran. This, Li Yifu hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Grand-uncle, master, I don't dare to reject the elder's gift, so I'll shamelessly accept this crystal. But this flying swords is indeed too precious. Martial grand-uncle, you should keep it for your own use. This disciple knows that you already have a flying sword, but it's not bad to have another flying sword for self-defense." Xia Ruofei said, "I'm giving you some cultivation resources now, and you're still haggling? Oh. You take half and return half, do you think I'm giving you a bonus? Hurry up and put away the origin crystals. As expected, learn from me how to leave a spiritual imprint on a flying sword." Xia Ruofei pretended to be angry so that Li Yifu did not dare to decline. He could only nod his head with tears in his eyes and said, "Thank you for your gift, grand-uncle, master." After he finished speaking, he was about to kneel down and pay his respects to Xia Ruofei. However, the golden core stage cultivator's reaction speed was very fast. Li Yifu's knee had just bent, and Xia Ruofei immediately noticed it. He lifted his hand and Li Yifu realized that he could no longer kneel. "I don't like to kneel and worship." Xia Ruofei said, "Adopted husband, I don't want to criticize you, but we are all from the same line as Immortal Mountain River, right? If I'm the sect leader, then you're the only disciple of my sect. If I don't give these cultivation resources to you, who should I give them to? You called me martial grand-uncle, so I have the responsibility to do my best to cultivate you. You're not allowed to decline any more cultivation resources in the future, understand?" "Yes, Senior Grand-uncle." Li Yifu's eyes were slightly red. He looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and said, "I will remember this." Come on. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, keep this flying sword. First. In the future, don't reveal your flying sword so easily. Just let it rest in your dantian. First, he didn't want to show his wealth. To avoid being noticed by people with ill intentions and causing trouble. Second, it's to give you a trump card. If you encounter danger in the future, this flying sword might be a surprise weapon that can save your life.